Hey everyone, I'm just gonna jump into it. Um, Super sorry about the hiatus. I've been trying to wrap up this program, this MIT program that I'm doing. Couple weeks I should be out of it, but I'm trying to maybe start something for next year. Um, I'm gonna try to place out of a little bit of it for the Python programming. I probably won't get into the program until it probably won't start for me until like April, Mayish of next year. But I have some things that I'm trying to line up for next year. Like I said, a lot of time has gone on since the last time I did a live. Let's um let's see. I don't think I can remember any corrections from the last episodes. I don't think I can remember anything. Um, but I think kind of like the perfectionist in me kind of like got the best of me with this one. Like I really don't like going live until I have the timestamps, until I have the content that I wanted to go over. Problem was like a lot of that content came and flew by. But let me skip that too. Um, Let me just look up my AMC stuff. But I've seen some like really nice movies. I want to give y'all that. I know I'm gonna be rambling a little bit until I get um, into the topics. But I just want to give people. So I saw Wicked Part Two. Um, I kind of like to complete the stories. The Wicked Part One was amazing. The second one, it was okay. And I was telling my sister, who I think read the books, I was like, as someone who did not read the books, meaning myself, I'm like, I don't want to see another prequel. I don't want to see an offshoot. I don't want to see a sequel. I don't want to see a reboot. I saw the story end. It was cool. They tied some new stuff that I didn't know was in the story. It was cool. The songs were cool. I wanted to get out there and see a movie. I saw it. It was. I don't regret seeing it. It's just we don't need to see another one. I think we any more Wicked movies and we've jumped the shark. So the Running Man, that was extremely entertaining. Y'all need to go see that. Predator Badlands. Again, I was kind of bored and I wanted to get out there. It was entertaining and I don't really care for the Predators. Begonia, must see movie this year. Springsteen, Snooze Fest. The white movie producer wanted to see that movie. She's a big Springsteen fan. I don't care for Springsteen. I can't tell you like a song or two, but I think there was like a nice song from that movie. I think it was like I don't know if it's like Living in the USA or something like that. That'll have to be a correction for next episode. But like he does have a nice little hit or two that I can at least acknowledge. Tron Ares, it was cool. It was cool. I mean, I was kind of bored, but I love Tron movies. Roofman was really good. With Channing Tatum. Smashing Machine did terrible at the box office, but it was okay. Um, The Long Walk was entertaining. Um, what else have I seen? I know I'm missing something, but let's switch to TV shows. I know y'all must be watching Stranger Things. Must see TV, and the bad guys are kind of playing. They're kind of playing bully ball with the good guys in this show so far. Vecna has kind of like turned into Ultron. It's kind of not fair so far. So Stranger Things is great. I hate that they're splitting it up like Thanksgiving Day, Christmas, and New Year's. I think it's some bullshit, but whatever. Um, what else? Alien Earth. That was I was been saying that for like last couple shows. Like that was a great little show. If you like the xenomorph aliens, it kind of added more to the lore. Same thing happened with Predator Badlands. Like I don't really care for the Predator property, but they did the same thing like they did with the xenomorphs. They expanded the universe successfully. Um, we missed Halloween. I might have content to show about that, but like there were tons of like little Halloween uh, costumes and stuff like that. Like I wanted to show from Instagram. We've lost that opportunity. But regardless of whether I show it or not, I went as the Portland protest frogs. I did like my first inflatable costume. That was funny. Um, um, Girlfriend, she dressed up as the woman I'm dating right now. She dressed up, I think, kind of as like a female pimp or Little Kim. I think she was going actually as Little Kim though, but it looked like a female pimp. Um, so um, let me see what else has been going on. Let me look through my first and foremost, Zed. I appreciate Zed holding it down. She's been doing a lot of lives. Um, like I said, I've been kind of like a perfectionist. I've been busy. I've been, it could be just as easy as like if my energy is off. Like if I just feel a little stressed with some other things that are going on. And I have to like I said, I've been trying to finish this MIT program that I got an extension from, and still, it's kind of tough to manage with that. But it's just like you got to put certain things first. The I'm trying to think of what else. We had the NBA gambling scandal that was like about a month ago or something like that. I was going to tell a whole little spiel about like my history of gambling. I will reiterate: do not get that vice. Of all the vices to get, all vices are probably really horrible, but you definitely don't want the gambling one. I kind of had. I don't know if I'm going to go into the whole story, but like that kind of started in college for me. Because I'm like a huge sports fan. Like the person who's going to be at the barbershops like arguing over things, and I'm like I could kind of see the predictions. I feel like I know a lot about sports until you start gambling, and it becomes addicting, and then you start maybe falling behind, and then you start chasing that, and that's the worst place to be. But all overall, it's kind of like a sickness. I'm glad I don't do really entertain that anymore. I kind of do fantasy football. I do like an eliminator game, which I'm doing pretty well at, which was like $50 a head for the side game, and you win 550 if you win the eliminator. And eliminator is like you pick one team, you can only pick them once for throughout the season. You have to pick winners, and you in this eliminator game you can only lose twice. I'm the one of the last two people me and the other person have not picked a loser yet. So like I'm hoping to win that. My fantasy football season is trashed this year. But maybe one day I'll tell the whole gambling story, but like just don't get into that, please. Don't do that. It's even if it's just like I think what they say with the trading, like I don't know what the kids are doing now. Like they're getting into like trading, and that's kind of like almost like light gambling. Like I think it's so much more meaningful to earn the money versus to think you can cheat the system. Because like I said with this gambling scandal, it was Chauncey Billups, who's the coach of the Portland Trailblazers. He got the FBI kind of came down on him. That's still ongoing. Um, Damon Jones, who I think he was off and on. He was a player, and he was off and on like a assistant coach. And then who else? We had some baseball players get caught up in that, and then I think there was someone else on the player side of things that got I should know his name. It's been so long since I thought about it, but I think the dude from the Miami Heat and the Hornets, I just can't remember his name, but he got hemmed up too. So it's like some of these people are fixing these outcomes. So there's a whole lot of reasons why you don't want to bet. Just don't get into that. It's just it's not really what you want to do. It's not worth it. Um, Let me see. I think the last few months I've gotten on. Let me before I get to that. Let me talk about Thanksgiving. I hope we all had a great Thanksgiving. Like I was glad that this year I got to kind of just be a little lazy with it, and I didn't cook really anything besides a tofu turkey for my brother's fiance. I marinated that and kind of cooked that in a couple different ways. That turned out pretty good. I felt like it was a little tougher than I wanted it to be. I cooked rice. I think that came out, even though I was kind of rushing it, it came out well. Listen, people can burn. They can burn rice. Rice can come out bad, but um, the rice, I think it was awesome. And again, that's not really cooking. Let's just be clear about that. Rice is not cooking, but when you're cooking something for Thanksgiving, the the uh, the quality of execution matters for anything, big or small. So like I was really lucky that my sister, the baby sister, she did like most of the cooking this year. I bought like a fried turkey, so that was my first time having fried turkey. And it was I cooked it last year by myself for myself, but it was good to just not have to have that pressure to kind of have dinner by a certain time and execute by a certain time. So like Thanksgiving for me was My baby sister doing most of the cooking. We collaborated for different things. Did a little bit of grilling too. My girlfriend, she did some grilling, and then my brother and his fiance flew in town. I got to meet his fiance for the first time. We're gonna speak about that too. There's some little extra legs to that story. So my brother came in town and he was like, he does a podcast. I wasn't aware that he was doing something on a somewhat regular basis, but he had this idea of like he wants to do a family podcast. So that's something I'm probably gonna get into at some point, and I think that would be kind of cool because it would be cool to like have some co-hosts and stuff like that. I think it might be a train wreck because like even though it's four of us, we all have some different personalities or things that we like to talk about. I feel like unless he wants to. My brother, he really loves talking about investing. I'm like, that's going to be kind of a snooze fest. But there might be some topics where it's like we kind of clash on or don't, might not be as strong in. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. But that was something I was trying to set up last Christmas. I was trying to get Keeping Africa Passport Bro Free family podcast episode, but they were. I think my brother wasn't as deep into podcasting as he is now. But that's probably something for this year that'll happen. I think went down to Columbia, South Carolina. My girlfriend had a DJing gig. So I got to that was fun to be down there. We were just there for like a day or so. Trying to think of what else. Hope y'all had a great Thanksgiving. Let's see what else is going on. I think the last live I had, it was about the Charlie Kirk situation. I mean, it was like I said, I wanted to speak about it. I didn't know how comfortable I was gonna be about talking about certain details. Because like this was right in the within days of like what's his face losing his job, his talk show job. And I was like, and conservatives were just coming after everybody, trying to get them, whether you were a regular Joe or not, whether you're a celebrity, whether you're a regular Joe, whatever. They were trying to have you lose your job and shit. Just speaking about the stuff, repeating the stuff that he said, or having some type of critique for it. They were trying to come for your job. But so I was kind of like, I wanted to talk about it, but tiptoe it because I'm like, I don't, it was as much as the conservatives hate cancel culture, apparently they love it when they get to be on the offensive side of it. So it's like they're kind of hypocrites in that sense. But I want to put this on the record right now. Last episode, I was kind of speaking about the information as I knew it to be at that point. I had to call Red Pillar Best Friend maybe like a month and a half or so ago, and I said, Chris, I just want to put it on the record. I know I've been following the story, and it looks like the initial story used to be, was that this guy was a groiper, that the pew pewer was a groiper. I'm just gonna be honest with you. As the story, as the details started to come out later on, I do not feel confident that that's the only option. I don't even know if that's the truth anymore, because there's been a lot of weird things happening. Like that thing happened on that campus. They start cementing over the situation, the cause of the place, the scene, the crime scene or whatever. They're doing all kinds of renovations. They're pouring cement over the exact place that it happened. Things are getting repaired. It's weird. Like the weirdest thing is the trail and the concern about the investigation is like an all-time low. Nobody cares anymore. Not the wife or the widow. She doesn't apparently care anymore. Trump, nope. The Republicans, nope. Right wingers, nope. It doesn't seem like anybody cares anymore, except for the people on the liberal side of things that get hushed up in silence when they speak about it. So, and it's very odd that Erica Kirk is going to all these podcasts. Barry Chipper. It's weird. It's extremely weird. And when you start to see, I'm forgetting her name, one of Charlie Kirk's friends who leaked the information, the text that he had, where he was getting funding from Israel, and then he was saying, you know what, before the incident happened, I don't want to have to be told what I have to say. I don't want to feel like I can't talk about certain things. I was like, oh shoot. So I was like, I'm just gonna put it out there. I do not think that I'm not 100%. I'm not putting my money on it being a groiper anymore. But if it's a regular person, I feel that's definitely a strong possibility. But like, yeah, Candace Owens, thank you. Um, when she leaked those text messages and then Turning Point agreed with it, I said, oh boy, I don't believe. I don't think I know what happened anymore. And I don't really. And I said on the last live, I was like, I hope that we're going to get the true story. I'm not confident we're going to get the true story. I really don't think we're going to get it. I think it's going to get covered up. And so I want to put that on the record. Like I don't feel like I know what happened anymore. I don't, and it's just super weird that people are moving on. Like we have a new definition. We have. I never thought I would see what that bereavement could look like this. No disrespect, but everybody bereaves and everybody's bereavement looks different for everybody, but I never thought it would look like this. But I want to move off of that. I just want to make that known. It's been very weird and it's gotten very quiet, and it doesn't seem like people care anymore, which is weird. Except to make that man look like he's Jesus, but that's the last thing I'll say about this. What else? The last thing I'll say about that is FD Signifier put out a great video about conservative kind of violence. And I thought it's been going through different little edits as YouTube thought it was not suitable for content. So he's made some edits to it, but I'd recommend everybody to go watch that. It kind of speaks to like the history of culture wars in America, and how complicit and what part not Erica, but Charlie Kirk had to play in it. Let me see what else I wanted to talk about. There's like a ton of little banners. Let's see. Not in order. We talked about Halloween a little bit, or we're off that. Yeah, I was kind of like, I don't think they're okay. I'm gonna leave it at that, and I think I went on a spiel about that already. But like, yo, I went to TikTok the last couple of months. I went to TikTok, and I know that there was an area of YouTube that's like extremely toxic. So much so that I had to learn that like some of these people, like their whole life is panels, and to that point, it was just YouTube panels. And some people would, you go there, you could just be making your own content on your own channel. They don't like you, or you associate with certain people that they don't like. You let them on your panel. They want to come take your channel. So, so I was lucky to like get off their radar. Hold on, let's see. So yeah, I mean, listen, I didn't come prepared for it, but like that was wild. Like the reclassification of the professional degrees, that's wild. It's like it's a good. I gotta like talk about that in the next one. Like I saw that come across Trump. I don't understand why it's happening, but that's not something that was definitely something that we need to talk about. Like one of the things I also wanted to talk about was kind of like the government shutdown, but that's over now. And then the SNAP benefits. That was like something that was also really big. I think that was one of the reasons why I kind of pushed things out, because I was like, I really wanted to like talk about that. But yeah, we need to. I'll do some research on that. I definitely need to talk about that. That's a good one, DKT. Let me see. What was I was saying? Like, yeah, I went to TikTok and like I know I had some experiences with some very toxic people on YouTube, specifically in the micro YouTuber space. And I went over to TikTok and like, yo, there were some great things. There were some, it was the good, bad, and the ugly. Like the good, I got to talk with Therese H. Lee. I'm a really big fan of hers. We all have a common enemy with these right wing grifters. I got to kind of speak with Pub a little bit. public offender for those who don't know. We kind of didn't necessarily agree with, about 40-year-old men having children. I don't agree with that. His stance on it. Like, I think I get it. Um, it is old to start a family. Sure, I get that. But I think what's weird is like there's a lot of people on TikTok who have this idea of like, oh, you're a 40-year-old man. Do you freeze your sperm? And it's like, you you idiots don't understand why men do that in the first place. I know there's a stat that's being thrown out saying like, men's sperm at like 40 and 50 or whatever, it decreases over time. It doesn't jump that far off a cliff. It can for some guys, but there might be other things going on. But this idea, and I know they use that stat of like men's fertility kind of going down over time. They use it to kind of combat that tax that Manosphere does to women about fertility and some other things. But like they're just really putting a lot of sauce on it. And it's like all really what you have to do is just you can go take the male fertility test, and that gives you a lot of information. It does not tell you, um, you know, the probability of you fathering children that are going to have um, um, like schizophrenia, autism, things like that. No one can tell you that. Um, but like I said, people are kind of putting a little bit too much sauce on that. But what else? Um, I found out like, hey, and I'll admit it. There's a lot of toxicity on. There's a lot of friendly fire because, like, I'm anti red pill, anti manosphere. There's a lot of friendly fire within that same space. Um, of the anti manosphere stuff like that. And I ran into some really toxic people that like, I feel like TikTok is kind of like, how do I want to describe it? It's kind of like a war zone for like think pieces. Like it's, there were people, there was a particular couple of people that thought like, they thought that I was a grifter. And I'm like, if y'all only knew, I'm the furthest thing from it. Um, I'm doing this because I enjoy this, this topic. I've explained on this channel that like, I'm not gonna be talking about manosphere stuff forever. I'm not gonna be doing that. And we'll speak about why. Um, but for the time being, I enjoy talking about this. And they were just like, and I was like, hey, I'm not gonna be talking about this forever because at some point, manosphere might not be like that much of a popular topic. And she was just like, you're a grifter. And I'm like, wait, hold on. There's no way I'm a grifter. Like I don't look at analytics. I'm doing this because I'm having fun. I'm doing this because it's a topic that I enjoy. I do this because I take my time and I put out stuff that I'm really passionate about. I haven't made opinion from this. I don't say that all very often, but I guess that needs to be reiterated, and I don't care to because I enjoy making this content and having these discussions. But like you know, just like anything social media, like people are trying desperately to put you in a box. They're trying to, make a narrative on you. Like when, with whether it's Tia Mowry, or Tracy Ellis Ross, these people have never met those women, but they're desperate to put them in a box and say, "This is what your life looks like, and this is how you live in, and this is how sad you are, and this is what you regret." And it's like y'all don't know anything about these people. Let me check in the comments real quick. Um, no, 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 no. Hold on. I don't know if I've ever seen you, Jeff, but I'm saying there's levels to toxicity. There's levels. Like, let me go into these levels. That's a good comment. I went over to TikTok and like I said, friendly fire. Like all have a common enemy. We hate Red Pillar. We hate what they're doing to children. We hate what they're doing. We hate that it's feasting in the Black community. Um, I had been on some panels with some women, and like they were talking about, what's the solution for the Black community? And one person said like, we just need to put these Black men down and just use your imagination, pew pew. And I was like, okay. And, or just different things like that. Like, yeah, we need to just like, get our pew pews and put them down. And I was like, this is toxic as fuck. That's not a solution. I know, like, when Cynthia G said something like, "Don't we need?" I forget. I'm going to paraphrase, but she was saying something about birthing male babies, and I'm like, it. Sometimes you can eat there's sometimes with certain messages you can eat the fish and spit out the bone. Um, And I think with Cynthia G, I understood, hey, I think I understand what she means. And a lot of times with people like Cynthia G, she's speaking about the the bad actors in the community. She's not speaking about every single black guy. And the same thing with me. Like a lot, like when people first see me, they'll sometimes say, "Oh, he's just pandering. He's just completely and against men." And I'm like, no, I'm speaking about certain men. I'm not speaking about all black men. I'm not doing that. So I'm just saying, like, Jeff, it's not my first rodeo, but every once in a while, you're gonna you're going to experience something that's just like, oh my god, I didn't believe people talk like this or felt like this or thought like this and share these kinds of ideas on both sides. Like there are people on both sides, the right and the left, that are toxic as fuck. Like I mean, I'm not saying it's equal, but I'm saying that they're and it goes unchecked. Um and it's so I'm trying to figure out where I want to go with that, but it's just like there's toxicity on both sides. Um and I think the last thing, one other person was like, "Yo, I feel like women need to become more violent, and then men will respect them and fear them and stuff like that." And I was just like I don't like that reality of like one, you're taking penitentiary chances just to prove a point. I don't really, I hear what you're saying, but like I don't think that that makes sense. But like I said, there's some really toxic conversations, and I think where I got with it with TikTok is like it has helped age me in a way where I'm like certain conversations with certain people is not worth my time anymore. Like the woman who I'm dating, my girlfriend, aka and DKTSU posting that, we'll get to that. Um, like the one who I'm dating, she's like, Chris, just you need to leave the circus. Stop. You cannot save these adults. You need to figure out a way to like unplug, go offline, and help these kids in real life. I agree. I mean, that's something I've been thinking about from time to time. But she's like, there's no helping these adults. And I spoke about it on a previous podcast saying like, I'm washing my hands with these manospheric men, and not all souls can be saved. Like, um, I'm throwing myself off my point, but it's just like it's not my first rodeo, and like I said, I'm back with it. I've gotten to a point where I'm like, there's certain conversations that are not worth having because I want to have grown. I come to TikTok and I don't post any content. I just come over there to just have some adult conversations. But like, it's almost as if let's just say you are on one side of the equation of an argument, and you've run into people who are on the other complete opposite side, and to have that mature conversation, we got to have some understand. We got to be able to agree on certain things. We got to be able to agree to play fair, to not throw low blows, to come into this conversation saying, "Hey, I'm willing to learn something. I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to kind of say, make admit that I was wrong, or admit that I misspoke." But like, um, people on TikTok or on social media for different reasons. Some of them are to make money. Some of them are just to come over and slam dunk people, and some of them are trying to get clout. And it's like I said, like I'm not here regardless of whether it's like YouTube or TikTok. Like it's just like we all got, a lot of us have things going on in our lives, and it's like my time is too valuable to just jump on a panel and argue. It's fun from time to time, but it's like I can't spend all day talking to people that like you don't really understand where these people what are the makeup of these people. There are people up here that I witnessed it on TikTok that are quoting statistics, and they might not have graduated from high school. No disrespect. I'm just saying they're using statistics and they don't understand statistics. Not even the context. They're using talking points that they don't understand the context of those talking points. And that's when I started to realize, you don't know the mental health makeup of these people you're arguing with online. So it could be it really gives life to that saying. My red pill best friend would always say, like, you don't want to wrestle with a pig. You don't want to mud wrestle with a pig because you're both gonna get up. You're both gonna get muddy and messy, and the pig's gonna love it. So it's like you might dunk someone on a panel on TikTok. You'll be there tomorrow. What you didn't first of all, foremost, you didn't change the world, and that person, there's gonna be another version of that person within the next hour, the next day, the next week. And so you didn't really change anything. So like I'm starting to like really get to the point where it's like a lot of these conversations, it's just yickety yak. Because Um, what when you start to look at stuff like Charlie Kirk's situation, Charlie Kirk was like it was astroturfed virality because he had donors. He had donors, foreign and domestic. He had 90 million pumped into him, I think, domestically. And then he had foreign money, allegedly, that what we saw from Candace Owens' tweets and content that she shared. You can't compete with that. So he's going to go viral no matter what. And so you start to realize these people who are going viral, they have people in their back pocket. They have help. Um, in this marketplace of ideas called the internet and social media, it's not a fair fight, and you're not going to defeat them online. Like I've gotten to the point where I'll admit it, the Manosphere cannot be defeated online. They cannot, because they online, the loudest person in the room, the most persuasive person in the room, the person with the most money behind them, they might even have government, like I said, foreign and domestic involvement. You can't really beat them as just a regular Joe. It would be like a Herculean, like literally Herculean effort. So it's like, as I've been doing research and putting out these episodes, I'm like, to make change, to defeat the Manosphere, it's really policy driven. It's really, I know it was a touchy subject, DKT. I was kind of like scratching my head trying to think of the solutions on the Charlie Kirk episode. Like this Constitution, it might beg some reinterpretation, some modification. Let's just say modifications, if you will, at least a discussion, because people are abusing free speech. What the Manosphere is doing is protected by free speech. Some other countries have kind of tackled it because they have different type of rights. And I'm not saying I'm against free speech. Like it, I'm not saying that, but it's like these people are blatantly abusing free speech, and it's to the detriment of a lot of people's mental health. It is to the detriment of their self-esteem and a whole lot of other things, and just the direction of the country. And like I said, like we have liberals, we have conservatives. I don't know if I want to go with that point, but I'm just saying, like, we should all be playing fair. And what we've seen with Turning Point is these people don't care about playing fair. They will talk about they'll talk about college being an indoctrination place for students in the direction of liberal-minded thinking. But what did Turning Point just do? They set up shop. They stopped, dropped, and opened up shop on college campuses to debate and recruit and brainwash children. So they did exactly what they said was not right. They assumed was being done by liberals and stuff like that to a certain degree. So I'm trying to make I think what the point is like, I realize like the social media is not a place where you can really make to change a society. It can, but it's like it's going to take a whole, in certain situations, it's going to take a whole lot more work offline than online. But there is the people online do serve a purpose. But you can't. I don't think we're going to be able to make change just online. Yeah. I mean, listen, okay, DKT. Like I get it. That's a fact that men can. I'm not contesting that men can have children later on in life, but like there's a practicality to it. Like for me, there's definitely I'm not one of those people who wants to have children at 85. I care about being in that child's life. It's not just a legacy play to just be able to plop a child on the earth and say, oh my gosh, look, I got another son or another daughter, I extended my family. No, like there's definitely I'm glad that when I was going through my divorce, I was like, I just made up a number. I was like 45. I thought about it and I prayed on it and I was like, 45 sounds like a good number. And as I've been going, as the years have passed, I was like, I'm glad I made that 45. I think it should be earlier than 45. Because at some point, you were missing you've already missed a lot of time, and you're running out of time to an extent. You are running out of time. I think just the people like Al Pacino, like you're saying, they have money, and I think that they're saying, I don't got a lot of time, but I got a lot of money. We can make it work. And I wouldn't want to do that. But I get what you're saying. Um, let's see. Black pillars are more superficial than red pillars. Are you familiar with black pill? I'm not the SME of it, but I know it on the high level, DKT, about the black pill being. And feel free to correct me. The black pill, I believe, is the nihilistic people where they're like, I'm gonna throw my hands up. It's nothing that can be done. It's all about looks maxing. It's all about it's already predestined that you lose, because it's just gonna go to the Chads or the people who are more attractive and more desirable. Da, da, da. And the red pill is, I'm not. Maybe I could. Let's see. Let me give a stab at the red pill. Red pill, I think, is trying to understand that the women's point of view in this about society is geared towards women, understanding the nature of women, quote unquote, from their point of view, um, and just other aspects of the hypergamy and blah blah blah. Feel free to correct me, and I'm just doing this off the top of the head, but um, superficial than red pillars. Black pillars are more superficial than red pillars. I mean, I think that's worth a debate. DKT. Um, Cynthia G meaning exactly what she said. um, if she was physically assaulted, she should be allowed. I mean, that's a good conversation. It's a good conversation, DKT. I think that, and it gets into this conversation. Like it might be like a conversation for another time, but like, I think we should do the best we can to try to at least say something. Try to at least say something, assist in some type of way. And you have to. I think you probably have to pick and choose your battles, but it's like, um, we should not stand by and watch someone be assaulted. Um, I'll leave it at that. But that's a good question. I mean, let's see. Okay, that's okay. I'm saying I'm not saying that like having money behind you invalidates what you're trying to say. I'm saying that like it's a good question. What I'm trying to say is that with the with the red pill, I think MLK and Gandhi were trying to do more move. I mean, they were trying to go at things from a more of a peaceful angle. Um, we have Charlie Kirk, which, like I said, it's disrespectful to put him in the same category of, after he passed away, people were saying like, oh my gosh, like there were so many different little angel memes, and oh my gosh, let's put up a statue of him on every college campus. Hell no. Um, they were kind of comparing him to like the Malcolm X's and the Martin Luther Kings, and I think it's a disrespectful conversation because um, what there's just a lot of different reasons. One, Charlie Kirk was saying a lot of stuff that was anti-LGBTQ, which was making things more dangerous for LGBTQ people. He was saying things that were he was spreading a lot of negative black propaganda, racist black propaganda. So I'm saying it's like, if conservatives want to, I'm not against people having foreign donors. I'm saying like what Charlie Kirk was doing, and I have a banner for it, is like it's it it's making it's making this country a worse place. Let me put it this way. Um, like he's making it a shithole country. Um, he's one of the things. One of the reasons why I kind of wanted to talk about today is like the provocateurs and the propagandists, and I think Charlie Kirk was both. Um, and he was not here to help people's lives. He was here with an agenda to get Trump elected, to get people in his party elected, to make himself some money. Let me go back to your point. No, there's no comparison. And like I said, if we had someone, you know, running, doing sleazy things like Charlie Kirk on the left side, I would say the same thing. Um, let's call him out. Um, Talcum X, and I'm not saying he's the same level of as Charlie Kirk. Talcum X, what was it? Malcolm? I'm forgetting his name. Hold up, he was part of like the Shea Butter Twitter. Now, hold on, let me see. I gotta get his name right. He's a Morehouse man as well. Um, Talcum X. Um, I should know his name. I just haven't thought about it in a while. Um, and it hurt my heart when he was running with Bernie Sanders. Um, Sean King, that's his name. Um, I don't like Sean King. I'm anti Sean King. There were a lot. I was kind of like anti woke stuff because like it's not that I don't like woke. It's just that like people weaponize it kind of like in a TikTok fashion. People grift um, with it. I never really liked um, Malcolm Talcum X. Uh, like I said, I'm gonna get into I'm gonna get into that. What's up, OB? Like I said, sorry y'all for this is definitely my longest hiatus, but I'm doing good. Like trying to living life, trying to finish some things, trying to set some things up. Um, how are you doing, OB? Um, yeah, but this is like I said, this was for a different time. Like and for a different agenda. Like Malcolm X was trying to, I mean not Malcolm X, Martin Luther King was trying to fight for equality for African Americans, trying to I think one of the last things he was doing was kind of talking about uh, I think it was like the poor people's he wrote a letter out about poverty and stuff like that. So he was this is like Charlie Kirk was doing it versus Malcolm X. I mean versus Martin Luther King. It was nothing. It was not. We're talking about a positive person, um, and we're talking about someone who's kind of like a rage baiter. Which rage bait, as like a little segue, Oxford word of the year, and that's what Charlie Kirk was to me. Is like he was a rage baiter. Does that erase everything that Charlie Kirk was? No, he was probably a loving husband. I mean, if you look up the facts, that dude he lived a very weird life, and it's gotten only weirder since he's passed away. But that's besides the point. But I've said it in the last live. I was like, that dude worked really hard, regardless of whether I felt like it was sleazy or not. He worked very hard for his party. He was very politically ambitious. He spoke at the RNC twice, but I think that what he was doing was uh, it was terrible content. It made the world a worse place. He helped destroy this country. He took away from this country. He did not make this country a great country. He did not add anything positive through his turning point stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I mean, um, yeah, I always I don't I always appreciate like Zed giving me the opportunity to do these things. Um, like I said, I'm just kind of like a perfectionist. I think life got in the way. I only like I said, I'm a perfectionist. I don't only want to show up a certain type of way. I'm glad Zed was hosting lives. I just don't want to. I don't want to cheapen the product. Um, but see, we're talking about like who. These are great questions, by the way, DKT. But um, it was a different time period where black people were not treated as equal. They were getting hosed. They were getting bit by dogs. They were, we had the Selma. We had all that kind of stuff. Like his opponents, they have a whole. If you ever come to Atlanta, DKT, you need to come to the the Black History Museum. It's awesome. I recommend everybody going to see it when they come if they come to Atlanta. Like the problem is King's opponents were negative people. So I see what you're getting at. Is that, and I'll say it with this: is like maybe all provocateurs aren't maybe not rage baiting, but like maybe not all provocateurs are the same. I'll say that. I'll land with that. Is and I think the perfect comparison is, or the perfect way to show that is, you got to lift up and do the homework on Martin Luther King. You got to lift up someone like Charlie Kirk, um, and you got to watch um, FD Signifier's video, where there was like somebody even that he was comparing Charlie Kirk to, that I think existed back in Martin Luther King's day, who was a provocateur of similar to, he was like the predecessor of Charlie Kirk. You need to like look at, so not all these provocateurs are the same. Um, let's see. I mean, he did say that. He did say that. I kind of had a little bit of a hot take because like the manosphere they'll talk about, and the right wingers, the pronatalists, they'll speak about the birth rate, and you even saw Erica Kirk kind of talking about how, and Charlie Kirk would spread the same message of like, I think women need to just get a husband and have babies, and it's like it's so much more complicated than that, especially in this day and time. But it's like, I don't think the manosphere understands that when we have like AI and robotics, a lot the birth rate that they think they know might not be, it might not be factoring in that reality that Elon Musk is talking about, or just the reality where AI and robotics are really starting to eliminate jobs and things like that. So there's, but yeah, he did say that. So I'd really like to see how that's going to happen. Let me go back to the banners. I guess I'll go into it. I'll speak a little bit about this. This might actually happen next year. I'll be dead serious. Like, there's gonna be a little bit of fear. There's always gonna be a little bit of fear. Um, there's always gonna be this idea of like, should I blow my life up? Listen? I have a good, really cushy life being a single, no kids. But I think mentally, I've made some strides, and I'm like, and it helps to have like a partner who's like, what are you waiting for? And I'm ready to do this. Da, 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 da. I'm ready whenever you are. Blah blah blah. So it's like, I think it actually might happen. I think it actually might happen. So Amer Talks Live. A lot of people who were saying, "Oh, Chris is not going to make it. He's not going to make the 45." It seems like I might. So let's see. Let me move it along. So, like, in the spirit of the conversation that I think DKT and I were having, is like, we don't have studies that are coming out to really, we should really be holding these social media platforms accountable, YouTube included, of like, there's so much, the effect that brain rot content that's had on adults and kids. Like, I know that they're in certain countries, and I think even some of these Republicans and other politicians are saying, hey, let's ban social media for people who are under 16. Instagram's coming out with this concept of teen accounts. Okay, fair enough. But the people who need the internet censorship the most, it's adults, honestly. And I think that I think it's really, I was doing some studies, some querying DKT and everyone else, like, in the last month or so, and I was like, I know that this manosphere, it kind of exploded in the pandemic, but things like men's rights activists, it existed, I think, in the 80s, maybe even earlier, just very quietly. And I'm just kind of thinking some ideas out there and saying, like, some of these platforms, the MySpaces, the Facebooks, um, some of these other platforms, the Reddits, they've helped to introduce brain rot content, not just like making us addicted to being online. That's another problem too. But like, the content that we have, DKT, it's disgusting. Not just visually, but like intellectually. Um, there's like, it's like no holds barred. It's like there's no censorship at all. It's just like, you can open, I don't know what your Instagram feed looks like, but And I know it's algorithm driven, but it's just like, yo, the kind of content that people can make uh on these platforms, it's it has to have like a negative impact to society. And that's where I think some of this frustration with coming out of the manosphere is coming from. It's like social media is kind of like making people feel like, oh, this is the world, this is reality. It's playing with people's perception of reality. And people, a lot of their opinions of what's going on in reality is like social media driven. It's not real life anecdotal advice. They're just seeing what they see online, and it's ruining their perception of reality. um let's see. I was shocked to learn that people get their news from. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if that shift has happened, DKT. I'm with you. Like, there was like a hard shift where it's like, nah, I don't know who gets their media from legacy media anymore. Like, I get mine from like Twitter, um, YouTube, maybe. Um, I rarely go to CNN. I don't watch CNN. Like, I cut the cord. I don't think I have CNN. But yeah, no more Walter Cronkite. Yeah, it's there's a shift, and I think that was Elon's dream of getting X. Is he was looking at legacy media being a dying breed. Um, let me see. So I said this kind of us in a sense. Um, and so it kind of, but it begged this question. I kind of like stepped on like all these topics of like, we really need to study how effective, because like I said, the manosphere, they think it's like a Gen Z thing where, oh my gosh, these are people who grew up in an age where they had the internet. They've always had a phone shoved in their face, or they've always had a tablet in their face. They Everything is digital. They don't really have any the social dynamics have changed. They're online. They're not really getting out. They're not really touching grass. Da, da, da. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. That might be true, but there are also 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 60-year-olds that are echoing the same talking points. And that's why I'm thinking, like, I'm getting to the point of like, yo, some of these people, regardless of their generation, I think they might have been brain rotted. Um, or the social media has helped to um, cause social degeneracy. And how long does that take to happen? It needs to be studied. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna get back to this. We're not gonna talk about this right yet. Um, so I was talking about like a previous point about like, yo, the the manosphere really can't be beat online. It cannot. The alt right really can't be beat online. Um, it can't. And I think one was something that was like really discouraging was like, we had this young Republicans group get outed, and I didn't even get to read all the text messages. I just heard through different videos and stuff like that. And then like within days, JD Vance is like, hey, you know what? These are kids. Kids will be kids. They're gonna have some locker room conversations. And I was like, if we got the White House excusing and shoving, sweeping this under the rug, like there's nothing we can do online. The content that I'm making, I was telling Maya today, I was like, I'm at the place where I realize the content I'm making, pub, no disrespect, all of us, like, we're not gonna be able to destroy the manosphere. Um, Not online, like offline. I think there's definitely a way to do it. Um, I think there's definitely a way to do it offline. Um, let's see. Okay, I need to look at that. Ever since social media came along, sales map. Yeah, DKT, we got common ground here tonight. I didn't think I was gonna see. I didn't think I was gonna see this happen. Um, let's see. Yeah, like we DKT, we got common ground here. We have a common enemy. Um, and how this country doesn't give a shit. Like I said, like specifically the conservatives, um, talking about like they'll take these moral high grounds about anti-LGBTQ and I don't want these kids getting indoctrinated and this and that. It's like, yo, but y'all don't care about the kind of content and the brain rot stuff for the adults too. It's not just for kids, but it's like, we've seen the same thing DKT with AI. The AI can like do everything. Listen, I'm leaning on it for my program. Let's be clear about that. But listen, it gave me a great recipe to do a marinade for a tofu turkey, tofurkin. It's like, but getting back to the point, yeah, like it needs to be studied, and we need to do something about the type of content. We're in the place now, DKT and OB, where I think we've talked about Shirley Chisholm in the past. That when we grew up, the M&Ms, people were just, the parental advisory CDs were coming out, and like parent, and before that, the Lukes, and Two Live Crew, and people were trying to push back against that and saying, no, we need to censor this. We can't show this. We can't have this type of music. And now we're having that fight now. But we have that fight with social media, which is a way bigger monster. So like something has to be done about that. And that's why I'm saying, like, I'm just like, until the solution for all this stuff is policy driven, political, it's the what you gonna call it? The it's political. It is also offline in just our communities, which I'm gonna kind of, yeah, maybe okay. Yeah, Dolores Tucker gets Tupac. Let's see. King of the Hill dedicated insults today. Bobby Jr. was influenced. That sucks. And I got like some hot takes about the Manosphere. Like, it's like I said, it's just sad that like, DKT and OB and others, like, no one's gonna come to help. This country doesn't give a shit. When our parents were kids, or our parents, became parents, they were dealing with culture wars. This country runs off culture wars. They're not gonna do they're not gonna do shit. They gotta have these culture wars going. They've got to have this progressive versus anti-progressive battle constantly. And they're not willing to start a critique. They feel like they're almost like above reproach. They don't deserve that. They're not going to entertain anybody's think pieces or anybody's opinions or anybody's. It's sad that we're having to fight for this. We need to fight for this kind of stuff. It's sad. Like, but like I said, I'm happy, DKT, that like we're reaching some common ground on this. Okay, a minute. My sister's a big reader. I don't really read that much. Not books really. But yes, to your point, like, that needs to be questioned. I love a good IT book. I'll tell you that. Let's see. Worst punishment is one. Yeah. I agree with you, DKT. Let me go down the banners. Let's make a quick. Let's do a quick shift. It's definitely timely. The quarter zip movement. People were catching. It's a lot of think pieces. A lot of. I think mostly it's innocent. I think Angie and TJ, she put out a great video about how imposters could try to co-opt that movement, just like most imposters try to co-opt different movements. But I think overall, like, these are like teenage and 20-year-old men. As I joke around on some of these previous podcasts, like, when I was in high school, I had a Bobby Valentino. Like, I used to wear FUBU. I was figuring things out, experimenting with different things, like, and I think there were a lot of different strays. I think I want to maybe like show a video if for the people who don't know about what the quarter zip movement is. Let me see if I can find it. Let me find this. Let me put a new. Let me share some content. Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen. It's been a while. Give me 1 second. I'm washed. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I forgot to put the fair use on, but we're gonna just go for it anyway. So like fair use, so the quarter zip movement was like a bunch of like performative dudes that are like some of them, they're trying to encourage, as they would say like offline, like the YNs to like no longer dress in tech fleeces and athleisure, and put on quarter zips and I guess khakis and stuff like that. And some of this was innocent, some of this was very performative, um, but some of it was problematic. Let's watch one of these. Um, I I shared the wrong link, but we're going to let me see if I can find a better one. I know I had a better link. Um, the whole thing about it was like, um, okay, I'm like, give me 1 second. Can y'all hear me? I'm so fucking washed. Let me see, 1 second. Let me know if y'all can hear me in the chat real quick, because I don't want to like mess this up further. Let me look at my audio settings. I think y'all can. No, you can't. Okay, I think y'all can hear me now. I think I'm back. Let me move forward. Um, yeah, I'm so washed. Um, let's do this. So going back to Instagram, I guess it was started by a couple, this guy, I guess, who lives in New York. Um, let's see if we can let's go past it. So like again, guys, it's they're making jokes of it. They're horsing around on social media, claiming that they're YNs. They're not though, and then they're making that transition. And the whole thing is supposed to say, "Oh, if you put on this quarter zip, your life changes. You think your life becomes better and stuff like that." And it's just like, I get it, y'all horsing around, whatever. Um, but again, it's mostly jokes. but I think it brought up a lot of different think pieces of like, is this elitism? Is I'm trying to think of some of the other. Let me see if I can find the other talking points about this. But like, was it elitism? Let me see. Let me get to my talking points. Like, um, I know back in like years ago, when Young Dro first came out, he had this one mixtape. I think it was called like Black Boy, White Boy, and his whole thing was like, his whole thing was like wearing polo, and he was basically the quarter zip movement in a rapper, um, from his style aesthetic. But the way I'm looking at this, some people have said, "Hey, this might be a recession indicator." So again, the think pieces are coming out. Um, some people were saying this respectability politics. Um, like people like me were getting shots thrown at us because like people will like look at me and be like, "Oh, Chris must be he must be like a quarter zip person." Listen, for Thanksgiving, my brother and I we were wearing full zips just cause that wasn't planned. But I'm saying like people in social media try to like assume they know you and okay. I'll get to that. Nikita. That's a good post. But I'm just saying, um, what I was trying to say was like they'll try to assume that like, oh, all Chris does is dress preppy. I'm like, most days I'm wearing like a lot of athleisure. I'll dress up when I have to, when it calls for the occasion. I did that 2024 Black menswear event, but I don't dress like that every single day. And I know when people did the Black menswear event, there were a lot of think pieces that came out that like, oh, this is performative. Oh, this is like people are just showing off. They're just I forget what the think pieces were, but like, oh, you think you put on this suit and it changes you? And it's like, no, people are just putting on their suits because they just want to. There's an opportunity to put on, and people want to like dress to the nines. But let me go back. Yeah, I mean, listen, I went to a high school in St. Louis, a preppy all boys school, Catholic, uh, I guess Christian school is called CBC. Larry Hughes, one of the best players from St. Louis, he went there. It was an all boys school. It was like military. It was like it was religion, but then it was also kind of like led by. It had like a military aspect too. So like dress code. So like I was doing that at high school for the first 2 years of my high school tenure, just dressing like that. So that was just kind of like a lot of that was just kind of ingrained in me. Like growing up, whenever you have a school that has a dress code, like you might have been a quarter zip dude. But like no, I'm not I'm not dressing like that all the time. And like I will you'll definitely catch me in some athleisure, some Yeezys and some different stuff going on, some graphic tees or whatever. You want to wear what makes you feel comfortable, and I think that's the thing that's getting mixed up with like the core zip movement is people are assuming that like if you're ever doing something because for the trend, I think that's whack. But like I've always like tried to pride myself on like just being who I am, dressing who I am, being being proud of like who I am and being different, not trying to follow the herd and talk like everyone else, look like everyone else, doing following trends because that's actually something I want to do, but not the peer pressure. So and then Morehouse, it didn't really have a dress code. I mean, if you there's times where you had to go to chapel and you had to dress up for that or whatever, or church. Like everybody was a quarter zip dude. I'm sure at one point in their life when they had to go to church. I mean, so let's see. I'm so tired of black men who are in their 40s. I mean, I hear you, DKT, but like you gotta let them live. I think it's like dress for the. I'm really a bit. I think where we probably agree, DKT, is you got to dress for the occasion. I think that's one of my pet peeves. I think that's one of my pet peeves is like be able to dress for when the time calls for it. Dress for the occasion. Otherwise, everything else doesn't really matter. Let's see. We kind of agree on the quarter zip. Like I said, I like it, but like I don't like the people who are doing it in a very performative way where it's like um hey, in a way where it's like almost coming off of like I'm better than you, da, 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 da. And it's like so it's like within this core zip movement, just like any movement on social media, you're gonna have people who are doing they're legit content creators. Like the guy who did the original core zip movement video, he's been getting, speaking gigs and editorials and things like that. So like he's the founder of the core zip movement. So like a lot of these movements, somebody's trying to monetize off of it, and some of these people are content creators and they're just doing it in a way that's performative. Um, they're trying to squeeze as much as they can out of that movement. But to speak to your point, um, saying their hands. I mean, like I said, like people should be able to express themselves. Um, so I think one of the things that like before I get off on this point, um, the people who they were looking at the core zip movement and they were saying, "Oh, this is respectability politics. Oh, this is it. This is anti-black. This and that." Like, listen, I love the Met Gala. I don't dress like super fashionable all the time, but when the time calls for it, when there's an opportunity for it, like I do enjoy the uh, some fashion. You look at the NBA and all those dudes, professional sports in general, they're all like dressed to the nines most of the times in some type of way, whether it's even if it's an athleisure thing, they're wearing like really expensive athleisure and stuff like that. But um, I think that everybody's got a different style. So like there's this guy on Instagram called like I think it's called Fits from the Streets, and what I really love about him is like he's running up to different celebrities or different people on the street, and people got they have their own unique styles. Some of it might be quarter zip type of fashion. Some of it is uh, like athleisure or kind of like urban wear, whatever, streetwear, whatever. So, like I said, like the people, I think one of the biggest problems with the core zip movement is they have this assumption that like the people who wear quarter zips don't also wear Nike Techs. I will wear they're extremely expensive, but I'm not against wearing a Nike Tech. It's kind of dumb expensive to be wearing a sweatsuit that's like 120 on the top and 120 on the bottom, and it's unless it's like really um like fashion forward. I bought some stuff that I bought some. I'm rambling, but I bought some like Nike forward stuff, and that's kind of like fashion forward in my opinion, Nike stuff. And when they do put out stuff like that, I'll cop that. But like the tech, it's just kind of basic to me. It's just like I think someone said it best, like one of the professional athletes. They were like, "That's just what the professional athletes wear in between games." But no disrespect, they're comfy. It's just like it's just expensive. Let's see. Yeah. That might be true. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is though, from depends on the industry, that impression might have to look different. Um, but and it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about like, yo, when the time calls for it, you know, um, you got to just be able to dress for the occasion and make their. I agree with you. The impressions are important, but um, people should have the room to be able to express themselves, whether that's hair, whether that's clothes, stuff like that. And a lot of times in certain industries, it's just about like, are you able to do what you say you can do? Are you really talented? Like I want my, what, I'll finish it even since I started. Like if you're a musical artist, if you're a DJ, do you really need to be a quarter zip dude to be successful? No. And I'll like leave it with that. But like, I didn't want to kill like a dead horse, but I think it was timely. I think it's something that has to be talked about, the core zip movement, and just how people are just catching strays. Like me saying like with people thinking that like, oh, this must be how he dresses all the time. It's like y'all don't even know me. Um, um, let's see. Okay, correct. All I'm saying is like, um, there was a little bit of pushback in the core zip movement where people were saying like, "Hey, the way they're dressing is anti-black. Um, they're doing the most and stuff like that," or just like kind of almost discouraging men from like embracing fashion in a sense. I was kind of like, maybe that's a think piece of my own, but like I think that um, men should be able to feel comfortable to be able to embrace fashion, um, different trends that might not be, you know, widely accepted. But I'm just saying, yes, I agree with you. The stuff that they're wearing at the Met Gala is like costumes in a lot of cases. But I'm saying I get giddy when that stuff comes out because I enjoy seeing fashion and different areas of creativity. So I'm just saying with this corset movement, these guys are young, their 20s and their teens, and they deserve to have the opportunity to express their themselves in fashion if they're doing this for the right reasons. Um, and you never know where that might take them. Like there's that guy. Since we talked about this quarter zip thing, the guy I want to close on is that guy named Wisdom. I follow him on Instagram. I love what he does, and he's not always like he's wearing a wide array of different types of clothes. And I also follow the guys who are kind of like the suited and booted guys, fashion influencers too. Just kind of like sometimes you can get some ideas from them, see what's trendy, see what's uh sample some different things that they're doing. But like dressing well doesn't have to be suit and tie. Dressing well does not have to be quarter zip is what I'm trying to get across. Like you can be dressed well in some streetwear. You really can. Um People are doing it. But I get what you're saying with the sagging pants. I get what you're saying, but like you gotta let these people live. Like let's see. I'm trying to see where to go next. We talked about rage bait being Oxford word of the year. Let me see. I want to see what I want to show. You know what? I might open up the panel tonight. I do have some stuff to show, but let me look at the banners. I think I was kind of having an epiphany. Why is it showing that? Hold on. This is not supposed to. Give me a second. This is not supposed to be a ticker. I'm so washed. That I was starting to think about Jack and Jill and Boulay. Okay, before we get to that, appreciate it. Let's see. Before I get into it, let's see. 150 some Nike pants, 150 a Nike hoodie. Most I'm taking away from you. I don't spend that on selection. Okay. Oh, irresponsible. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Okay, I was like, oh, I'm like, you got it like that. Okay, like some of these brands will have T-shirts for like $80 or something, or $100 or $200 or whatever. But let me go back to the banner. I was thinking about like Jack and Jill and Boulay, and thinking about growing up and kind of being annoyed with how dedicated my mom was to Jack and Jill. Like she put my brother and my sisters through that, and stayed into it, and was still like after my baby sister had graduated, who's 10 years younger than me, still serving on boards, still putting on functions, still putting out newsletters, and she's part of multiple social groups. And I started thinking about it. It's not fully fleshed out yet, but I was like, Boulay catches strays too. And people, I think when I first started doing this on Zed's channel, I was mentioning like my dad, he's part of the Boulay. And there's a lot of people who have these opinions about Boulay being the Illuminati, and they're sacrificing people, or they're super elitist, and they're this and this and that. And they have all these think pieces about it. It's bad. They think it's terrible for the Black community, this and this and that. And it's like these type of groups, I'm not saying these are the only groups, I'm just mentioning two. They are very necessary. And now I kind of understand like why my mom, I need to talk to her about this, but I have a hunch of like why she's stuck in those groups. We saw this kind of like months ago and throughout the years with the Ralph Lauren collection, which I forgot to mention that was supposed to be a tie into the the quarters at people that when we saw the Ralph Lauren collection from the guy from Morehouse, a black fashion creative director from Morehouse, and those pieces were expensive as fuck. If you want a sweater, it might run you like $400, $500. They were expensive, and I'm from Morehouse. I wanted to cop a piece. I was like, maybe I'm not gonna do it. But I'm glad that someone got that spot. And they put out like an ode to some to Spellman and Morehouse, and put out some like some pieces that represented Spellman and Morehouse, but represented like I don't know what year time frame, but like a lot earlier ago, like a lot long time ago type of fashion. I don't know if it was like the 40s or something like that, but it's like when that came out, there was a lot of flack towards the Ralph Lauren launch of like, this is too expensive, and this is elitist, and this and that. And you hear the same thing when you hear like black families vacationing at Martha's Vineyard. That was like too rich for my family's blood. But you'll see the people from Martha's Vineyard get shots thrown at them unnecessarily. They're not doing anything performative. They're not like bragging. They're not boasting. They're not putting people down. They're just vacationing. But they catch some strays, and it got me thinking about like why Jack and Jill and Boulay are like very important. You can hate Jack and Jill and Boulay and some other groups and think that it's not very well represented. You're right. It's not. It's not completely inclusive. It's not. Not all these groups are inclusive for everybody, sure. But what they are successful at doing, and I think maybe like a unintentional win for those groups, is Manospheric type of thought does not penetrate those groups. Not the Boulay, not Jack and Jill. And what Jack and Jill really was is a group where, and as speaking as a Jack and Jill kid, like I think the effort is really to give kids that are growing up in a certain type of lifestyle or a certain type of upbringing. They're trying to surround them with like kids who are going through the same type of experience. They're trying to make the world smaller. They're trying to like, specifically for me, like I told y'all, like I was an introvert up until a certain part of my life. Like I didn't really do a lot of social things. So like Jack and Jill was kind of like a thing for me to like be social, not only just with people in my same city, but they would have regionals where like all the Jack and Jills from different cities would come to meet to a certain city and kind of like get to hang out, party with each other for like a weekend or whatever like that. And it's really kind of a conversation about to try to, like I said, surround you with like kids who are going through a similar experience. And I'm not saying that like, and it's not necessarily on the same level. You could be coming from an affluent family, and then you have somebody also in that Jack and Jill that is just dumb rich. But I'm just saying, I think the effort is in different ways. Those parents are trying to provide a certain lifestyle for their children, and it's surround them with like-minded families and children, and inspire those children to maintain or go higher than the lifestyle that they were raised in. All of that I was just saying eliminates Manospheric thought, because Manospheric thought is middle of the road, anti-progressive, anti-black excellence, really. And I think these groups are different in some of the sororities and fraternities. They're examples of black excellence. Within those groups, there are a lot of examples of black excellence. What we see in the manosphere is it's anti-black excellence, where you have men telling women, go to college, make an MRS degree. We don't care about your money. We don't care about your degrees. That kind of talk doesn't happen in Jack and Jill. That kind of talk doesn't happen in Boulay. And as I've said on like previous lives, like the Boulay, all it really is a bunch of successful men trying to come together, party together. Every once in a while, have an event where they bring their children to it to have like different little fireside chats and different little seminars and things, professional development seminars and stuff like that. But people don't really understand. Some of these there's a lot of negative propaganda being propagated about some of these groups, and from people that were probably never in these groups. It's very hurtful to the people that are in these groups or have family members that are in these groups. Um, what I'm saying is like I kind of came to this like epiphany that like, I kind of understand the work that my mom was doing to kind of pay it forward in these groups for us and for future children after us, because other mothers were doing that as she was coming in and stuff like that. And it's trying to cultivate and maintain upward mobility, or to at least keep people in those, inspire people to kind of like stay within that, to strive for Black excellence. And not to be, I guess maybe not to be ashamed of Black excellence. It doesn't always mean elitist. I think that that's one of the biggest misconceptions of like people who come from affluent homes. They think that people who don't think that they are elitist, and it's like, no. You know, my father was like one of the most instrumental people in the church, donating, doing mentoring. I think through his social groups, mentoring at his high school that he grew up in St. Louis. Like I said, taking time out of his day and stuff like that. So it's like, there needs to be a conversation of this kind of like this anti-Black excellence within mentality within the Black community, and that's, I think when I hear people kind of taking shots at Jack and Jill, taking shots at Boulay, taking shots of other groups, the sororities, fraternities, it's kind of like specifically the Manosphere. The Manosphere is kind of like an anti-Black excellence type of agenda. But like, it got me thinking of like what mothers were doing, because it was heavily mother focused and mother maintained, to put on like events for us, to keep us, to like help host different things and put the regionals together. It helped me. It made me think that like, whether they knew it or didn't, it was eliminating the Manospheric type of mentality or energy, and I think we need a little bit more of that across the board. Like we need to have groups that are more inclusive, that, and I think that those groups can help eliminate the Manospheric type of mentality. That's just one idea of many, but I'm trying to think of what I was trying to go with that. But it's just, these groups are definitely necessary, and the people who are taking shots at these groups have no idea how much work is being put into these groups. The people who are taking shots at these groups aren't doing shit. They didn't start a group. They're not contributing to a group most often. They're probably not doing it. The same people who are taking shots at people from affluent homes, they're not doing the same. They're not contributing as much to the community at scale as the people they're taking shots at. And I think that's really necessary. People need to do their homework. People need to know what they're talking about before they start taking shots and start spreading, propaganda. But like I said, I'm saying this to say that like, I think that with the Manosphere, like I said, it's an anti-Black excellence type of agenda. These guys are talking out of both sides of their neck. They're saying that they're not encouraging. You'll be hard pressed to find a conversation in the Manosphere or where they're encouraging men or women to go to college or get degrees. But then they're going to also going to besmirch women from getting degrees. They're going to try to steer you. They're going to DKT. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a shot. You also said that college, I think it might have been you. I think you said that college was overrated. And for certain people, they might be able to get away with that. And I know you and I, we kind of disagreed. I kind of understand where you're coming from, but we had the conversation of like, is college overrated? Boy, do I not want to be in the position saying that and not having a degree. I mean, I just don't. Um, Certain industries you can like bypass that. We've had certain companies say, "Hey, we're going to eliminate the requirement of having a college degree to be employed." Okay, there's ways to do it. There's industries to do it. But like I said, I think that's one thing that we kind of disagreed a little bit. But like going back to the point, groups like Jack and Jill and Boulay are not fully inclusive. I know I was at a Boulay children's, I think they call it YACS at YACS, where it was like the seminar, the professional development seminar for the kids of the Boulay. And I was there and I was just thinking to myself, like, man, it sucks that this is not inclusive to people who are not children of Boulay. This should be more. This should be. Some people would love to be able to hear these fireside chats and these TED talks and these professional development seminars. And my ex-wife was one of them. I was like, man, she would have killed it if she was here. She would be taking way more advantage of this than me if she was here. But so that's, I get it. There's a knock that like these groups are not fully inclusive, but like maybe we need to stand up some other groups. Is my opinion. Let me go to the comments real quick. We're gonna get a video. I don't know which one you're talking about. I think you're talking about the Ralph Lauren. Let's see. I mean, well, I'm thinking like the word of the year was a new word. Like I forget what last year it was. Like I forget what the word of the year last year was, but it was like some type of like hip social media word. Like I forget what it was. Fuck it. I'm gonna look it up. Shit. Now I need to know. 2024 Oxford word of the year. It was brain rot last year. Brain rot last year. Rage bait this year. So I don't know if the Boulay does debutante balls. This is a good segue, DKT. This is how I met my ex-wife. Because my mom, she's an AKA. We got sisters that are AKAs. I'm being very tangential. My maternal grandmother, I think my paternal grandmother was an AKA. My maternal grandma couldn't go to college, but she worked at a college. She would have been AKA, but I'm just saying, like, AKAs have this event called Fashionetta. That's where I met my ex-wife. So, I was I guess it was kind of like a groom, a debutante, and I forget the other word, but like she was a debutante, and I was like, I forget what they call it, for the guys. But yeah, those balls, I think these different groups still have balls. But again, that was like a little tie in. That's how I met my ex-wife. We were seniors in high school. Yeah, thank you, DKT. Yeah, it went even further back than I thought, like the 1880s. Thank you, DKT. Appreciate it. And everybody should check that out. Everybody should go look up the Ralph Lauren Morehouse Spellman collection. Let's see. You know what? How do you feel about individuals like Ron Martin, who's considered Boulay? Or can you tell? I have to do my homework on this. I know. Let me try to see if I can do a quick Google. I know like Orlando Pace from the Rams. He's young, but he's in the Boulay. I'm trying to remember. Like, it's just like anybody successful in black, they're probably Boulay. Let's see. Roland Martin. And then, like, you don't necessarily have to like these guys. They might not necessarily be likable, but like when people would be taking shots at Boulay, I was like, y'all think it's Illuminati, but if you met my dad, you would definitely change that opinion. Let me see. I'm just gonna do that. Google famous. Uh, let's see. Hmm. It says Martin Luther King was in it. W.B. Du Bois. Um, Hank Aaron. Let's see. Jesse Jackson. Eric Holder. Oh, then I got to do some research on this, but um, yeah, I got to do some research on this, but if I get a chance to, I'll try to see if I can get to that. It's a good question. DKT. I don't think they do. I think that they what they want to do, DKT, is they want to get rid of the problems. They want to get rid of the baby mama culture. They want to get rid of they have black fatigue. They want to get rid of the stereotypes, but they also don't embrace black excellence. They also don't prioritize education. They discourage it. They also are misogynistic. They don't. They're not. They're seeing women excelling, raising the bar, and they discourage it. Um, the black community succeeding is not male driven. It's all of us. It's men and women. Um, I think that I don't. When you look at what the Black Manosphere is actually doing, nothing that they're doing is is gonna really help the Black community succeed. Like I said, I do not believe the Black Manosphere wants the Black community to succeed. I think they want individual success for certain Black men, but these guys are anti-family in a lot of cases. These guys are scared to death. We've talked about these on these podcasts. They're scared to death of alimony. They're scared to death of marriage because of perceived ideas of divorce and alimony and all this other crap. So they're not, they don't. They do not. Like, they're not even really, they're pro family and also anti family too. So it's like, no, they do not. They do not want they want to talk. They want, what they really want, DKT, is they're tired of the stereotypes that come with having black skin. They want to be. They'd rather be something else. And if to be honest with you, they want to wake up. And I had this like joke about like the Stranger Things, like how if you're watching the new season, the Stranger Things is kind of the upside down is kind of bleeding over to the regular life, the right side up. The Manosphere wants to stay in their house and watch everybody fight the upside down, and get rid of the upside down, and they want to wake up the next day and come out and have a sunny day. They don't want to do any of the work. They want the media narratives. They want the single mother and the prison pipeline stuff. They want all the bad things to go away. They don't want to get their hands dirty doing it though. They're scared. They're scared. They're tired of the divorce statistics. Oh, black people get divorced the most, and women file for divorce this amount of time, but they don't want to get married. They're too scared. So, like, no, if you want the black community to succeed, you have to have the courage to possibly fall into that statistic of, there's a lot of conversations, but like the divorce statistic, I'm divorced. I'm in that statistic. I want to get remarried. I I want to have children, but I want to do it the right way. So like, if the Black Manosphere really wanted the black community to succeed, they'd be preaching things like education, which they don't. Except for their seminar that you can pay $600 $700 and go to and put money in their pockets. Um, but they're not preaching sexual discipline in a real way. So then I don't really think it's a lot of what they want the negativity of the black community to go away, but they're not really willing to. They're what it's going to take for the black community to succeed. They're not willing to really do anything about it. In a lot of cases, their talking points are anti that. Um, let's see. No, like, um, I don't think it's fair to say that. Um, But this is DKT. This is one of the things that they'll take shots and they'll say they're gatekeepers. How? Because not when they have that word nepotism, you, all those Boule members can't get their children to succeed to fall in succession of their father or their mother or both. So like, what are they gatekeeping? They're not gatekeeping anything. It's just successful Black men that in different ways, like I said, the Boule is doing mentoring. They're pouring back into the community, just like a lot of these other organizations do. They're creating scholarships. They're doing a lot of different things. So they're not gatekeeping. But that is one of the popular takes against them. Let's see. So not like the one thing Boule. Let's see. I know DKT, and we need to have that conversation. I don't think we're there yet. The future might be going in your direction, but we're not there yet. I'll say this as the common ground. If people don't want to go to college, they better be moving and shaking with education and skilling up. And it depends on what they want to do. Because like we don't know what the future is going to hold with this AI and robotics and stuff like that. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like there's different takes, but it's like I think that also, how do I say this? It's like the wealth that is in the Boule is not Rockefeller money. It's not always Rockefeller money. Yes, there might be some. I forget that guy who paid off all the student loans for the Morehouse students. There are some people like him, but not everybody who's got money like that. Like some people are just like they might be making $750,000 a year. They might have I don't know. I'd have to like talk to my dad, but it's not. They think it's like all Rockefellers and I forget the other famous name, but like it's not like that. Let's see. That's true. I'll agree with you on that, but I'll agree with you on that. But there's another side of that coin, DKT, and like I said, we need to do some research on it. The people. There's a lot of layoffs now happening for a lot of different reasons. One, AI is maybe causing some of it, a lot of it, but we've got to do the research on. You say college is a scam, so like we don't have the numbers on showing why that's more a better position. Maybe you do. If you do, put them up. Let's see why it's more advantageous not to go to college than going. I'm just not there yet on that talking point. Let's see. Yeah, and that's we were just talking about that. Like, I'll ask my dad, like, from a fraternity to a cup of coffee. I'll ask. I'll get back at that. I don't know. See all the millionaires makes you think. Oh, my dad's not a millionaire. He's in it. I'll put that. But thank you. Yeah, they don't want to compete. Like the theme of the show about these guys being against women getting educated, and really they're doing the biggest Loki smokescreen of all time, because it's like women are excelling in college, just women in general are, and one of the things with this the manosphere, whether it's the Black manosphere or white manosphere or whatever, is to gloss over the fact that because the numbers haven't refreshed yet to show something really grim for men yet, but it's coming. They're trying to say, oh, we make more money than women. It's like we've talked about that on a previous podcast. It's like it all depends on like who you attract, and I think people really don't understand math, because if if DKT and I go to a bar and go talk to 10 different women, all those women don't have the same average salary. We're all getting a different experience, assuming that like DKT and I talk to 10 different women. Same thing if we were to befriend 10 different guys. They don't all make the same salary. They don't all make the average salary. So it's like when these people are bragging, saying like we make more than black men make more than black women. It's like I don't understand why you're making that point. That does not. It's not telling you that it's not having that's not it's a disingenuous. It's ignoring the fact that like there might be some upward mobility, downward mobility, which was like a talking point. There might be some upward mobility, downward mobility trends going on. And that's where I look at the manospheres. I think it might be indicative of there might have been a downward mobility trend. Not just economics. Like economics, let's be clear about that. The economy sucks. And there's reason to scream about that. But I think that similar to the Jack and Jill talking point about like how I think part of why Jack and Jill exists is to kind of try to encourage the kids to try to that's what my dad taught me growing up was like he made it very clear to me like yo, I'm providing this lifestyle for you, but the challenge for you is going to be to maintain it. Like and letting you know like you're going to have to make it on your own, buddy. And I think that what we're seeing in the manosphere is a clash between upward mobility and downward mobility. To go back to DKT's talking point, DKT brought up the question of wait, Chris, you're saying that the black manosphere is against black excellence, and there, I think he actually said you think that the black manosphere is against seeing the black community succeed, and I say yeah, because if they weren't, I mean, if they weren't, they would be all for upward mobility of women, upward mobility of expectations upon themselves, possibly. It wouldn't be as much of a abrasive conversation with those guys. It's an abrasive conversation because they don't subscribe to upper mobility. They don't. They want to. You hear so many conversations of like, well, a black guy is going to make a certain 40-ish, 1,000. He's going to just work at Amazon his whole life, and you just need to be okay with it. It's a very anti-upward mobility kind of conversation. It's not saying that like people can't. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with having those jobs, but it's like I said on a previous podcast, they have this notion that like a woman is supposed to just get on a man's program, not push him. And I've said, my therapist has told me like the most stressful men, they're the men who have stay-at-home wives because like they know they can't lose that job. I'm trying to think of another talking point, but the manosphere has this idea that like women, if you make $100,000, that they're just not gonna offer any suggestions or they're not gonna offer any critique or push you to earn more. I told the story about my dad being a surgeon, and the reason why he had his own, eventually got his own practice is my mom pushed him, and it was the right thing to do. It was a great decision, and she helped him to build it up. But yeah, like I said, this is something I really want to look into. Is like I think that this manosphere might be indicative of not just economic problems going on, and within the economic problems, this notion of you see a lot of pushback with manospheric men of like, well, black men just average this, and that should be okay because it's average. Well, at what point does our economy make that average kind of like not enough? We should all be kind of like trying to move and shake to, go as far as we probably need to in our careers. Um, um, but like I said, like all in all, like I think that there's I've been thinking about this about the upward mobility, downward mobility, and I'm like, I think that within I'm gonna break some new conversation. Within the manosphere is a lot of men who I think are in a certain social class, and they have not done the work on themselves to attract the woman of the higher social economic class, or the woman who aspires to be in a higher social economic class. They're malcontents. They there's a lot of things to be said about this, and I think we're gonna get a lot of meat on the bone with this. But like, um, these are men, as OB said, he brought up the conversation, and it made me uncomfortable. But he was right. He was like, "Are black men underachievers?" And I think we can say for certain the Manospheric men are. We can say that. Um, um, but it's like I think that these are men that like I think I'll throw out something else. Like the woman who I'm dating, my girlfriend, she has said in different words exactly like, "Hey, Chris, like I need you," and I'm like, "Nah, I don't think you do. Like, why?" And she's like, she came from a 2-parent home. Um, I do too. And she was just like stressing the fact that like how important that is to find someone like that, and how hard maybe how hard it is to find someone like that. And I think I think other people that I've dated have kind of said that same thing, or maybe that was something that was just maybe not unsaid, maybe not said, but it was still important. And like um it just adds to the fact of like um there are different advantages, especially in the black community, where where the Manospheric men are trying to paint this picture that like it's so impossible to date. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It depends on, maybe it depends where you live. It depends, but it's not. Yes, I understand like what happened last year with the married woman. I get that. Not everybody's gonna hit 1,000. But what I'm trying to say is like the black community, the statistics are so bad that someone who's working hard is going to be desired. It's not like what the Manospherics says in terms of, oh, you got to make 6 figures, you got to be this. I'm like, no, you don't. Um, but let me go back to it. So I want to dissect this more of maybe there's a better banner for it, but um, the men in the Manosphere and the let's go with this. So like from TikTok, I'm gonna go to the comments in a second, and YouTube. What I've noticed is like the the red pill men, and I'm gonna start calling them like anti-progressives. That's really all they are. They don't want to. They're willing to fight change. And DKT, I was doing some chat GPTing, and I was like, I don't know if it was you who I talked to and said, "Yo," I think it was Wacky World. He was like, he was trying to say like all lives matter and all lives matter, and the red pill are different. And I'm like, I don't think I think they're more similar than you would think. And if you ask, I was asking ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was drawing the correlation, saying they're both anti-progressive movements. They're both movements that are trying to fight social change. Um, but like going back to the banner, the MRAs, the Manospheric men, content creators and panelists and pundits or whatever, they're advocating for terrible men or lackluster men. Let's be clear about this. When they talk, they try to spread this narrative like every man needs to be paired up and partnered up. A lot of these men probably had that opportunity already. When we look at the stats of like 60% of black men have a child by 30, 39, 80% of them have a child by 40, 49. Maybe like only 27, 30% of them are married at a given time. Only 46% of them get married in their lifetime. What we're talking about is men who are probably likely to never marry. We're probably talking about baby daddies. Uh, we're probably talking about a lot of different things. So, including Pookies. So, like the Manosphere content creators, they'll talk out both sides of their neck and they'll say, Black women are only choosing Pookies. But then they're gonna also cry about men paying. They're gonna cry about paternity fraud, which is it's probably Pookie's life. It's not. It's they exacerbate and they blow things out of proportion that are really not happening. But let me get back to the point. Um, the problem is they advocate for these different solutions. They try to say, we need to have DNA testing at birth. But the problem is the men that they're advocating for, even if there was DNA testing at birth and it came out that they weren't the father, do you know what's going to happen? They're going to go have another child. Like, they're going to put themselves in that situation again. That's the problem with the manosphere philosophy is they're advocating for men who are not going to follow best practices, who are not going to, what is it, the saying, like a tiger can't change his stripes in some cases. So like I think in a lot of cases, like they're advocating for men who are not going to change. They're going to continue to perpetuate these cycles. They're going to continue to perpetuate these bad outcomes. Let me go to the comments real quick. I know I'm behind. Oh, we're really behind. Okay, we'll go back to that. No one fears a woman with a degree, more like, and like we need to have that conversation, spear fisherman. Like, why are people annoyed by women with a degree? I know I've heard it online saying like, yo, it's not that we have a problem with women with degrees, it's that we have a problem when they throw it in your face. And it's like, listen, I'll be clear about that. That happened to my brother one time. It was a doctor situation where I think he was dating somebody who was also from his medical school, and she had some other issues growing up, some other trauma growing up, and she happened to just try to like slam dunk him one time, and I got more degrees than you, and he kind of came back and he kind of like, I forget what he said, but I think he came back with like a slam dunk, but like, and then never dated her ever again. But like, it can happen sometimes, but like from all the stories that I've heard from my brother, like that might have been one story. Me, I've never had a situation like that, and I think in most cases, the women with degrees who are trying to slam dunk people who don't, that's not really happening. Um, it's not really happening, and I think it's more so spear fishermen. It's men who are insecure about what might come with dating a woman with a degree. The dynamics are probably gonna change. Um, he might not be able to play the role that he wants to. I was kind of saying that on Instagram a little bit. I was just like, I think one of the issues going on with the manosphere is like it's mostly like these patriarchal dudes who probably have a reality where they can't afford to have the life they can't afford the woman they want, and they can't afford to have the relationship they want on the terms they want, and they're kind of like punching air mad the world. Um, let's see. Thanks. Oh, yeah, I need to check that out. Okay, yeah, no. Um, there is a free education. I've heard of Khan Academy. Um, okay, all right. All right. But I know you're a guy with a degree, with probably multiple degrees. But yes, YouTube University has some great things. I agree with you on that. Let's see. Vast majority of households are too correct. They stay at home. Yes, I agree, TKT. Yeah, and that's always been the case. I think it was also the case too that like back in the 1950s, even the white families, the stay-at-home wives were not the dominant families. It was never that. That was just propaganda spread to. I think it was government involved. Government was involved in that time period. to spread this like these gender role propaganda. Let's see. Oof. Your claim these guys can't be. Well, what I'm saying is this. Like, you're right. I don't have the data on that. But what I'm saying is we know what the data what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say if we know the average statistics of different things surrounding black men, we can kind of back in. I'm not saying pinpoint. I'm not saying we're gonna like bullseye it. But I'm saying we can kind of pinpoint what the nature of these people are. Like I said, it's not hard to date. So we have to like I think what the issue is DKT. I was saying this on my message board boxed in. The manosphere influencers and content creators, they know that they're kind of like representing somebody in a unaliving case. They might know that that person's guilty as hell, but they're just trying to win the case. So like in the case with again, a terrible analogy I'm trying to say is like the Mass for Men, the content creators, they know the people that they're meeting are representing are schmucks. They know that these guys are underachievers. They know that these guys, if we can all be honest with ourselves, the Manospheric men are failing to accept some hard truths in life. That's it. That's all there is to this. Is like there's some hard truths, there's some hard pills that these men have to need to swallow, and they have not done that. And the Manosphere is kind of like a cope to try to blame things on feminism when feminism had nothing to do with this. To blame things on Chads. Even Chads are catching strays. Chads aren't fucking enough women to be this big of a problem. But you know, growing up, you know, when your parents would read you a bedtime story and you know maybe even lick their finger and flick the page, that's what the Manosphere is doing to these grown ass men, and they're buying it. They're reading like you know adult lullabies to these men, and they're buying it. They're snake charming them. But to your point, no, I mean we can look at the average, and the average. My bet, DKT, is the men who are, and I think we've said it, multiple people have said on this platform, the men who are really getting to the bag, the men who are really successful, the men who are very confident, they're not online arguing with women. They're not doing that. What the Manosphere will have on a lot of these panels is they'll have these examples of, hey, well, look, I got a wife, so they're using that to kind of like as plot armor to kind of like say, do not criticize me because I got my wife. I'm married. Like I've done everything right. And it's like, no, let's be clear about that. Not every husband is going to be a good husband in general, or even to the wife that he has. Let's be clear about that. But like in the Manosphere, like marriage is almost like, oh, that's a good man, Savannah. That's what they're trying to get across. But like I said, I am sure I don't have the data on it, but I'm saying if we just take a step back and look at some of these averages, if we start taking some of these social circles and kind of like having some conversations within these different social circles of successful men, a lot of them are probably not going to be Manospheric. I think that this is a very disgruntled group of men, and it's for a lot of different reasons. It's really economical. As I've said on a lot of these podcasts, like these are men that if you had the money, DKT, to have a stay-at-home wife, that's why we are on this channel today, keeping Africa passport pro free. It's a phenomenon that like everybody was just amazed by. Like, wait, they're telling us that they're high value men, and they got to go to a whole nother country to date, to find a wife? Come on. Like we like I said, you can do it on little smaller subsets of men like the passport bros, and we all know they're not upwardly mobile men. They're not. They're not really career secure men. They're not very successful men on average. We know that. You know, as Skip would say, you know that, I know that. And I'm saying that I think in the overall manosphere, these are men that, like I said, if we just look at the stats, 60% of like 65% of black men have kids at 30, 39. 80% of them have it 40, 49. The average probably has a kid, and he's probably kind of a little bit financially strapped from that. So, like I said, um, I don't think a man who's upwardly mobile is in high demand. And the manosphere is kind of like doing the best they can to try to like mask that and create lies and smoke screens and say that no, even the women are going to pop the balloon on a guy in real life if he's successful and he's corny. He's got to be able to beat all the guys in the bar. He's got to be a thug. He's got to be this. He's got to be that. It's like it's misinformation and it's disinformation. Um, uh, yeah, why? Yeah, it's like, listen, um, I salute anybody that went to college or anybody that's just shout out to DKT. Some people didn't go to college. Some people have an associate's degree. That's great. Like, or some people are entrepreneurs. Maybe they didn't go to college. Okay. Um, but yeah, they don't understand that. I think I gotta do the homework. I think one of my sisters flipped I think my baby sister flipped a women's study, and she went to like women's study in like Spanish or something like that, or women's psychology, women's studies in like psychology, and then she went to law school, graduated, and the other one, I forget what she majored in, but I forget what she majored in, but she went to law school too. So it's like these these Manospheric claims of like these women are going to school for a basket weaving degree is a lie. We're gonna show some content about that. Where black men are like out degreed on every level. Um, but they also they're downplaying the fact that like um some people are using that degree to then launch into something else, graduates on a graduate degree level. Um, they don't know, or maybe they took that degree and they have found their niche in corporate America. A lot of people who are psychology, maybe as people the master would consider basket weaving degree, they're IT consultant and they're a business analyst or something like that. So it's just very dismissive. um Let me see. uh where do I wanna go? Yeah, I agree with you on that, DKT. But I'm saying I think we all agree that like the even the one income wasn't the standard then. Let's see. Yeah, dude pops up a balloon over the degree she had. Wait, hold on. Dude pops up a woman's balloon over that. Yeah, and they don't understand like that is having a very educated woman. That's that's an asset, and the manosphere is they just they what we don't realize also on these panels is like we don't all represent the same cohort. So when these guys say, I don't care about your money, I don't care about degrees," you're just speaking about men like you. You're not speaking for all men. But on these panels, like I said, they have their little trophies. Oh my gosh, look at this. We have some guys in these panels that are married. And sometimes like Lapeef, sometimes some nights it might be all married men. Um, Never mind the fact that like these married men might have been problematic before they were married, but that's not the point. The point is they'll try to use these tokens and say, well, look, he's married. You should listen to him because he's married. He can give you the advice to get you married. But it's like, so when these men say like, I don't care about your money, I care about your greed, you're speaking about the funny thing about social media, and is kind of like exacerbated on TikTok, is like the bad thing about social media is like there are opportunities and situations where people who should not be talking to each other um have the opportunity to talk to each other. Like um let me see what else. Like someone like a Michelle Obama should never be talking to like a Manospheric dude. But on the social media, you could find like a up and coming type of person, kind of like a Michelle Obama talking to a Manospheric dude. It's just weird. Um, let's see. Was my man one's blue with a degree? Okay, okay. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Let me see if I can look that on look that up on my iPad and find that clip. Um, take my sound down real quick. Let me see. Okay, I'm trying to find it. Hold on. I don't know. I'm looking for it. OB, but let me keep going. The average man, every I think. Yeah, that's true. Hold on. That's true. There are plenty of people with degrees that are broke. I'm not disputing the um women men make more than women. I'm saying that the stat doesn't really hold weight because when we factor in the social circles we run into, the people who we attract, the people that we actually work well and pair up with, well, there's no guarantee that like you out earn that woman. There's no guarantee. Most of the women I dated, like during my divorce, and shortly after it, like they made more than me. A good amount of them did. But to your point, that doesn't mean they kept as much money as I did. But let's see. Okay, I'm like I said, I'm trying. I'm this social media stuff has um it's aged me a bit. I was saying earlier in the stream, like I've gotten to the point now where like, and I was kind of like that beginning at the beginning. Like there was this woman on TikTok who said, Chris is a grifter," and I'm like, whoa, I'm not. When people that have no idea, like there are certain content creators, I'm not going to call out names, that they're willing to talk to Andrew Wilson, the guy from the whatever podcast, the guy who's been trending for having his wife having two other baby daddies, but he thinks he's a traditional man. No disrespect. There's nothing wrong with blended families, but I'm saying it's the stance he stands on, which is hypocritical. But like, there's people who want to talk and battle Anton Daniels or battle David Cooley. I don't give a fuck. Like, if that's what it's gonna take to like make it in social media, I don't want it because like I said, like it's the marketplace ideas is it's not a fair. It's a very disingenuous uh, opportunity to talk because some of these people are just coming here for clout. They're just coming here to make uh, gotcha moments and viral clips. So like I remember when I first was contributing to this channel and there was like an opportunity to speak with um I should know his name. Um Tommy Sotomayor. And I was like, fuck no. Like, because I know I don't I don't like him as a person. I don't like same thing with Anton Daniels. Like, I don't think I really want to talk to them. Khan Ali, he recently reached out to me. He was like, "Hey, you want to join my super panel?" He's the same dude who used to be on. He appears off and on Lapeef Network. He partners up with Fatty, who is uh, um, who's a cretin of a human being. And I'm like, no, I don't want to talk to people like just pearly things just to get on. Nope. I don't want to talk to Eric. I don't want to talk to people like Charlie Kirk. Nope. It's just a waste. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Certain conversations are a waste of time. So talking to certain people is a waste of time. And like I said, like on this social media stuff, we're not healing the world. We're not improving anything. It's just content. Which some of it is good because we're documenting people like the Passport Bros were documenting the Manosphere. Um, but as you start to realize, like, um, this is not the social media is not a winnable war. It's just not. Um, okay, well, okay, let's just be clear about that. Um, I spoke about it a couple shows ago, DKT, of like the Manosphere loves to throw out the stat saying women have, black women have more debt than black men, and that's true when you factor in like the fact that they own more homes, the fact that they have student loan debts. But I think when I forget how I said it on the last show, but like if you take out education, when you take out the home, when you just talk about pure consumer debt, black men have more consumer debt than black women. But there's a lot of different reasons for that student loan debt. And one of those reasons, DKT, and you know this too, is that a lot of us come from single parent homes, which there'll be less opportunity, there'll be less um, money to be able to help propel that kid to college, or so they have to take out these loans. There's a lot of other factors, but a lot of that is because the father is not involved, or or that maybe, I don't know how to say that. Like, there's an income disparity between black families and some other families, and that so there's a lot of other factors. It's not just, hey, women are deciding to just sign up for things that they can't afford, and they're just reckless about um, um, signing up for educational debt that they'll never be able to pay off. Right? It's not exactly that. um what type of, yeah, like we need to look that up, but um Candace Owens married someone very wealthy. And then her story, just like Charlie Kirk, there's some of these Republican. We're back there. Some of those Republican influencers that we know, they have some of the weirdest romantic stories of like how they met their partner, how soon did they get married to their partner, what their romantic life really looks like, and like like I said, when I started seeing some of those videos about Charlie Kirk, I was like, man, that dude's. I feel sorry for him, man. That he lived a really weird life. Um, he lived a really. I don't. Sorry, but not sorry. Like I feel bad for him. I guess I pity. Like he lived a really weird life. Um, let's see. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see. I'm doing that on my iPad now. Let's see. Pump, pump the balloon. Um, let's see. Degree. And yeah, hopefully we don't get in trouble with Arlette, because I know probably won't. She's been cracking down on people trying to like make pop the balloon content. I'm trying to find it. OB. Mm, hold on. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to find it. Feel free to share if you can find it. Um, OB. Let's see. So I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Let me keep going through the chat. Yeah, I think she did. No, like OB. A lot of these people who are pro right wing, like the Ben Shapiro's, the even like the Charlie Kirks, like the Candace Owens and stuff like that. Their real life does not represent the opinions that they have, um, or the populations that they try to galvanize. Let me see. I'm trying to find this link. Damn it. Okay, last episode. Hold up. I'm trying to search for it. Let me go back to what you were saying. Man. Hold on. I'm trying to find that. Hold up. It's not showing up for me. Hold on. I'm gonna check that in YouTube. Um, yeah, find the link. Even better if you can find the timestamp. But uh, hold on. I can't find it. Um, it. Listen, there are people who are better than me. Pub public offender, he can do it. I'm sure he'd love to. It's just beneath me. Um, I want to see change in the world, TKT. I'm not here to make. I'm not here for the clout. Um, it's on her last episode. Do you know, OB? Do you know which person it was? Because if you do, like, let's bring you up to the panel. Let's find it. Let's see. Okay. I place it. What? Wait, it must not. I'm gonna open the panel. Let's find it. Um, um, and there's some other stuff I wanted to show too. Let me. What? Hold up. Let me share this. It's been a while since I've been on YouTube, and I'm so washed. Um, okay, I think this might work. StreamYard has changed a bit. Ignore the like StreamYard puts that um little promo in there. I'm trying to see if I can like. I hate how they're doing that. But see, yeah, see if you can come up. Um, okay, I'll find. Let me look for that. Pop the loan 365. Pop the balloon 365. Okay, I'm just trying to check it out. I'm looking at a short right now. Um, okay, hold on. You got me. OB, is it a woman who's in a brown dress? Give me a second. Oh shit. I'm just looking at this short. I'm trying to see if I got the right one. Okay. I just want to see. Give me one second. I'm trying to like skim through this and make sure I have the right one. Okay, fuck it. We'll just run with it anyway. Um, and I think it was like an older episode, but I'm gonna share it and we're gonna watch it. I'm gonna put the fair use on so I don't get sniped. Um, um, let me find the link. Okay, let me share the screen in a second. Okay, let's do it. Fair use. Fair use. Okay, I don't believe this is the right clip, but we showed it. I don't think that was the right clip. Okay. Hold on. I can't brag and beg. I can't brag out on worthy reasons. Wait. Oh, got it. Yeah, I might be washed. Like I got some work to do. Um, stream. I might maybe it's because I'm working on a different browser. That might be it. Um, that might be the issue because stuff's been like really weird. Um, trying to share stuff. I'll have to maybe have to. If that's the case, and you can't hear that stuff, then I can't really share the stuff, other stuff I want to show. Sad times. I'll have to like fix that in the next time. But let me since that's going on, I can't share any of the other stuff. Damn, that sucks. So y'all might not have heard anything like the quarter zip stuff at all. Let me let me skip past it. Let me find like maybe another topic and then maybe wrap it. Let's see. This was one for let me take the fair use off. This was one for DKT. Like no, the Manosphere, I don't think that they want progress for the Black community. I think they want culture wars. They want to win those. Um let's see. Um let's see. Trying to find something else. Um off super off topic. Um uh the woman I'm dating, my girlfriend and I, we went to she loves Jeffrey Osborne. That's her favorite artist. We went to go see Jeffrey Osborne. That guy's like 71 years old. I'm like he's like the most fit 71-year-old I've ever seen. Like it set like a bar of like, yeah, this is what health looks like. This is what health can look like at 71. I'm like, wow, like it was impressive like for him to perform like he was performing. Let's see, hold up. So let me see if there's like anything else. Uh, I know there's like at least another one, but like one things I want to see DKT. Yeah, this sucks. Um, I probably it's probably because I'm using Safari and I probably need to be using Chrome. Like when I was trying to share content, it was throwing pop ups in a way I was like, it's supposed to just show me all the tabs that are open and I'm supposed to just click which one. So it's like it's been weird. So like I credit to just me being washed. I've been washed. Like I need to. I was a little rusty. Um, um, let's see. Oh yeah, so like Jeffrey Osborne, he was the guy who sings the "Woo Woo Can You Woo Woo Woo" song. He sings "We're Going All the Way." He sings on the wings of love, on the wings of love. Like he was in LTD, apparently the group LTD back in the day, and then he was a solo singer. Um, that's her favorite artist. So I went to. Oh, he's 77. I thought he was like 71. But I think he's 70, maybe 77, maybe 71. But like, um, yeah, that's her favorite artist. Mine's Isley Brothers, but like I went to that concert on to support her. That's her favorite artist. Like fangirling, like um, put on a great show. Um, but yeah, like it was very inspirational. Like he was uh, really in shape for his age. Um, let me see another other banner, and I think we're gonna probably get out. But like, I gotta do this on Chrome next time. Safari is thanks for shout out to Safari. It created a struggle stream. Uh, let's see. So like, the point of the show was really to talk about black men are kind of like they, especially in the manosphere, like the black men in the manosphere, they kind of fear women with degrees, and like um I was gonna share this clip from Turning Point, not Turning Point, never that, Native Land podcast, where Bakari Sellers kind of explains about how a lot of this um, disgruntled sentiment comes from men kind of not feeling comfortable being in the shadow of Black Girl Magic, or not feeling like there's room for them to coexist around Black Girl Magic. Um, and that's why I want to share that. I wanted to share some stuff from Themis and Thoth, another content creator that I kind of realized uh, came into became kind of like a big fan in the last couple of months. Um, the so I've heard this on other podcasts. Like there is when the guys say, back in the day, women had Oprah and they had Jenny Jones and they had Ricky Lake and they had this and that, and that's extremely disrespectful. Because like I meant to look it up and see like how many Emmys has Oprah won? How many awards has Oprah won? Like Oprah was like best in class TV at one point. Like in some ways, it's she might still be to an extent, but like she was like the best thing on TV at one point. Like award winning. So to compare her to like Anton Daniels, to compare her to like anything Manospheric or anything that has come up since the Manosphere has come up is disrespectful. But going back to like the Black Girl Magic, that's I've heard that claim on, and that's where the Manosphere they'll say, like I said, they'll say that they'll try to say back in the day all the talk shows were just downing black men. That was not the case. I googled that. I YouTube ChatGPT that. ChatGPT was like, no, this content was not downing black men all the time. It was not. It was not. That's not it at all. Um, but there's this jealousy of Black Girl Magic, and black girls earned that. They earned it. It's not just a saying like "black men don't cheat," where it was just like catchy and like, oh, we're gonna just we'll own it. We might not. It's not true, but we'll own it. uh, the Black Girl Magic is dead serious. Like I said it like on a podcast. Like I'm telling you, you go on a dating app in Atlanta, you'll be lucky to find a black woman without a degree. I mean, you really will be hard pressed to find one. But black women have earned that. They're really surging in terms of entrepreneurship. They're surging in terms of home ownership. They're kicking butt with school, and I think the Manosphere they want a black boy magic. We've had Black Boy Joy. We've had I think they maybe tried to do it with a high value man, but it was really condescending to and dismissive to everyone else. Um, they want like a black boy magic, but like the sad part, like I've been saying earlier, DKT, these guys don't want to work hard to get it. They're sick and tired of the um the reputation that black men come with. But you shouldn't let that reputation hold you down because um um that doesn't have to be your reality. Um Stats are gonna say a lot of terrible things. Yeah, you're right. No, I'm just saying. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna go back to the comments, but like Derek Jackson, yeah, I didn't know that he created. I know he created a T-shirt of it. I didn't know if he was just running with it. I didn't know who the creator was of the phrase "Black men don't cheat." But like people like Charlemagne, he would co-opt it and put it on his on Brilliant Idiots or maybe the Breakfast Club as well. And a lot of other men did too. I think it was his friend, the one I forget his name, the comedian with the "Living My Best Life" song. I should know his name. It's just escaping me right now. Um, he made a song called "Black Men Don't Cheat." So like a lot of other people were just running with this and saying, "No, no, no, no! Like it's true. No, 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 like it's true. Like we're gonna poke our chest out. And we're gonna say that this applies to all black men or just black men in general." Um, but Black Girl Magic, it actually does. It actually is true. Like there are the average black woman that I've run across. I'm just gonna speak from my own anecdotal is doing amazing things. My ex-wife is one of them. Born to a teenage mother, I think maybe like 14, maybe like 15. I talked about that story before. Like her whole family, her grandmother was raising kids with different fathers on welfare, um, and just about all of them, maybe like 4 out of 5, became something successful or self-sufficient. 3 of them went to college. Um, and like I said, with all of that, without a father around until maybe she was like 5, 7, something like that. Um, she was maybe she was not the first person to go to college, but I think she might have been like maybe the first to get a master's or something like that. But like my ex wife has accomplished a lot. Like Like she's a superstar. But so like I said, like in my anecdotal experience, the average uh I'm gonna go to that comment in a minute, but the average black woman is doing incredible things. The the woman I'm dating now, she works in the music industry. She had kind of run her own, took over a family record store business, and is kind of like an entrepreneur on her own. Um, but like I think every black woman I have dated, there was something exceptional about her story, about her. Let's see. When will I be streaming next? I gotta get. I'm trying to finish my program. I have a deadline, hard deadline by December 20th, so it's not gonna be before then. Um, probably have some room in January to do it again. But I gotta really lock down and try to finish my program. I got like 2 weeks of capstone projects to finish by the 20th. Let's see. We cheat like hell, and they did. Okay, okay. Um, I mean, I got a little pushback. There are definitely women who cheat. Um, but I think that I think my thing when I was like I said it maybe like a decade and a half ago, I was like, I think a lot more. I think a lot. I'm not saying more women cheat than men. I'm not gonna say that, but I think there's a whole lot more women who are cheating than that's what's coming in the stats. Um, but I think men cheat more than women. But uh, and I'll say this too. Fungus or Fugat, NYC. I'll say this: when a woman loves you, I think it's gonna be hard pressed for that woman to cheat. I'm gonna leave it with that. Um, so I'm seeing some new people. Okay, okay, you disagree. What do you disagree on before I let me know what you disagree. What about Earn Your Leisure, Wall Street Trapper, Kylie Perry? What do you mean by this, Obi? Are you saying like they cheat? Like, are you saying about the black men don't cheat? Um, what do you mean? Yeah, let me both interstate and OB. Tell me what you were talking about. But like, let me go back to that. Oops. Yeah, the black girl magic is like it's a real thing. It's like Manospheric men specifically are jealous of it. Um, but it's gonna take a lot of work to kind of break those curses, change the culture. And the Manosphere, I don't know what they to DKT's point, they what they're gonna try to accomplish is not gonna be excellence for black families. It's just gonna be more black women excellence because all they're doing is punching down on black women. And what women are going to do that is they're going to improve their lives, they improve their outcomes, and and Manospheric men will be here in the next 15, 20 years complaining even more um about about how they're not able to partner well with the women in their race, and how they're not able to get the type of families and stay-at-home wives and um yeah, black man magic. Like I said, I'd love for it to be a thing. Um, I think that I think that UOB represent Black Man Magic. I think that I do to an extent. I think DKT. I think DKT from what I've observed, like it seems like he represents Black Man Magic. I brought one guy, Builder of Bridges. He definitely does too. And like that's one of the things I wanted to share from the video of like women encouraging each other, celebrating each other's accomplishments, encouraging each other to continue to get education or certifications or achieve, or open up businesses or things like that. And like that's one thing that like I want to see us do more of, like celebrating each other. Like we should not be feel bashful to explain like what motion we have going on. Like we should be. I know I can come off as smug, but like I want to celebrate. I love to celebrate myself. Um, that's DKT. That's what's up. I'm gonna get to that in a second. Um, I want to I love to celebrate myself, and it could come off as like arrogant. Yeah, is it arrogant? Yes, but it's not to put people down. It's just like I love me some me, and it could come off very smug and come off very arrogant. People are gonna get be sick of me. Um, um, I had like a little bit of a hot take of like the people who are very confident and love themselves, the manosphere really can't get to them. Um, but let me see. Called Kareem's a Hall of Fame. But what was the point that you're trying to make about this? Let's see. Yeah, there's been a lot of people who have been able to pivot. I love what Cam Newton's doing. Ex football player. Now he's like a media savvy person. He's created his own like little media company. I love it. I love what uh Gilbert Arenas is doing with the arena. We'll speak about this in a second. Let's see. I will. Okay. Okay. Good. Well, good to see you, and good to see NYC. Um, listen, I'm proud of you, DKT. Like, listen, like I said, for all the things we disagree on, he doesn't have. I appreciate you this about you, DKT, that you do not have the Manospheric thing of I don't care about your money, I don't care about your crease. I really respect this piece. That's what's up. What type of engineer, if you don't mind sharing? Let's see. What's Black Girl Magic? So I want to Google it, but for me, it is my interpretation of Black Girl Magic is black black women are like and capable of and in progress have like great things in progress in the works or completed already. When I think of like Black Girl Magic, I think of like the Hidden Figures movie. Um, let's see. Let me Google it just to get the fair definition of it. Let's see. Black. So yeah, like if people got stuff going on, so it says Black Girl Magic. Just googling it, it says a movement coined by Kashawn Thompson in 2013 that celebrates the beauty, resilience, and accomplishments of Black women and girls. Okay, I just spoke to the accomplishments, but it's the resilience. I was thinking that a little bit, but I never thought that the beauty was part of that. But yeah, and that's true. But that's awesome. It says it serves as a form of empowerment and resistance against negative stereotypes and systemic racism, highlighting their power, confidence, and ability to thrive despite adversity. That's what's up. Um, let's see. Earning Leisure has a large platform for stock investing. That's cool. Um, yeah, I'm proud. Like I said, I don't say it enough. I'm proud of y'all. What y'all got going on? Feel free to share that when we do lives, like what you got going on, what you've achieved. Um, we've got to like be more supportive of each other. Um, and we shouldn't have to necessarily feel like we got to tuck these things in. Like, um, we should encourage. We should be more encouraging to each other and other men. Let's see the magic. Yeah, that's true. Like, I think that's true. Let's see. It's 34. It's like 34, 36, and that's one of the things that like we were talking about on the Chic critique of Lapeef Network on the Lapeef Experience channel. We were like, yo, for all this smoke that the Manosphere has with women and their degrees, it's a minority. It's a small share of women who have degrees. Like it's like 63, 2% of women don't have degrees. So it's like same thing with the progressive anti-progressive. If these manospheric men are so anti-progressive, why are they having troubles pairing up with anti-progressive women? Um Um, let's see. You're an economist. Wow. Wow. That's that's awesome. That's black excellence right there. OB and his wife, black excellence. Zed, black excellence. Black girl magic. Angie Lee and TJ. Um, what was her name? The one that everybody was ru- that she would ruffle everybody's feathers. Prism. But everybody, like we had so many people that come to this that are mods too. That just represent black excellence and black girl magic. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Uh, let's see. Yeah, we talked about this. Men don't care about women's degrees. Men don't care about women's degrees. They don't care about women's careers or incomes either. Men aren't intimidated by women. A large number of women aren't simply done with their. But look at DKT. And like we need people like DKT to explain, probably on another show, like um what, because a lot of these manosphere men say, I don't care about your men, I don't care about your money, I don't care about degrees. They'll say verbatim, don't date a lawyer, don't date a woman who is a doctor, don't date a boss babe. Technically, DKT married a boss babe. And I don't think it's a boss babe is a. I know the manosphere tries to paint. I did too. Obi probably did too. Um, I don't see boss babe as a negative term. Barack Obama married a boss babe. Just I think of a boss babe as just like someone, a woman who's very intelligent and or very accomplished. Um, let's see, they don't, but they're done with their nonsense. I don't know. I don't know about this, John. I don't know about this. I just think that there are some men out here who want to shrink women down to a certain size and lower their self esteem. I don't like that, and I think that that's really what it's about. Is if they were done with them, John Haran, they wouldn't talk about them. Like there's a reason why they're so fixated on single moms. They're so fixated on uh, the women with degrees. Um, let's see. Okay. Um, yeah, but let me see if there's any more spiel or do I want to save it. Um, it's like, did I write this the right way? Um, yeah, I think that like we have to kind of like just raise the bar a bit. I think that like I think what the tail end of the statement I'm trying to say is like I'd really like to see what the fathers are made of. Um, that that fathered manospheric men. Um, um, I'd really like. Is this really like a issue where they should be really mad at their fathers, or their parents, but they're mad at women? So let's see. Hold on. I had to get my weight up by going to school. Correct. That's correct. Um, but yeah, it's like it's not to say that it's not a little intimidating. It definitely is. Like I've spoken about it before. I'll have to speak about it some other time. Like I married a boss babe, and then like I mean, when you like, hold up, hold on. Are men attracted to the women's degrees? Are we looking for something else about the woman we like? Yeah, I'm not saying like when I talk about like the women and degrees, I'm saying like, I think it's attractive for a woman to be intelligent. And usually an intelligent woman is gonna have a degree. And um so it's not to just say like, oh, any listen, not everybody who I don't know how I want to say that. Like there's levels to intelligence. There's levels to intelligence, and not every single um person that graduates from college is going to be a match for someone else that went to college. Like it's not to say that, but I'm just saying like I love me an intelligent woman. Like regardless of what, how that uh whether she was college educated or not. Like I love me an intelligent woman. So the degree does not intimidate me. Uh the Whereas with the manosphere, I feel like the degree is kind of intimidating. You're right. They're not. But a lot of times they will be. A lot of times, um, a lot of times it will be. But even if it's like I said, even if it's intelligent, no degree, I don't want a dummy. I don't want that because I'm like I said on the previous, like I said on previous podcast. Then I'm gonna have dumb kids, and I definitely don't want that. Um, um, that's one of the things that like me and the woman I'm dating, like we've talked about. It's like if we were to have a kid, listen on some DKT. I know DKT doesn't like college, but I'm like I want my child to be able to have the opportunity to go. I would like them to go. Whether they use that degree or not, that's up on them. But yeah, just going back to the point, intelligent and certified are not the same thing. Sure. Um, sure. But why not have both? Um, we said on like previous podcasts is like I understand like it is this dream to be able to have a stay at home. We'll talk about that in another show, but I think I was saying it on like the This Must Be Risky podcast. I was like, um, I think the reason why I have the tagline, the male feminist, is like I would come up on the show, I would be talking my certain talking points, my perspective, whatever, and people would be like, "Oh, he's a male feminist, he's this and that." So I was like, "Okay, you know what? Since that's what you think about me, I'm gonna make that my little alias. I'll make that my nickname or whatever." So it's like I did not study that in college. I'm not a feminist scholar, but like I look at this. I think the reason why what people kind of gave me that name was I look at this manosphere and I'm like, y'all have the completely wrong perspective. Like these problems, especially in the black community, they're male driven. They want to rail against single moms. It's a male problem. Oh, thank you. That's a compliment. I just don't want to be disrespectful because like the channel owner. I respect women. I really respect women. I think that I'm really proud of like what they've achieved. I've always been a person who saw women I never as equal. I've said on different lives like I think that they're superior in a lot of different ways. Like absolutely emotionally superior. I think they might be even more intelligent on average. That my anecdotal experience would say so. Um, but um, women have they are especially in our community. They are the backbone. Um, they've been holding the community down. Um, um, but let's see. Okay, okay. And gender studies. I mean, I think it depends on like how you're able to parlay that degree. Um, I think it's really important to be able to parlay it, figure out where how you can parlay that degree. Like I know when I was in maybe even like towards the end of high school And in college, there was this book called Pack Your Parachute, and it would show you, hey, what are the typical salaries of of certain careers that you might want to go into. Taking, I know I was kind of weird about it, but I was like taking different like personality tests, figure out like what is my personality and what type of careers are for certain personality. But I always knew growing up I I loved IT, I loved technology. Um, and kind of consulting was like a way to kind of get into it, but like that was like really off topic. But yeah, I know the woman I'm dating right now. She's very creative. She might be more of the, I have to ask her, but she might be more of the mindset like DKT of like she's coming from an angle of you don't necessarily have to have there's a whole nother world where you don't necessarily have to have a career, and you can make a great life for yourself. Future how future proof that is, I don't know. That might be a whole nother conversation. But I think my parents, like, they wanted to really invest in education, and that's I think that's a surefire way. Yes, to DKT's point, you got to like you have to parlay it. You have to. It's the degree is not going to guarantee you um a fulfilling career. You have to parlay. There's so many other ways, things in life that you have to do well. Um, I appreciate this. Like I said, I think there's some truth to it. Um, I believe in feminism. That's the weird thing. It's like a lot of these manospheric dudes or manospheric content creators, they rail against feminism, but they benefit from feminism, and they take the standpoint of saying all the problems that we have in 2025, it's all because we let women be sexually liberated, and we let them, they became more independent and more educated. Da, 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 da. It's like there were so many other problems. There were so many other things that were actual problems that are the reason why we have the reality we have today. Um, that's a good question. Um, I think I need to. I'm saying the sir's question at the end. I agree. Yeah, and I think that's kind of how my brother got to med school. He I think he tried to go the biology route, and I think he went to an Ivy League school. It was kind of tough, and I think he ended up doing, I forget exactly what he majored in, but I think he did something non-STEM, and then he went to like med prep. He did the med. There's a different ways to get into med school, and I think he did the med prep way, and ultimately he became a doctor anyway. But whatever. So it worked out for him. Let's see. I mean, I think I'm really drowning in. In Atlanta. We're drowning in black girl magic. Like the way the manosphere kind of talks about feminism is like they kind of like describe it as like, I think what they mean to say is like almost like what is the word that they like to say, feminine, misandrous. They kind of like try to like dictate feminists like they're misandrous, and that's not the same thing. Um, so that's not the same thing. Let's see. One thing too. Um, yeah, I'm gonna get to your question. Yeah. So like, I think one of the things that like we've kind of like said on different podcasts was like in the black community. I know in the manosphere they like to try to like hoist up the best thing for families is like stay at home wives. Black families like never really had that, and a lot of the people who are hoisting those things up did not come from that family. I did, and it doesn't operate in a uh, as a tyranny. It doesn't. My dad wasn't misogynistic. No, he doesn't represent every single sole provider or whatever, but I think in the black community, what I'm trying to say is like most communities, um, most people in the most families in the black community had dual income households. So I think one of the things that like you'll hear Zeds say sometimes is like she's encouraging. And I'm not gonna paraphrase what Zed would say, but like what she would basically kind of like say the the what feminism is kind of fighting for is it's fighting for economic freedom um for women in the sense of they she does not want she's advocating against guys having the economic expectations that society puts on them. Men benefit from that. Men are benefiting from having women out in the black women out in the workforce. They're benefiting it because, like I said, most of the families in the black community had that environment. Um, the let's see, yeah. So it's like I was saying, like just the breadwinner expectations when we never really had that. Um, so let's see. So I think one of the things I was saying, sir, was like this content creator called named Therese H. Lee. You should go look at her like Red Pill Nation videos. And I think it was I think one of the things that kind of brings me over to like seeing the women's point of view is like we have so many misogynistic double standards. We have black girl magic going on, and we're talking about body counts. It's such a low vibrational type of like conversation. Um, and like the other thing too, I'm gonna go off on a tangent. We're too old for these conversations. At a certain age, we should not be sitting online complaining about dating. Like 50 years old, maybe even 40, my age too. Like, um, we should not be. It's not that. It's really not that hard. But like, um, I think I got off my point. But going back to it, it's like, yo, in Atlanta, like we're drowning in black girl magic. Um, the black women here, they're incredible. Um, let me see this. I can guarantee you there's no market demand for it. Well, I'm saying, DKT, like Therese H. Lee, I don't know if she was a gender study major, but I'm saying it's about how you parlay it. So, um, it opens. There needs to be maybe a conversation of like, is college worth it? Maybe a panel and a show or whatever. Because I'll say this, DKT, your major does not it does not represent all the true talents that you have. So that's why I think the ability to pivot, the people come into consulting with all different types of degrees. Um, and it's because those core, in my opinion, those core talents, just because someone majored in liberal arts or whatever, or business, or like, I don't know, psychology, doesn't mean that they don't have other skills that can translate into business. And a lot of this too is you're learning on the job for certain roles. Certain role, I agree with you to your point. Certain roles you might need it's gonna behoove you to get the certification up front, or there's building blocks that you have to achieve and accomplish before you can get the opportunity. Um, yeah, and I told you maybe the last show. I know a person who graduated Morehouse and he's driving trucks, and it just I got a best friend that graduated comp sci and never got a full time gig. Um, so but I think it's more about the ability to parlay that degree, and that's why like, when I was in college, I realized, oh shit, like I had a whole lot of help getting to Morehouse. I was very, very blessed to have those that situation because of my dad and my mom. They can't get me a job though. I got to hustle. I had to hustle to get to get any job that I got. They helped make it super easy for me to get to be able to stay in college because a lot of people who went to college, some of them had to drop out because of the finances. I wasn't in that situation. I was very blessed. Um, but going back to your point, it's just like um there's like I said, we really need to talk to those people because like there are people. It's not necessarily there are people who don't have a degree DKT that are working as a barista at Starbucks. There are people who are, to your point, who might have a college degree and they're uh working at Starbucks. Let's be clear, just to be a contrarian DKT, quiet as it's kept, I think Starbucks, I don't know if they're still doing it, but they had like a benefit saying like if you work at Starbucks so often, they're going to pay for you to go to college. So some people might be doing it trying to finesse and get their way through college. I don't know. So we don't know exactly what the play is with all these people. We don't know if this is a temporary thing for them. We just don't know. Um, let's see. You can go to law school. Yeah. Um, yeah. Correct. Um, yeah, I answered it. I mean, um, groomed is correct, but like, um, that was just kind of like my upbringing, sir. Like, sir, him. Like, I my I'll say it. Um, I grew up with a lot of like I think the environment really helps. The kind of especially when we talk about this manosphere conversation. My dad is he's an extremely nice guy. Like he's a very clean cut guy kind of guy. My uncles were for the most part were just like that too. And I didn't have misogyny running rampant in my family and relatives. So that's kind of why I think that the way I do. It's like I wasn't exposed and I didn't have misogyny shoved down. I didn't have uncles trying to who were womanizers. I didn't have uncles who were encouraging me to sow my wild oats. I didn't have that. So I got to see a lot of exceptional women. My dad Ivy League. My I think my two other aunts are Ivy Leagues too. So I got to see um really intelligent people. Um um and that's kind of why I think that's the way I think. Uh yeah, that's what I'm saying. OB is like you have to parlay. Um a lot of people are gonna have to parlay. Yeah, I mean, um I think the stay-at-home parent, whether it's a stay-at-home wife or dad, that can definitely be healthy for family. Um but they I think is a lot to there's a lot of other stuff that has to go into it. Um the finances as well. Um but that's a great statement there. Okay, I'm falling behind on these comments. Um ah okay. Let's see. So as long as you have any bachelor's degree with decent teaching, I think that's true. Um, cops and capital refining for paying people to do their own. Damn. Let's see. Listen, I'm gonna have to come back to the next show with this one, sir. Um, there's a lot. I think there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into this. I don't know about this. And the more workers, quote unquote, was not simply women working. And like I said, I try to push back on that when like men say if men, specifically the Manospheric men, they want if they feel like, and that's what my red pill best friend, he'll complain and say the same thing of like women working is what messes up the economy. A whole lot of things messed up the economy. It's it's not women, in my opinion. It's not women working. Let's see. Do you know why they talk about body counts? No such thing as too old to talk about your expectations. Um, it is a superficial expectation. Um, and it's an expectation, honestly. If we're talking about being gentlemen, it's something that maybe a gentleman should never be talking about. Um, and like I said, the double standard of it is Sir Him, is these are this the noise about body counts coming from men who have high body counts, and they are um trying to punch down on women who have a lot of sexual experiences. And it's like, yo, we're grown. Like, as a person who's has experienced both, like, I don't think there's either there. I don't think there's any better or worse. It's just, um, and that's not going to make the person. It kind of gets down to like what DKT was saying about like, yo, it's not about being attracted to the woman just because she has a degree. Same thing with like if you're attracted to a woman because she has a low body count. This is it's kind of weird in my opinion. Um, just like the woman with the degree. Like I said, my thing is, um, I want a woman who's intelligent, whether she has a degree or not. Usually, it's gonna probably come with a degree. Um, let's see. Let's go through this. Oh, I am so far behind. Um, this is a good question. It's a good question. I think, oof, that's a really good question. I'll say this, like, it's hard. That's a really good question. It's hard to gauge it. Like, if you look online, I think men are definitely complaining more online. I think I'll say this, and I'll just leave it with that. Women have more to complain about. Men don't really have as much to complain about, in my opinion. Specifically with the being in the black community, where there's like I was saying maybe on the previous podcast, like any woman that you think you would be attracted to, she's probably single. Versus, the black manosphere kind of teaming up with the white manosphere. The white people, they're married like today, like 50 something percent of the time. And so it's a whole lot more competitive to date. Um, Not our community. So it's like with us, it sucks. I hate to say it. It's like, and I've said it on so many different podcasts. Like, as a black man, like, you want to have kids and raise kids in one roof, you're an outlier. You want to get married and you're a black man, you're an outlier. You're a black man with a degree, you're an outlier. You're a black man that wants to date with intention, or just a man in general, you're an outlier. So, no, it's not my channel. It's Zed's. I'm just like a co-contributor on this. She's I started out just like any of y'all. Just I was a person that just joined panels and then became a mod, and then uh she wanted me to kind of take over and contribute making content for her channel. Eventually, I'm going to move over to my channel. I said a little bit at the beginning of this podcast. I said my brother, he during Thanksgiving he wants to start a family podcast channel. So we're gonna probably stand that up next year. I don't know how that's gonna if it's gonna how successful that's gonna be, because we probably have different points of view and different things we want to talk about. But no, this is not my channel. Yeah, Sir Him. I haven't seen him before, but he's great questions. Um, nah, nah. Like, I don't know which question you're asking, but like, I think there's a lot of different ways to answer things, and I think that, yeah, like I said, I don't know what question you're questioning, but I think that I've always tried to implore men, like, one of the things that like men are struggling with today is like they don't have friends, they don't have hobbies, they um they don't have diverse friend groups. Um, I think those are healthy, for men. So the problem with the manosphere is like these are guys listening to women. I mean, so these are guys who listen to men about women when they need to be befriending some women as friends and um, getting to kind of understand their point of view and things like that, and just having friends in general, having hobbies, having some motion. And I think that that's probably one of the issues with the manosphere, and that's going back to DKT, is like this is a lot of guys who don't got motion, they don't got anything going on. That's the problem. um let's see, we all suffer from the varying degrees. I don't know what this is about. um yeah, it's like misogyny is it's a broad way to kind of answer it, but it's just like, I don't know, let me think about this. How do I answer this? It is it's it's kind of a gender based hate towards women. It is in ways of saying that hey, it's we talked about the body count thing, how it's like the Manospheric men will see like, hey, you know what? Um, this is good for the goose. It should be good for the goose. It should be good for the gander, but it's not. You'll hear, the same Manospheric men kind of say like, hey, the gender pay gap doesn't. It could be as simple as men saying misogyny doesn't exist. That's I think that's misogynistic. To not even acknowledge that women are facing gender based um, maybe violence, gender based hate, um, things that are set up in society that um, make things harder for women. Um, let me go. That was a terrible example. I did the best I could, but that was I could do it. I could answer it better, but maybe for another time. So he has a major engineering as a high drama, right? Um, yeah, I was once upon a time an engineering major. I dropped out. I finished in math, but my dad was an engineer. I was trying to follow in his footsteps. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. A lot. So you would not want to know if the girl you're dating. We're grown. We're grown, Sir Him. We're grown him. Like, no, they don't. No, they don't. Like, that I think is like an urban myth that like women want experienced men. No, like um that's just, I think I was saying that on a previous podcast, like that's just men trying to run, who are embarrassed about running their body counts up. They want to hide behind something and say, well, this is expected from men. No, it's not. Um the thing is this: the woman who you're compatible with intimacy wise is gonna accept you for who you are. Because like I said, spoken as a low body count guy, the women who I've dated, that never mattered to them. That never mattered to them. And it's like, we're getting into like some after dark conversations here, but like, um, I think that, like I said, we're grown and people will find their chemistry together. Um, yes, there are, to your point, there are some, what you're saying can be true to some people from both men and women, that want men might want a woman who's experienced, women might want a guy who's experienced, but to say this is all the majority or all, no. I don't agree with that. And no, I think that, like, I look at it this way, Sir Him, and I say, um, someone who's, if a woman's got more experience than me, um, listen, live your life to the fullest. Just do it safely. Um, life is to be life is to be lived. So this notion of women, according to the manosphere misogynistic dudes, um, that they expect women to be chaste or to have low body counts, or whatever. It's horse. But at the same time, like I said, if they're not keeping the same energy for themselves, it's just horseshit. Um, they they just need to come out and say it. They don't want to be in a monogamous relationship, and they're looking for every excuse to justify it. They don't want to be married, and like I said, beyond the body count, they're looking for every excuse they can to justify it. Just, I think, and I was saying this like a little to myself the last week or so. Just like a woman who might say, "Hey, I don't want to have kids, and I know that at a certain young age or whatever," and having the courage to say that to other people who might be trying to ask her, "Hey, when do you want to have kids?" Men need to come out and say and be honest. Some men do know they don't want to get married, and they need to come out and say that and be honest with that about that, and stop trying to hide behind that, and stop trying to say, give Paul all the excuses of high body count this, high body count that. A lot of guys just don't want a monogamous relationship. Come out and say that, and stop trying to use body count stuff, because while you're besmirching women with their body counts, you're still meddling with those same people. These these people who rail against single moms, they're still dating single moms. They shouldn't be doing that. You're wasting people's time. Um, so that's, I think, where the hypocrisy comes in, is like, these are dudes who have disdain for a certain type of characteristic, but they still seek those people out and waste their time. We're too grown for that. Um, yeah, like, I mean, I hear you, but I think it gets to a point, DKT, where it's counterproductive, and we are kind of shaming other men to we're blocking other people's blessings. Like, when we're setting these standards of, like, don't date single moms, yo, someone's blessing might be a person who also has a kid, or who has a kid already, and we're trying really discouraging it. So I'm not telling y'all to I'm not discouraging y'all from. I get what you're saying. Like, don't knock them for their dating preferences, but don't knock anybody else's. Don't allow your dating preferences to knock someone else's opportunities. Like, what's good for me might not be good for you. So I'm not gonna tell you, when I say, I like an intelligent woman. That doesn't mean y'all gotta date an intelligent woman. Like, that's just what I like. Um, I don't know what this is about. Um, which statement? Um, let's see. Hold on. Whoa, no, no, no. Like, I think that I hear what you're trying to say here. Um, maybe you're talking about, like, when I said, like, men need to have more friends, and we, like I said, we have the stats. They have the loneliest. They're the most friendless men ever, in a long time. Um, I think that where I'm going to be a contrarian, Sir Him, is you gotta let me see. I hold on, let me think about this. I don't know. I don't know about all of this. Um, I think that it depends on the type of guy that you're talking about. If going back to, like, the previous statement of, like, the guys who are living in these double standards and just say, this is just it's just the way it is. When yes, to your point, when they I think the people you're talking about are guys who don't really they might not even really respect women. They might not even really like women. Uh um as friends. Like women make great friends. They make great friends. Um they make great friends in my opinion. Um I'm gonna move off that. Uh yeah, like all these men need motion. They need motion. And they need some friends. Uh yeah, let's stick with that. Let's stick with that. Thanks, DKT. You simplified it. I dislike a women. Um I think an inherited, learned uh hate of women. Um let's see. But thanks, DKT. Listen, man, this is a good conversation. This is a good question. Um, there's a lot of different things, like, and I think a woman would probably be best to answer that. This, I could maybe give a stab because of men that perpetuate those body count type of bullshits, narratives. People have to kind of like lie about their experience. People have to people like I said, we're grown and people have the not all women are on that T app. Let's be clear. That was a very young crowd. But there's other apps to your point. There are people that, like I said, are trying to have certain experiences. And maybe some of those apps, some of those communities are allowing them to have those experiences. Um, but and people are in different phases and they're not always looking for the same things. Like some people are not looking to be in a relationship right now. So like that might be their dating intention and that might be what they're looking for and how they're moving. Um so um I'll leave it with that. Like the T app, that's a very young crowd. I don't know old you are, but um that's just that everybody's not on that app. Again, thanks TKT. Um, I think I had brain fog. Yeah, the T app was like, and we need stuff like the T app. Let's be clear about that. I think more apps, Sirham, need elements like the T app. Like we need the T app was basically, and they have a T on her app. The T app was women's a women's app where they could kind of post um about men and kind of share different experiences and say like, hey, you know what? I've dated this person. I've dated Maroon. I approve. I disapprove. This he did this. He did that, and it's to be able to kind of like help you vet. Um, it does come with other kind of maybe uh, privacy issues or whatever, but the men specifically the young men were like having a fit over it. Well, men have the T on her app, and they've had other apps um, in the past. And what typically happened with those apps was men started doing revenge porn and posting explicit content and getting those apps shut down. So like men couldn't have good, nice things. That was the issue. But no, like I said, there's a ton of apps. The T app, some people were probably going there looking to see, do I know anybody there? Um, women. Like I said, not all women were on the T app. Some of them were looking for see if people they know. Some people were going over there to look for to just eavesdrop or whatever. But um, we need apps like that. I'm just gonna move off that. Let's see. You really think women are out here being manipulated? Listen, everybody's out here being manipulated. Everybody is. Let me take that back. everybody, there's a chance for there's probabilities for everybody to be manipulated. Um, I don't know if I agree with them being the biggest manipulators. Like, I think that like after a certain age, Sir Him, that narrative is not true. That's not it's no longer true. And I think it's also where we have to talk about a certain type of pedigree of people that we're dating here. Um, so when a lot of these manospheric men are kind of complaining about their sharing their dating woes, um, they might be dating for a certain type of person. We've had people on this platform say, "Hey, the bookworm type of woman, she's boring to them, so they're not going to be dating that type of woman." So they, like I said, they might need to like reevaluate the type of people that they're dating. But like, nah, like, um, I hate that. I hate that if that's what you feel like is reality. Like, um, and that's why I don't want for the I really hate about the Manospheric men. It's like they have this mentality like every stage of life they're set up to get manipulated. Marriage is a manipulation because they're going to get manipulated into divorce. It's going to be just which we've already talked on this platform. It's about making people whole. In most black divorces, like 7% of black divorces involve alimony. So like this fear of this big fear that black men have been like brainwashed in terms of manipulation, and it's not coming. Um, the people like to your statement, women are the biggest manipulators. I mean, we got to have this. It's worth a conversation, and it's like after a certain point, like I said, like we're grown. What are they really getting from this quote unquote manipulation? What are they manipulating? I'd love for you to share that. But nah, like I think at a certain point, it's just really about choosing certain type of people. And so like when they say to your point, manipulated, um, sometimes just things just don't work out. And that doesn't mean you were manipulated. Um, it doesn't have to always be like that. I don't know. I'm getting kind of tired. Like I'm out here just not. Out here with brain fog. Um, I thought I tried to share a panel link. But it's gonna like I said, it's getting kind of late. Like I probably need to get out. Let's see. Being pro TA is pro slander. No, wait. Um, listen, I don't have to worry about my reputation on a T app. Could there be some breadcrumb? Can there be something to be said? Yeah, I've made mistakes. They could air those mistakes. But like for me, my mentality is I'm gonna try to learn from my mistakes, be a better person from one relationship to the next. So like I'm not going to sleep. If someone put me on the T app, I'm not like screaming and hollering. Like I'm a better person today. So like I think the problem is for the T app is some of these guys aren't really improving. They're the same reputation from like 5-10 years ago is the same thing today. They're making the same mistakes today. Um Reputation assassination. Well, okay. Um okay, that's you feel like the reputation assassination. Um I don't know if I fully agree. I'm gonna just play contrarian with that. I think that um you have to I really try to believe that like I tell people I've said on this podcast like all the time, like I try to give people women an equitable experience. I want dating to be fun for both of us. I want us to try to, become friends. I want both of us to become friends, and that's where we start at. And most people are not doing that. So um they're not hell, they're not even taking women on dates. So like I think that um there if like I said, if I were to be on the T app, there would be man, he might have made this mistake, he might have made this mistake, da, 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 but like there were a lot of good things too. So like there the and like I said, it's not gonna stop your opportunities because everybody's not gonna be always on those apps. Like there's like so many things I could say, but it's just like these people are only afraid of it, Sir Ham, because they got something really to be ashamed of. And I don't want to live my life like that. I want to be a good person to people. And when I try to take that approach, I can sleep at night knowing that I might have made mistakes. I might not have been a good person all the time, but I try to take that approach. I do make mistakes. I have made mistakes in the past, but I try to lead with being a good person. You're making a lot of assumptions about intent when they're a screenshot. Listen, I don't want to date a woman on the T app, and I've taken a peek on the T on her app, and it's like it looks very young. Um, the T app doesn't represent like all women. Let's see. Mine is like it's barren. Um, I think it's like at Maroon Tiger. I think maybe you can search for like the male feminist or something like that. You might be able to find it. Yeah. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. He said you got y'all also asking some good questions. Let's see. Hold on. What if a woman lied and said you did something you didn't? Um. See, the thing is, like the. Let me think about that. Let me say that. I think we're not putting enough respect on the fact that I was saying, if you are learning from your mistakes, when I'm dating people, I talk about the mistakes I've made. So I get in front. So you want to talk about T app? I'm giving the T. I'm telling people like, yo, I dated this person. I made this mistake. Embarrassing mistakes. I talk about the married woman experience. It's documented on YouTube. So I'm not just like showing up and saying, oh, well, I can't. I'm talking about my marriage and my divorce. I talk the woman I'm dating now and other women. I've told her the mistakes I've made in dating. I mean, in my marriage and how I've grown from that. I say it a little bit on this platform too. So like, that's why I'm not scared about the T app. If you're gonna know anything about Chris, aka Maroon Tiger, I'm gonna beat the T app to its own game. I'm gonna put my story out before they do. So I'm not hiding. And I think when you do that, people get to understand you better. Like the woman I'm dating right now really understands me right now. And one of the things I had to kind of share was, communication wasn't always like a strong. That's something I'm continuing to work on. Like, one of the on and off girl woman I dated, we had this thing called like honesty hour. We would just share our feelings. Because I would have a tendency to kind of like withhold, like sit on it and things like that. So like, but um, people who I've dated, I've told them like my divorce, how that, and the marriage, how that went. I would tell them about people I've dated. So I'm not hiding the tea. I'm giving the tea out. So, um, oh shit. Okay, yeah. Um, yeah, I was on TikTok. Like, I was on TikTok. Like, they were giving me a run for my money, and the woman I'm dating, she was telling me, you need to leave the circus. Like, stop trying to save. You can't save these adults. Like, just she wants me out of this whole YouTube stuff. But um, at least the Manospheric part of it. What's the question that I didn't ask? Hold on. Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. The hypothetical. Was it the one about the woman and the experience? Oh, okay, okay. Fair enough. Fine. So this is the hypothetical I think you're saying. What if a woman lied to you and said something you didn't? And see, this is the thing, Sir Him. I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm probably going to get the benefit of the doubt. And like I said, like I'm going to, if there was, I'm like I said, I was saying before, how I'm kind of like spilling the tea about my previous relationships to the people I'm dating. So if I had dated that person, I'm going to say, let's talk end to end about like what really happened. And what I've learned in my experience, I can't say this for everyone else, is women are going to give you, if you are doing something that other people see as valuable, they're going to kick the tires. They're going to kind of give you a shot. So ultimately, in my opinion, um, women are going to kind of vet you, and they're going to see, learn you if they really like you, and figure out what they do like, what they don't like. And like the woman I'm dating, she has learned a lot about me, learned me very well. But like, to answer your question again, the beauty of the answer, Sir Him, is if you strive to be a better person with every relationship, with every person you date, like I said, I think you're going to get the benefit of the doubt, because you might have one or two people that's like, man, Chris was a dog, Chris was this, he was that, he was terrible, and then you're gonna have like 80% saying, no, Chris, like it just didn't work out, or he made this mistake, but he was also he was a gentleman. This, he was this, he was this and this. So like most people are gonna believe me, or they're gonna at least hear me out. They might not, maybe they don't believe me at first, but we're gonna talk it out. And um I think if that person, ooh, it's going to get in some hard territory. If that person has a decision to, um, let me see how I want to say this, to do their homework, and I think it also, I think, like I said, I think the vulnerability and me sharing, kind of oversharing, if you will, I think it helps because like people, um, it probably helps to show that like, hey, I'm not hiding things. And I think if you're a person who's kind of like showing up mysterious, or you're showing up and you're not really, opening up, then to your point, not a lot of people are gonna hear you out. I think like what I'm trying to say is like people are gonna hear me out. And if that really happened, like I said, you said it did not happen. Um I think there would be a conversation. Um and I'm at the point, like I said, I'm gonna, if I knew that person or if I didn't know that person, I'm gonna have that conversation. So it's like people, it depends on the reputation of like how people perceive you. And I've always tried to pride myself in dating as, like I said, trying to give people an equitable experience. I am like I'm Mr. Fair. I'm gonna be I'm a people pleaser. Um I am I think if people really value you, Sir Him, no one's gonna take a hearsay and say, you know what, I'm cutting you off. Where you're gonna get cut off, in my opinion, is, hey, I heard some hearsay about you, Sir Him, and I've already got some bad experiences with you already, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I don't see people at our grown age saying, hey, I've heard something, and you know what, I don't see this. I don't see, this doesn't sound like you, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna cut you off or something like that. So like I think at our age, at the way, like I said, my approach is I'm gonna talk through things. I'm gonna have hard conversations. I'm gonna show where I was, um where I failed. I'm gonna show how I learned from that, how I grew from that, how I'm trying to, how I either corrected that or I'm working to correct that. Um and trying to be a good person to people. So I think that that's one of the strengths of like why it's gonna, at least I'm gonna at least get a conversation, like let's talk through this, because I'm being a good person to people. I think that's the best way I can try to like answer it. It's like, I just don't try to put myself in those situations. That's the other thing I want to say to Sir Ham. I don't put myself in those situations. I don't want to move funny to create that opportunity for someone to do that. I don't associate with people like that. I don't associate with people like that. So like, it's a hypothetical, but like, I'm not gonna. That's never happened to me with a woman. Um, pause. There's a story maybe I don't want to talk about tonight. Like when I was in like my Morehouse pre-freshman summer program, and they got the wrong impression about me. Um, and something happened with some other people, and then they did like a witch hunt, and I got caught up in the witch hunt. And they figured out like they were completely wrong. I'll have to tell that story some other time. But like, the best way I can say it to him is I don't associate with people like this. I don't move like that, and I don't associate with people that would be like that. It's just not gonna. It's just not my. That's not gonna happen to me. I'm not. I don't. And that's why I'm like, um, the um, the people who are so worried about the paternity fraud, and they're so worried about um some of these other things. I don't worry about that. Like, they're worried about like, oh, women will, as soon as they find something better, they're gonna leave you. That might be your experience. That's not mine. Um, but like I said, like I don't move like that, and I don't associate with people and I don't do people like that. So I don't got, I don't have that to worry about. That's the best way I can answer that question. Yes, it is. It probably has like a paltry like 57, 51 um uh followers or subscribers. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with my direction. Um, I'm trying. I'm trying. Like we have good people. Like we got Pub, we got Therese. I'm sure I'll be here. But like, let's be clear about that. Like, if I end up, which probably will happen next year, if I become a father, like I'm probably have to take a step back. No disrespect, like not because I want to, but like I'm just gonna be, my bandwidth is probably gonna be just strapped. Um, but yeah, I love being here. I love doing this stuff. I love having these conversations. I love these conversations like Sirham and you and DKT. Like y'all bringing it. Keep doing this too. Yeah, I was saying it a lot of different times on the streams. Like we can't do anything to defeat these guys. It's just glorified entertainment. Um, edutainment. Let's just say that. Um, I do. I do because I think that I think that I really strive to try to be a good person to people, and like I said, I don't treat people like that. I'm a giver, not a taker. Um, and when people, you're gonna go, listen. You got me tooting my own horn. Like I said, I try to get the experience that I give. They're not gonna be able to find that very often. I'm trying to be a fair person to people. Um, I'm not trying to be a taker out here. And like I said, I don't do people like that. I don't associate with people. I don't associate with people like that. I've been really blessed to like, um, really be the Lord has put like nothing but like great women in my life. I was making a joke to like the woman who I'm dating now. It's just like getting a scratch off and like nothing but winning little things. But terrible analogy, but I'm just saying like, no, that's just not my reality. Like, um, that's just not my reality, Sir Him. That's somebody else's somebody who's moving funny. That's their reality. I don't um I don't want to move funny like that because um you I believe in karma. And it doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes. It doesn't mean that there aren't things that I'm ashamed of. It's just like, but I don't come out here trying to. I come here trying to like I said, be a friend, be a giver, to be a positive experience. And we saw that it was documented, Sir Him, last year with the married woman. Um, you might need to go back and listen to that content, but um, uh, let's see. I don't feel the woman who agrees is making my coffee. Wow. Um, let's see. What about believe all women? Yeah, and this brings up like a good conversation of like the brick lady, like who was lying, but let's see, believe all women. Um, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be concern because people are capable of anything, Sir him, even myself. But I think that as I was saying, I've been beating it like that horse. It's like, um, I think that people are going to, how do I say it? If people are allowing you the people I've met, they're allowing me opportunities to grow from past mistakes. Um, shit. If um like I said, I've had to correct mistakes that I was making in my marriage. The I had to as a part of growth. Um, but like I said, like I don't want to move funny like that. I just it's just not my reality. Um, the and part of that is Sir him. What you're speaking to kind of is why I with the married woman I stopped dating multiple people at a time because I said, and I might have said on this platform, I said I don't trust myself anymore with the opportunity to date multiple people at the same time. Some people can manage that. I can't. So I said, I made the decision to say I'm going to date one person at a time. And when I do that, I like the woman who I'm dating now. When I first got to meet her, I was like, she was like, "I'm choosing to trust you." Because I know like how a lot of guys are out here in Atlanta, and I'm like, it's kind of like how in Florida they have Florida man, like women have the Atlanta man, um, and he deserves the Atlanta man deserves its own like episodes of the show Atlanta. But like, um, I was telling her, I'm like, I'm so happy I made the decision to start making corrections, and one of them being the growth I made by deciding to date one person at a time. And with that, you get a whole lot less riffraff that you own, that self-inflicted riffraff, let's put it that way. You it makes it a whole lot harder to settle down with one person if you're always looking on the apps and um looking for someone else to date or whatever. And let's see, hold on. You're on the assumption that you have something to do. You're You're on the assumption that you have something to do in order for someone else to be an opposition. No, 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 no. I'm not. You're right. You're right. I can't stop that. I can't stop that at all. But what I'm saying is like I use my ability to vet, choose the right things, choose somehow find my way to find the right people, and I can't choose. I can't stop what's going to happen to me. Um, but I have some type of way about surrounding myself with really great people. Um, that so I don't really have that. Um, and I'm with people that they're trying to build. Um, those are the type of people that I'm attracting. People who are trying to build, who are trying to like the woman I'm dating now. She's just looking for like a life partner. She's not trying to like scheme. Like so I don't align myself with people who are takers like that. Like it wouldn't last very long. I would get kind of bored. Um, um, I just I don't attract people like that. Um, oh boy, vetting is gambling with family. I mean, no, like vetting is like extremely important. I'm trying to like drop the link. Like, um, well, when I first got divorced, I was looking at it as I had never dated multiple people before, and um, I just thought like, hey, get to know people. It'll give me an opportunity to meet more people faster or whatever. I didn't see. I saw it as like harmless, but uh, wait, hold up. Um, my goal is to get remarried. Let's be clear about that. A lot of times when I say partner with somebody, I mean it can mean I mean partner with them in dating. I also mean partnering with them in marriage and stuff like that. So, um, yeah, my goal is to get remarried. Um, that's my goal. But to go back to it, um, like I said, Sir Him, I don't put myself in those positions. As the woman who I'm dating right now would say, people have gotten shot for less. Like people, like so, I don't want to put myself in those kind of situations. Like as the way she says, like you you mess over the wrong person the wrong way, they could take you out. Um, I don't want to do people like that. I don't. I really don't. And like when we talk about younger age, we're talking about like 39 to like 41, something like that. So it was not a young age. It was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Um, hold up. Let me see if we can. There's the link, Sir Him. I don't have very long to talk, but we can do it. We really need to be shutting down. See if that works. Um, hmm, it's not a panel link. Damn it. Oh, I think I found it. Okay, I found it. I'm so washed. Um, it might be just because a different browser. This is the panel link. Yeah, you'll just have to go through a couple screens, but that's the panel link for sure. And listen, there are people who still date multiple people. Listen, I tip my hat to them. I can't manage that. It's just gonna create more distractions, more riffraff. It's gonna be a lot more expensive for one. Um, um, and I just want a simpler I wanted simpler situations. Um, Sir Him, I posted that link. Um, I think that's it. I'll give him some time to jump up. Um, maybe he's gone. I'm gonna step away for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, Sir Him, I'm back. Welcome to the panel. Can you hear me? I think I can hear you now.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So it's not connected, right? Hold on. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I'm setting a timer 30 minutes. Here's some water.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. All right, so I know you're tired. We ain't got a lot of time because you're gonna shut down. So, but I didn't hear the last part of what you were saying while I was trying to log in to get on here.
Um, no, I think I just stepped away for like a couple minutes. I don't know if
Okay,
I don't think I'm saying anything.
okay. So as far as my last question that I asked you,
Okay.
as far as what if a chick lied, or what if a woman lied?
Uh huh. Um, I know, and I think I answered that like at nauseum. But like the thing is this: um, anybody can lie on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like the woman who I'm dating, she had like an industry. I'll bring it back to me in a second, but she had like a person in her industry lie on her, said that she was doing like bad business practices, da 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 da, and she was like, she was taking it a little further than I would take it, but she was like, but if we were bringing it back to me, um, the the best thing that I think the best defense to people lying on you is you you have to I like I said I strive to just be the best a fair person, give people an equitable experience, be a gentleman, to treat people well. That is the my best defense. I can't help like mistakes I've made in the past. But I'll say this. um you Let me see, I'm gonna figure out how to answer this. You have to it's you can't, to your point, if someone were to lie on me, that's out there, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't fight that. I can't dispute that, because that's like I was speaking about that earlier in the stream of like the marketplace of ideas. Like that's why I don't really like debating some of these like manospheric dudes, because like they can lie, they can manipulate stats, they can put out completely misinformation, and they can win the argument by putting out bullshit stats and bullshit talking points. So like I said, if someone, to your point, lies on you in dating, um, I think that,
Well, let's say y'all weren't even dating. Let's just say that she just said that you did something inappropriate that you know that you didn't do.
well, um, that's I think that kind of goes in my favor too, because like I said, like I'm kind of like more of the standoffish dude. So like that's not even my MO in the first place. The women who know me, who dated me, know this. So that's already a win in my category. So like
Mm-hmm.
um the people who were afraid of Me Too weren't the dudes who were the thirsty ass dudes. They were the very aggressive dudes. I'm taking the
That's not
gentleman.
true.
Yes, it was. It was.
Every
It.
everybody got shook after Me Too
I didn't. You got
because
shook. You were
because right after the Me Too, they started the slogan "Believe all women" to
okay.
go along with the Me Too stuff.
Okay.
So at that point, it didn't matter if you did something or didn't do something. If you just made a woman mad, and especially in the workplace, they could say, "Oh, you just did something inappropriate." They felt like it was sexual harassment or whatever. Next thing you know, you're getting pulled into HR offices, being put on administrative leave or just outright fired, and you didn't even do anything.
This is very fantastical. Let's be clear about
It's
that.
not fantastical.
It is like,
That's why. That's why after that they started writing all the articles about women complaining that men in the workplace would no longer want to be alone with them or mentor them or do anything alone with them at any point in time during the workday because they were trying to prevent any situation from even coming up.
Let's be clear about that. There with this anti Me Too, with this anti believe all women stuff, a lot of these people are anti progressives. They just don't want to see social change. They, like I said, it's protecting the problematic men. I don't know about you. Maybe it sounds like you were sweating bullets during the Me Too era. I wasn't. When they talk about 4B, hey, we're not going to have babies. We're not going to date men. I'm not sweating bullets. I'm not sweating bullets at
No,
all.
4B is something totally different.
I know it is, but I'm just saying
Yeah. But
when we're
as far
talking
as
about
Me Too, as
we're
far as
talking
Me Too, that affected people whether they did something or didn't do anything,
no, because I
sexual
guess
or non-sexual.
what I'm saying is the approach I take in dating. I'm gonna take a more I'm gonna take a slower approach. So like I'm not moving. I'm not gonna move aggressively to make a woman feel uncomfortable. So like and
But
so that's not
what
happening
does
to
that
me.
even what does that even mean? Make a woman feel uncomfortable.
I'm
A
saying
guy can say hi to a woman and she could feel uncomfortable.
absolutely not. But
No.
let,
So you were so you were seeing all these women talking about, they were feeling harassed by guys just saying hi to them.
this is social media, and the problem that I've said on this live earlier is a lot of these dudes who are
So
doing
you
this.
never heard a woman say that in your real life?
No,
I have on multiple occasions.
tell me the occasion that you heard this. And so no, wait, let's be clear. This did
A
it?
few
Did
of
it?
them,
No, no,
a
hold
few of
on.
them.
Let's be clear.
Mhm.
This did it end with you going to jail? Did it end with
Me?
you? Did it end with you
No, no,
getting?
no.
Did
This
it?
is them
Did it?
telling me that they. This is me them telling me the story of how they were uncomfortable or felt harassed about a situation. It's nothing that
Did
dealing
it?
with
Did
me
it? Did it
specifically.
end? Did it end up with you in a HR office?
No, because it's not about me. This is about people that told me stuff.
Okay.
Women that told me stuff. So, like my sister, for example, would tell me stories, or some of my female friends would tell me stories, or even like a past job I had, they would tell me stories about stuff. Whereas if another guy that they did like that they were attracted to would do the same exact thing, they wouldn't then consider it harassment or feeling uncomfortable.
Okay. So let's. So you said women have told you that they uh
If
felt.
they felt uncomfortable about certain people, but then if another dude would do the same exact thing,
Oh, here we go.
there was no issue. There
No,
was
but
no issue.
no. But you said, Sir Him, you said this happened to you.
No, I said they told me.
Got it. So again, we don't know the circumstances for what that led up to that. So like the dudes who,
They said
um,
hi.
let me finish. Let me finish.
Go
No,
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it probably was not just a high. Let's be clear about that. But uh, you might not be listening to the content that I put out here. I tell people all the time I don't talk to women in public because I talk to women on the apps. That's how I meet women. It's not that I'm against
Why don't you talk to women in public?
because a lot of times I'm in public. I'm in and out. I'm on a time crunch. I need to get to somewhere. I'm just trying to shop, and I'm like,
Nah,
I
you don't want to get me too. You can tell the
no, no,
truth,
no, no, no,
man.
no.
You can
You know,
tell the truth.
it's not that. It's not that. It is. It's not that I can't. When I met my wife at
Hmm.
a cotillion, I approached her. When I met the woman before the married woman, the 2 women ago, 3 women ago, I
So
met her
y'all
at a.
Jack and Jill?
I am.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I met a woman at a Bumble in real life mixer. Talked to her. We ended up dating off and on. So I'm saying with the I'm not saying, and listen, me not talking to women in public is to my detriment. But what I'm saying is, in Atlanta, there's so many opportunities and so many great women to date in Atlanta. I'm not struggling to find great women online, so I don't have any reason to like try to approach them in real life. Now, if it was a dating mixer, that's a different thing. But I'm not going to be like, hey, you know what? I'm over here at the Whole Foods buffet. Let me go holler at somebody. No, no. Like it would have to be a very special person, and maybe it would have to be a conversation sparked. But nah, I'm not running up on people. Like no judgment. I think everybody's got a different approach, but me, I don't. So like this goes to the story of, well, Chris, what happens if a woman told you that she got in an unwanted advance. The women who date me know that's not Chris's MO. He doesn't even really approach women in public like that. So it's not gonna happen. I would get the benefit of the doubt a little bit of like, hey, that's not even him.
Okay, but even if you did do an advance, is that a crime? Is that wrong?
Give me 1 second. My screen went dead. Um, I'm not saying it's a crime, but I'm saying there are situations. Part of it, to your point, is I don't want I want a more authentic interaction with a woman and with a person. I don't want it to be rushed. And I'm not
Like,
saying that it's go ahead, 1 second. Um what I'm saying is like I'm not against talking to people in public, but I'm saying like I'd rather talk to someone at a bar, talk to someone at a party, da, 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 da. So what I'm saying is it's not a crime to talk to people, but I think that what I try to say is men specifically, in my opinion, I'm not telling what people need to do, just giving my opinion. We need to diversify our way to interact and put ourselves in places in the places we put ourselves in to interact with people, because a lot of people, the statement that you're bringing up is kind of protecting the dudes who want to literally catcall, who literally want to holler at women, who want to try to who are hell bent on getting their number. I'm not stressed like that at all. So it's no, it's not a crime to talk to a woman in public, but um there's a certain type of way that you have to kind of, I guess, my opinion, you have to talk to someone, establish a rapport, and there's a slippery slope with that. And I'd rather delay that to meet someone at like a party, at some type of gathering, something like that, where there's a longer range to talk to someone instead of a rush. That's my opinion. But but no, like I think that I understand. I think that what this is really sparking is that men are men are seeing stuff that's on social media. Men are hearing things like, to your point, you're hearing these stories in real life. I've never heard. Oh, I'll take that back. I don't ask about stories of like, hey, did you get any unwanted
it just
this and
comes up in random conversation.
yeah, random conversation. But like I
So,
said, like
so, so, do you think the stuff that happens on social media, the conversations that take place in social media, don't take place in real life?
not exactly. I think that I talked about one earlier on the stream. I said when guys say, "Hey, all these boss babes are just throwing the degrees in my face." I dated a woman who worked on like Obama's cabinet. She didn't throw that shit in my face. She didn't. She still made me feel like, you know what, I'm still here to go on a date and get to know you. Da, 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 da. So like I think that there's a lot of noise and there's a lot of stuff being missed in these interactions. Maybe some of these situations that don't go well, and maybe some of these guys who are disgruntled in dating, they're not good daters. They're
Well, what is
not
a good dater?
a good dater. I'm gonna tell you when I knew I was a good dater. Um,
Or what is one just in general? You don't gotta just put it on yourself.
in general, sorry, I had dry mouth. I think a good dater is someone that trying to is creative, is thoughtful, and is um looking to make sure that both people are enjoying the interaction. Not like not showing up there and saying, "What do you bring to the table?" That's not good. Like really trying to get to know that person, really trying to court that person.
Is
Courting
isn't that question vetting?
vetting is hold on. It starts before vetting, in my opinion. When
No,
you're
I'm
getting
saying that question, is that not a part of vetting?
what question? What was the question?
What do you bring to the table?
No, that's not the way. That's not no, no, I don't think so, because
So,
there's a way that you can find out um what someone is all about without having to say a manospheric talking point.
so you don't like the question, but it's still part of
Correct.
vetting.
Correct. And I think that the vetting is also on the dating. I don't know how everybody dates differently. Like I date mostly all on apps. So my vetting is I look at your
So
profile, I see what
you
you
meet them online. When do y'all meet in person?
we meet in person after we've chatted up on we connect online, and then we chat online, we get a feel for each other, we get a feel for each other's humor, what do we like to do, and then I say what type of restaurants they like to, what type of food they like to eat, and then I take them out on a restaurant to a date, and then we get to know each other there, see if it translates to in real life.
So how do you ask that question?
I don't.
You have to
Um,
ask that question in some way.
no, what I do is I'm looking for it. You get to know you get to know that person. You just say like, hey, it's a good question. Like, let me think about that. How do I do that? It's a
Essentially, you're asking her, how is she going to be a benefit to your life? How is she going to enrich your life?
well to Sir him the that's an ongoing process. Like that's not something like you're gonna figure out necessarily in the first date, the first month, the first few months. You're gonna find out different little pieces about that person. Like, oh my gosh, like I
But
start
you
to
ask questions, though, right?
sometimes it's questions. A lot of times it's experiences. You just
Experiences.
someone shows up for you in a certain way, and you see them in a certain way, and you're like, oh
Yeah,
wow,
but you
like
just met the girl. How do you know if you want to go from one date to 2 dates,
you have a
two
good
dates to
date.
three?
You have a good date. You have a good date. It's as simple as that. If I have a bad date, that's it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
done. I'm done.
Right. So when you do get to the point to where you start asking her more, uh, pointed questions, like deeper questions based on how you see your future, what do you bring to the table? It's not one of those questions.
Absolutely not.
Not in
Like
that way, but you don't ask that question in any kind of way.
you should know by how that person shows up and fits into your life. That tells you everything it tells me everything I need to know. I've already asked enough questions to kind of like, hey, I've asked the basic questions. Hey, where'd you grow up? Hey, how many what's your family look like? Where are you from? Blah blah blah. What do you like to do for fun? Da, da, da. But
Yeah, but
it's
that's all surface level. I'm talking about the deeper stuff,
yeah, the deeper
the
a
stuff that
lot
actually matters.
that stuff like those first questions matter too, but I'm saying like that's going to show up in chemistry to in my opinion. You're not going to be able to extract some of these how do you fit into my life. You can't extract that because it could be different for every
You can. It
person.
just depends on how you ask them, and I guess in certain ways, whatever comes up.
I believe that
I think I think you've asked this question. I think you just asked it a different way.
no, I perceive. I try to like get to know. Like I said, I try to build a friendship first, and in building a friendship and hanging out and having great dates or having great hangouts and stuff like that, we get to become more comfortable with each other. And through
Mm-hmm.
that, we start to become more vulnerable and we get to have the little silly moments. We get to like talk about stuff that we were uncomfortable talking about at first. And then I get to know that person and we're starting to peel back the layers. And
Mm-hmm.
by that point, um, I don't look at I don't look at it as like almost like I think when people say like what do you bring to the table, it's almost like a job. You're trying to fill a job. I look at it as
Well, technically,
am,
it is, but
I look at it as am I happy with this person? Does this person make me happy? Do I love this person? And that takes time to build.
so you don't ask about any tangible things
Like what?
whatsoever.
Like what?
Just the basics. Do you cook? Do you know how to cook? Do you know how to maintain a house, clean the house? Are you messy? Do you have debt? How much debt do you have, especially like school debt? Anything. You don't
I
answer.
mean,
You don't ask any of those questions.
um, a lot. Sometimes, some people we've talked about finances. Um, the sometimes the I don't know if I really ask, like, oh, are you a clean person? You this, you that. Like, it's gonna show. Like, you come over to that person's house, and that's gonna tell you everything you need to know. Um,
Yeah, I got some horror stories with that one, man. Jesus.
I've seen some people that I've seen a person that like really could not had everything else going on great in their life, but like the home was just it was insane. It was really out of shape. But no, like
Yeah, house,
I
their house and their car.
but here's the thing: asking all these questions isn't going to
Hmm.
guarantee that y'all are going to even get along. So I'm gonna say
Hey,
like let's
not asking them is not going to guarantee that either.
let's focus. I want to focus on, hey, can we get along? And let's build that chemistry first, and then as that's happening, we'll get to know each other. We'll start sharing different things about each other. We'll share about things that we'll peel back the onion over time. We'll be patient with peeling back the onion. Man, what is this
So
screen
do you
doing?
think you could get along with the woman that can't cook, like long term?
I've Yeah, I've dated a few. I like to
Yeah, but
cook.
I'm talking long term.
I like to cook.
What about cleaning?
I said I wouldn't be.
She says she doesn't touch she will not touch a broom. It's not in her nature.
I
Could you
got a.
date her
I have a
long term?
I have a yeah. I have a wireless Dyson vacuumer that I like to use.
What is that going to do about food on the table,
I
food on the
know how to
counter?
I know how to cook. Oh, you
What
talking
did
about
I go? What
cleaning?
does cooking have to do about cleaning?
You're talking about cleaning. Well, the thing
Hmm.
is this. This thing is this. I have a cleaning crew. It's
Dysons
like
don't clean bathrooms either.
you're right. You're right. But women are not made to like just clean. They're not. That's something that both people can do.
It's not about them just being made to do it. How are they going to contribute?
You can contribute in different ways. Like there's like what I look at this Sirham is not everybody's good at things. Like I've dated someone who was extremely intelligent, made a lot of money,
Hmm.
um, was not cleaning, just was not her thing.
But you
And
know how you get better at something you're not good at, right?
you got to want to.
Not just want to, because you can want whatever you want, but the only way to get better at something is to do what?
As to what?
The only way to get better at something is to do what?
No, you answer that for me. To do, you mean do it?
To do it.
No, but
Yeah,
I'm
do
trying to.
more of it.
No, but what I'm trying to say is it's beyond that. The person has to want to. So like, if you have someone that needs to lose, that you feel like needs to lose weight, they're not going to lose that weight until they want to lose that weight.
Let's leave it to the cleaning.
If you
If
talk
a
about
person doesn't want to clean,
yeah, if a person does not
you
want
can
to
still date
clean,
them.
we could probably hire it depends on the level of what you would call it uh
Income you have.
no, I'm saying like how unclean they are. Like it depends. Like we can hire if they can't keep up with the maintenance, maybe I have to step in, maybe we have to have a cleaning crew, something like that.
So you're gonna have like a full staff on hand every day, lunch, breakfast, dinner.
I
Or are you
grew up
talking
with
about? Are you talking about you're gonna have a cleaning lady come once a week or twice a week?
maybe like every couple weeks.
Yeah. So if she comes every couple of weeks and you eat what 2, 3 times a day, 2 or 3 times a day at your house,
Mhm.
mm, you gonna do all the cleaning and all the cooking?
No, it's gonna be a team effort. It's gonna be a team effort, but you have to understand. I have to understand. I'm gonna choose to understand that like if someone's not good at something, I might have to pick up the slack with it. Like when I got divorced, Sir Him, I had a wife that was Southern Belle that like was excellent cook, and I said I
Hmm.
might not see that ever again. I got to learn how to get better at cooking because I might the next woman I find that I really like, she might not know how to cook.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Have you ever done something badly on purpose just so you wouldn't have to do it again?
I don't do weaponized incompetence. No,
Have you ever done it, even as a kid? Because kids are notorious for it.
I have to look through the. I have to go through my memory, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't know. Did you?
of course.
Do you do that? Do you do that now?
That way, somebody else does. That way, this other person would pick up the slack, and they
So,
would do it.
are you
So what
selfish?
if
Are you a
what
selfish person?
now? I'm more
Yep.
selfish than what I have been, but I'm older now, so I can be
Wow.
that way. But aside from that, the reason why I bring that up is because what if you're dating a girl and she does stuff badly on purpose just so you'll do it?
I think what you have to do with that, Sirham, is there has to be I don't know how to say this, but like there has to both people have there has to be I don't want to say balance, but like there has to be you don't want. I'm not going to overextend myself to the point that it's stressful. That's the best way I can say it. Um, you have to speak up and have conversations about, hey, this is stressing me out. I'm overwhelmed. I need some help here. Let's look for some other options, or maybe you're helping to step up a little bit more. So so that neither one of us is getting frustrated.
Would you continue to date her if she continued that behavior?
No, I wouldn't. If I voiced my concerns and felt like we weren't pulling our same the right weight, no, I wouldn't want to date a selfish person. I don't date people like that.
Mm, good. I'm proud of you. But the reason why I'm bringing this stuff up because it's basically just different manipulation things that people I've seen people do.
Hmm.
So I'm just curious of how you'll react to that. So I'm pretty sure you've run into some things yourself.
Yeah, yeah, and like you just have to like I said, I dated the married woman. It didn't work out. Could people could maybe argue
You
with.
dated the married woman?
She wasn't married. She was going through a divorce. We called a married one for shits and giggles. Um, but what I'm saying is like people could argue that that was manipulation. But what I'm saying is like
On whose part?
on her part, maybe like when you date someone. Let's just say this: you date someone and you're in a roster and it just doesn't work out, or like I said, I don't
Do
want
you
to
know
go.
you're in the roster?
Yeah, or
No, then
maybe
that's not a manipulation. Then you signed up for it.
or maybe you're not, but or maybe you don't. But I'm saying you date someone and you did not get your needs met. That was me dating the married woman. I didn't get my needs met. We don't need to go down. That's a open wound. But um,
Oh, no
what
worries, man. I mean, I've
what
dated married women too, so no
um
worries.
what I'm saying is like I'm trying to remember what the point was. Um, I'm gonna if I get manipulated or if I get got in dating, I'm gonna chalk it up and say, you know what, I also made this decision to look past the signs or for different reasons, and I'm gonna learn to see those signs quicker. So like you're not gonna be like I look at it and I say I can't protect myself, Sir Him, in life for all things. Like you put if you're dating is about putting yourself at risk for getting your heart broken and your feelings hurt.
Say that again.
I said dating offers the risk of getting your feelings hurt or your heart broken, and I
Oh, yeah,
understand
for
that that could
sure.
happen.
Yeah, but the vetting and the questions is to try to mitigate certain risks before you get too involved.
Hmm.
So, what are the questions you ask to know if this girl is the girl for you?
Um,
Like, you don't have a criteria, you don't have
well,
a list of attributes that you're looking for in a woman that you want to marry and have kids.
the way I mean I hear what you're saying. Like for me, it's not like a system of like, oh my god, I got to hit her with the questions, this and that, and then like we can't go forward if she doesn't miss this. Like I'm gonna say, I want to feel like for me is how well does she fit into my life? How well are we good friends? Do we care about each other?
How do you
It
determine that? It's basically what I'm asking you.
I determine that um by continuing to develop a relationship or in a friendship organically with that person and building a bond. And that can't be questions. The bond is to me is more important than a lot of these questions that you're saying. Like these
It could
questions,
be any question. It could be
sure,
anything. The
sure,
questions could be anything, not necessarily just that. But unless you ask questions to see where y'all fit with each other,
yeah,
how can you determine if it's a good fit or not?
well, for me, like I was saying at the beginning, I ask a lot of questions. I ask like questions galore at the beginning, like, "Hey, what is your favorite meal? You know, what do you like to do? What do you like to do for fun? Da, 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 where are you from? Da, da, da." But like once we get into like getting to know each other, it's no longer an interview. It's more of like, "Hey, do we get along? Do we care about each other? Is a bond growing?" And we will get to know each other by just um
Sitting next to each other and just breathing.
no, I'm not saying that, but I'm like it's hard to explain. I'm saying like you will, as you become better friends, you'll show up for each other in different ways. You will that person will, you'll start to understand that that person's starting to really understand things about you, maybe that you didn't know about yourself, or they start to understand the things that you have shown to them. They
So
care about
how?
you.
Okay, quick question. How can they understand anything better about you if they don't ask you questions?
They can observe. To your point, they can and they will ask questions, but a lot of getting to know a person is also observing their behaviors. I think my red pill best friend would tell me this all the time. It's not about what someone's. It's not about what someone says. It's about like what they do, or like how do they. I forget how he says it, but it's like people can say one thing, but the
Like, what would
behavior.
you do? Hypotheticals?
No, no, no. It's more so people can say one thing, but what
Do
they really
another?
no what people will say one thing, but it's
Hmm.
really about their behavior tells a more clear story than
Like
what
their
they
body
say.
language?
No, I'm
I'm trying to
saying
understand what you're trying to say.
I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
like I'm no, I'm saying like if
Like
um
actions speak louder than words. I'm
correct,
assuming is where you're
correct,
going with it.
correct, correct,
Okay, like they can tell you anything, but what they do on a daily basis
correct,
kind of a better indicator.
correct.
Okay. Yeah, but before you even get to that point, you still have to ask questions.
My thing is this. I keep trying to say it. It's like, do you get to, for me, my approach, questions aren't going to
I
give
would
you their.
love to. I would love to see some of your chats
Oh yeah,
because
I mean,
you be asking these people questions.
yeah, I do. Like I said, like
You be
when I
asking questions, and the question tells you certain things because what you're trying to figure out is how they're going to react. Either react to certain stuff, how have they reacted to certain stuff in the past,
yeah,
and things of that nature. It's like
questions are
school level and all that stuff.
question
Schooling.
questions are important. I'm not saying they're not, but what I'm saying is like equally important, if not more important, is the chemistry. Like you can ask questions till you're blue in the face, but at some point you got to start living and experiencing and just vibing, and that's important too. Um,
Yeah, but all that's ambiguous, man.
uh,
Chemistry, vibing, that's very ambiguous. That can mean anything.
no, it's not like um,
No?
no, because like for me, I can tell when things are developing and going forward and forward. You start having more conversations about like um the commitment level, or hey, it could be as simple as this. You're dating, you maybe start off, you're dating multiple people, and then one person starts to approach
Drops
the
off
other
the
person.
roster.
Hmm?
Oh, okay. Now go ahead, say it again.
I'm saying one person approaches the other person and says, um, "Hey, what about us not seeing another multiple people? What are we?" Da, 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 da. Let me go back to this question from DKT. Um, I think understanding what someone brings to the table. Sure, there are some questions, but a lot of it is you observe, you listen, you observe. Like sometimes people are telling you about themselves, or you're showing up, they're showing up for you, or they disclose, they reveal certain stories about them, and you're like, oh, okay, I just learned something about them, and oh, this is what they got going on in their life. Da, 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 da. I'm not gonna be um I ask a lot. I do ask a lot of like probing questions, but like I said, the chemistry is something that like the question can't reveal, and that matters to me a lot.
What does that mean?
Let me ask you this: are you dating someone right now?
No.
When was the last time you dated someone?
The last time I dated someone for like a relationship,
Mm-hmm.
ooh, that was probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
Probably
So,
longer.
how long did you date that person?
That person was off and on. Uh, Not long, maybe like 3 years. We
Did
would date
you?
for a little while, then they go nowhere, we'll separate, then we came back and started dating again. and
Did
then
that
that didn't work out,
did that
and that was the
person
last one.
okay. Did you love that person?
No, I liked him a lot.
Okay. So the fact that you did not love that person means that your relationship with that person did not ascend to a certain place. It did not grow past a certain point. And that's what I'm
Right.
saying. It's like, you've dated that person for a few years. This is giving me red pill or best friend kind of vibes. You dated that person off and on for a few years and you never loved that person. Did that person love you?
I doubt it.
Okay. So
We
this
like
is
each other.
so this is telling me you're talking from a different vantage point. When people start to develop feelings for you, the relationship is going to start to go into a different direction. The feelings are going to start to grow. They're going to start showing up for you in more intense ways. The questions to me, like I'm trying to explain, become a little less important as you start to see, oh, this is what that person feels about me. I didn't need to
Yeah,
ask a question.
but the chemistry was good when we were together.
I know it was good, but you and I have a
We
different
were vibing and everything.
you and I have a different definition of good, because what was so here's the question. Here's the question I want to
That's what I
ask.
just said a moment ago. It's too
Here's
ambiguous. That can mean anything.
here's the question I have to ask you.
Okay.
If you didn't love this person and this person never loved you,
Hmm.
what was your intention to date this person?
Oh, I saw a future with her. It just didn't work out that way.
All right. I mean, maybe I'm different. I say all the time like I'm a love hoe, but um I like I said, like at some point the questions start to be I start to the answers that I could be possibly getting from questions, I'm starting to experience them. Some things don't need to be some answers you're going to get don't need to be asked in a question form. Like if someone says, uh
So you're guessing? You're out here guessing?
no, I'm saying like you're using your intuition. Like if someone is there's situations where a woman might tell me, "Hey, I love you." And before she does that, her behavior is going to start to change in a way where I'm like, I think she's catching feelings. I think she's kind of falling in love. I didn't have to ask that, and I can feel it. It's there. So I'm saying like
But she offered that information to you though.
after some point, sure.
Hmm.
But I'm saying I think it's important to keep to to
So you never
acknowledge.
asked a girl, "Do you love me?" You never like, "Do you love me?"
I
You never
don't
asked a girl that.
I don't. If I ask that, it's gonna be like it's when someone let me answer that question. I don't ask that person's gonna tell me they love me
Have you
before
ever?
that person's gonna tell me they love me before I ask them that.
Uh-huh.
So if I do ask them that, like if I were to ask my girlfriend, "Hey, do you love me?" I already know because we've already told each other that. But I'm just
Hmm.
saying, um, I don't. No, I until I've heard that. No, I don't ask that. I'm taking my time.
So okay, well let me rephrase. Have you ever asked a girl you've dated, "Do you still love me?"
I think about that. I'm trying to think about that really. Um, hmm. Maybe I have. I don't really remember if I have.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm getting from what you're saying. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be wrong. Um, you have a really hard time asking sensitive questions to women. Would you say that's true or not? True or not?
No, the way I look at it is I have a different approach. I don't see it that way. I think that I am an information gatherer. I ask a lot of questions. I gather a lot of information. But but my approach is not the information I gather, Sir Him, is not always in question form. It's like if you're hanging around if you're hanging around at a function and let's say the person has bad manners. I don't have to ask you if you have bad manners. I'm perceiving that, and I'm gathering that information and saying, you know what, this person, I don't know if I can bring this person in this kind of situation. All right. I don't have to. I'm not going to ask you, and I don't have to. I got the information I needed. So I'm just saying, there's certain things in life where certain information that's gathered is asked, and certain information I'm gonna look for patterns, and I'm gonna
Okay,
look for behavior.
so what percentage of the information that you gather on the women that you date do you get from observation versus just asking them straightforward?
This isn't ChatGPT. I don't got the percentages for you for that.
I'm just no,
It varies from
it's a guess, it's a guesstimation,
it varies.
guesstimation.
It varies from. I never thought about it like that, and it varies from person from person. But like, um, I would probably say I'm asking surface level questions to kind of understand. Hey, where are you from? What do you like to do? What
Yeah,
kind
that's
of work
first
do you do?
conversation stuff.
Yeah. What? Tell me about your family. Tell me about like the kind of upbringing you had, things like that. Um, and these are things that kind of go in the flow of certain conversations. Like I'm not like, oh my god, I gotta ask her about this. I don't know this yet.
Yeah,
I
but you find a way to bring it up to where she'll tell you, right?
probably, yeah.
I mean, you have to in order to find out what you want to find out.
Um, like I said, like everybody's different. I think the stuff that I'm trying to find out, you and I might not be on the same page. Like I'm like some of that stuff is gonna, like I said, the chemistry to me
You seem indirect. It seems like you like to ask a lot of indirect questions.
mm,
It's like you say something to hint at it, and then hope that they just offer the information to you.
no. It's like what I'm saying is like I ask I ask a lot of questions up front, but after you've asked those questions, like you're questioned out. I'm kind of questioned out, and if something come, and then I'll start to ask questions like in the flow of certain conversations, but like it is after a certain point I've started to like get to know that person, and I'm just like observing the I it's it kind of shifts to more of like I need to observe your behavior now, and
Mm-hmm.
now I'm making judgments of the behavior and how you're showing up and the consistency and consideration and things like that. And I'm not gonna say like, hey, why did you behave this way? I'm not gonna ask you that. I'm gonna just perceive your patterns, perceive your behavior, and I'm just gonna make a judgment
Mm-hmm.
off of that. Sometimes I might ask questions about like, hey, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? But like, there's a mixture of questions. Questions are important. I agree with you, but it's like I said, like my approach is like, just let's build a friendship. Let's build a friendship, and that involves asking questions. That involves spending quality time. Which within quality time,
I
you
gotta ask you what that is.
quality time is
What's quality time?
yeah, quality time is talking on the phone. Quality time is spending time alone. Quality time is um sometimes it's going on a vacation. It's something that is less of a it could be a date, but sometimes it's outside of a date, and you don't have a time limit. You're spending time to just get to know each other, just do some maybe do some routine, go see a certain type of show or whatever. You're hanging out. You're getting to feel how comfortable you are with the said person, and see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, uh,
Interesting.
what is quality time to you?
Honestly, at this point, I don't even know.
Why?
Uh, 'Cause honestly, I never even really thought about anything in the sense of quality time. I just think about, am I enjoying this interaction? Is this a positive interaction? Is it a negative one? Is this a bad thing? But as far as quality time, I don't even really know what that even means. That's why I asked you.
Okay. Um,
I probably should know as old as I am, but
how
quality
old?
time,
How old are
that
you?
sounds 36.
Okay. Let me
Yeah, but that
ask.
doesn't say that doesn't sound like something that we would normally say, or how we would view it. We would just say spending time or enjoying each other's company.
Sure, it's the same thing. It's pretty
Mm,
much the same thing to me.
okay, yeah, I can go with that then.
Yeah, I mean, what other questions you have?
Why are you a male feminist?
Yeah,
And how do you benefit from being a male feminist?
like
Are
I
they
said,
paying you?
absolutely not. I haven't got paid a dime.
Man, you hustling backwards then, man. Jesus.
My thing is, um, like I said, I was saying in the chat, like I started off on this channel, because it's a Passport Pro channel, and I've realized, like, through dating, through some of these conversations we've had, like, women have it a whole lot harder than men give them credit to. Um,
Do you think women have it harder than men?
yeah, actually, I think I do. Yeah, they do.
In what way?
Specifically, black men.
Oh,
Um,
you gotta explain that one.
yeah, I think that for men, it's a whole lot easier to date. For one, um, they say all the time, like, men, like, they control access to marriage. Da, 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 da. So, like, for a man, I've said on many different panels, like, all of us, probably for the most part, damn near all of us could probably get married if we wanted to. And it comes down to if we wanted to, and if we wanted to have the situation that's gonna probably require, like, the type of lifestyle or the type of living conditions or the type of person that would come with. It's not the same, in my opinion. It's not the same for women.
And
Um,
what brought you to this determination?
by I have two sisters. By seeing the experiences that I have in dating, just a limit, like I said, limited experience because I've been married
Hang
the
on.
most majority of my life. Um, Seeing that, like, the experiences that women have in dating is completely different than what men have. So, like, men will look on the try to speak about it and say, "Oh, women have so many." You'll hear a lot of Manospheric men say, "Oh, women could have got married in their 20s, but they were just playing around." And it's like, that's not true. Like, very few people, a very small amount of people get married in their 20s, specifically probably black people the least. Um, um, it's not that easy. Now, black men could get married in their 20s if they wanted to. That can happen. But they don't want to. Um, but there's a lot of different angles you could take with it. You could look at the single mother thing. Um, the woman, if she becomes pregnant, she is in a vulnerable position where the guy might not stick around, and or from a security standpoint. I know we're talking about. I'm going off topic, but there's just a lot of different ways where women have it harder. Um, than men. They have to deal with sexism. Mm, you know, guys have some gender role things to deal with as well. But um, that's my standpoint. Is like, women have it a whole lot harder in dating, and you have to get that detail from women, not men. Because if you listen to men, they're going to be spreading uh, these talking points of, oh, women have it so easy, and all women, like I said, have hot girl summers, and they can all, uh, you know, get access to Chad. And it's like, there are a lot of them are lies, or, like, at the very best, half truths. Um, Men, specifically black men, they don't really have it that hard in dating. I can tell you, right, for myself, the only difficulty for dating for me is myself. Is me deciding to settle down, me deciding to um, commit. That's the only difficult. That's really the only difficult thing I've met, and everybody has different situations. Everybody has different realities. Like some people, maybe they're not able to, they don't have the luck, or they're not able to run into or attract, the people they want. I've been lucky to attract people, great people. So, but women have it harder. Um,
Yeah, nothing you said has indicated how it's harder for them.
I did. I started off with the first one saying it's very difficult to get married, extremely difficult. Versus men, it's the opposite. Every man could get married, damn near. The overwhelming majority of men could get
What
married
makes you think that?
because
So considering the incels are
mhm,
not married, if they could be married, how come they're not married?
this is a good conversation. And let's be clear about that. The incels do not resent they do not represent a majority population.
I know I'm
Um,
just using them as an example.
yeah. So let's be clear about this. Let's address one thing. Not everybody is supposed to be married. Not everybody is. Not everybody can. But I'm saying men
Eh,
by and large. Men
I
by
don't know
and
about this
large.
supposed to be.
What do you mean?
I don't know about the supposed to be because that's putting something else to it. It's like something outside of human control.
No, what I'm saying is like not everybody is meant to be married because of the responsibility that comes with that. Not everybody is meant to have kids because of the responsibility that comes with it. It might not be a good fit for everybody, is what I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
say. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is
sure.
like what I'm saying is that men, if we take the incels out, if we just take someone who is let's take the average guy. The average guy they can most likely pair up with someone and get married if he wanted to, and he's probably
Someone, just
yep.
someone.
I'm not just saying any old person. I'm saying in the situation that we have in the black community where people are barely married, it's not the situation for black men is not that I can't find a single great woman to date. That's a lie.
How so? How many
Um,
great women do you think are out there, percentage wise, in your opinion?
um, I'm gonna say a strong 65.
A strong 65. And okay, I want to ask you how you got to that, but I'm gonna just skip that. Okay, so given the amount of black women that are actually getting married or have been married, you say 65% are great.
Mm-hmm.
That's the single mother rate, isn't it? The
Single
single
mother
mom
rate
birth
is like
rate,
60,
67.
80%, 60, 80%. But let's
No,
go for
no,
60.
no. Out of marriage birth rate is 67.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that all of those women who have kids that aren't married are great women is essentially what you're saying.
I'm saying overwhelmingly these are women. Let's see. To answer that, yes, a lot of these women probably are great women. Because let's be clear about this. The
A
I
lot of
think
these, so that means the 65 out of the 67 are great women.
no. Like, I think you're playing with statistics. It's kind of in a kind of a manospheric way.
No, I'm just saying it just in general. Because
No, we're trying to say is 65% of the whole. You can't use 65
uh-huh.
conveniently and
Yeah,
say,
because
oh,
because there's women that don't have kids.
so
Okay, I got you there.
and I'm probably lowballing the 65. It's probably like more of like 70, 75. It's changing over time. So what I'm trying to say
Okay.
is what you're speaking to more is more so men in the black community, men in general, specifically in the black community, are non-committal. They're they're not
But
really.
why though? Why would a man not be non-committal?
Hmm?
Why would a man be non-committal?
It's a good question. There's nothing holding him accountable. There's a
Huh?
part. there's a part of to to take that next step. There's a self accountability, Sir Him, and there's no one able to force that accountability out of you.
I don't know what you mean by forced accountability. The guy is just not married. What accountability does he need? Did he
I'm
get her
saying
pregnant?
no. I'm saying like for me, when I was dating my ex wife, we were dating for like 5 6 years, and I said, this is a person that I see myself marrying. I want to have a family with this person. I ended up not having a family with that person, but I'm saying my intentions were to eventually get married to that person. My What I'm saying is there are a lot of people, specifically a lot of men, specifically in the black community, that are not dating with intention. They're not doing their self work to understand themselves. There was a video I wanted to show about that today, where there are I think a lot of men who are having these out of wedlock births.
Mhm.
They're not taking a
A
lot of
lot
the
of
steps.
men.
Yeah, a lot of people. I'm speaking specifically from the male perspective. Um, I'm not saying men are having babies. I'm saying that a lot of men that are fathering children out of wedlock. I think a lot of these men
Do
are
you know?
not.
Do you know what that percentage is?
You said it 67, 60, 67, 69.
No, that's the women. Do you know the percentage of men who are having kids out of wedlock?
What is it?
It's like what 15, 16%.
Oh my god. You're one of those. You're one of these kind of guys that's gonna say black men.
53% of black dudes don't have kids.
Oh no,
Another
no, no. Oh, I
33% are married
love
and have
this. I
kids.
love this.
And
So
then the remaining amount, which is the amount that I fall into,
okay.
is the dudes that are fathering kids that are not married.
Okay, so let's run those numbers again. What'd you say? Started over again. 15% of black men have children out of wedlock, is what you said?
It's in that range. Like I was anywhere between like 12 to let's say 17 to be generous, because
Where did
I
you get
really don't know the exact number.
where'd you get that stat from?
It was from the census data. I think I forget the website, but they use the census data. What is it? Black Statistics is like the main one people go to.
So if 67, 69% of black women are having children out of wedlock and only 15% of black men are, you're telling me that
They're sharing dudes, man.
oh
They're
my
sharing
god.
dudes.
So that's first and
even,
foremost.
even if I look to like my extended family, the the amount of dudes that have multiple baby moms is outrageous.
That's an anecdotal experience though. Because my experience is opposite. I don't know any of people like that.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter. If you look to the statistics, it says the same thing.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
What it says
Well,
is
that'll be your homework for next week. And then next, what's today?
we could
Thursday.
get that. We could get that done now. Like, let's get that. I'm gonna get that done right now. Give me a second, because 80. Like I said, I've been saying those statistics. Like 65% of black men, 30, 39 have kids. 80 of them have kids by 40, 49. This notion, and I'm glad you came up because you're one
Hmm.
of these guys who believes that black men hardly have children. That's bullshit, sir.
No, I never said that. About what 40? What is it? 47, 48%
You
have
said
kids.
15. You said 15. No, 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 no. You
No,
said
have kids.
by what age?
I don't know about what age. I'm talking
I
about this in general, overall.
okay. We're gonna address that right now. Give me
I
one
don't know, I don't
second.
know about no by what age. I know when I had mine,
How many? Yeah, when
but
did
I
you
don't know
have
about other
yours?
people.
When did you have yours?
I was Jesus Christ, how old was that? 17 or 19, I think.
Okay. Give me one second. Um, when the men become dads. Give me a second. I'm gonna find this. Okay, we're gonna share
Sure,
this real
man,
quick.
take your time. I'm in no hurry.
We are
I'm gonna be up for the
gonna
rest of the night.
get some sleep.
I sleep during the
Okay.
day.
Okay. So, do you see this?
Just barely. But glad you the people that's watching can see it.
Let me see if I can zoom in.
No, it's on me. I'll enlarge from my side.
Okay, cool. So maybe I was maybe I was yeah, I was these are the numbers right here. 62% of black men aged 30 to 39 have children. By 40, 80% of black men, 40, 49, 80% of black men have children. It's not what you're the stats that you might be getting, Sirham, might be including like teenage. Well, this one includes teenagers too. It says like the 3.1, but I don't know what stats you're using. But men in general, the stat shows men in general have kids. If by 40 years old, 40, 49, you don't have a kid, you are an outlier. That's these are the stats. Like this notion that only 40, 47, 50% of black men have kids, it's not true.
And I think
That's
the set that I was looking at was between 15 and 49. I think that's the set that I was looking at.
well, they're fudging some numbers. Because like I said, 15
I'll
to
have to.
40
I'll go look it up later, and then we can go back through it.
because this is these are those numbers. This is the 15 to 49. This is saying gradually over the span of their life, they become fathers. By 39, 60, roughly 63% of them have children. My age, I'm 43. In my bracket, it to find a kid to find a black man that does not have kids, I'm in less than 20th percentile. That's I'm there are it's rare to be a black man that does not have a kid at 40. Rare.
Oh, that's what this is. I see now.
This is from the census. So, like I said, let me see. You threw out another one. You said so the same thing. I think is
67% is the other number I threw out. That's black women having kids at wedlock.
yeah, and I think that's correct. I think that's like I've seen 60, 60, 67, 69. I've seen something as high as like 80, but
So
uh
have you also cross referenced that to the total amount of kids that black men have versus how many kids black women have?
let's be clear about this, Sir
Have
Him.
you cross referenced that as well?
Let's what I'm saying is this. Um I've looked at this stat or this kind of a chart from the woman perspective, and it's kind of similar. Like I'll try to see if we can
What
Google
does
it.
that mean, the woman perspective?
I'm saying like the one. This is a chart that shows how many men have children by race and age, and I've looked up in the past how many women have children by race and age.
Uh-huh.
What what I'm trying to say is that by 40, and I'll see if I can find it. Give me a second. Let me see. Let me Google it on my iPad and see if I can find the right way to query it. When did women um the how many kids do you have if you don't mind me asking?
I have two, girl and a boy.
Okay, good for you. Um, let me see.
Yeah,
But
they're a headache, but they make me proud.
that's good. Did it get easier?
What?
Uh, fatherhood.
If you want my honest,
I do. I
my
do.
honest opinion, the kids were never the problem. They were the easiest part
Okay.
by far.
So what was the hardest part then?
The woman I chose to have them with. Jesus Christ. I got PTSD from that one. Jesus Christ, man.
Okay.
Yeah, but the
Uh,
kids are great.
that's good.
It's good seeing the transition, seeing them go from babies to being toddlers to being little kids running around to developing their own personalities to becoming teenagers, and then they start doing the back talking and the want to challenge you on stuff, want to be rebellious, and then now they're hitting the young adulthood, so they're figuring out life ain't free.
Okay. Nice. Um, I'm trying to find your stat about the women and um
About the total number of kids?
Well, like I said, like I'm not trying to get too lost in the sauce of this. Like we don't have to like
That's not
what.
lost in the
No,
sauce.
let's.
That's very important.
No, I'm saying is the problem where things go awry, Sir Him, is when people in this space try to do create their own statistics by taking one number from one thing and divide it by this. I try to find the stats that already have that. When
Hmm.
like I said, I've seen this stuff go off the rails when people try to like back into percentages. So let's.
Sure, but that should be in the same chart too, in the
Mm,
in the census. The total number of kids.
hold on, hold on. Give
So
me a
they
second.
have how many black men have kids, how many black women have kids, but how many
Well, yeah,
kids?
and we've talked about that. Let me go back to this. We've talked about this, or at least I've talked about this on a previous podcast. Like one of the
So
problems.
I
Oh,
think
go
it's a
ahead.
million more, if I remember correctly.
Okay, let me see. How many? What? Let me ask ChatGPT. Give me a second. Um,
And whatever that pulls up, make sure you hit the source material at the bottom, just to be sure.
mhm, uh, let me see. Let's see. I see. Um, Not a total number, but it says when I just Google like how many black women have kids, I'm seeing 87 of age 40 to 49 have kids. Uh, let's see.
Does it give you the source material at the bottom, like where it pulled that number from?
I'm trying to see that. Mm, oops. Wait.
Because it should have something there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Like as of 2023, the total number, the all black women in America had such and such amount of kids,
Mm-hmm.
and all black men had such and such amount of kids.
Let's see. Yeah, ChatGPT. Uh,
So do you have like a beef with like Manosphere guys?
I do. I do.
Do you think they're like besmirching the good name of women and black women in particular? Is that it? Or is there like a specific reason why?
Yeah, it's that they are preying on they're misleading men. They're causing them they're ruining relationships. They're teaching men things that are not going to help them.
How are they
It
ruining relationships, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, it's we there's a lot of different stories of people who are either married or there's people who are dating and they run into down these pipelines and they end up wrecking their marriage or wrecking their relationship or mistreating the person that they're dating or married to and ruining the relationship. Um, give me a second.
Like what? Like they going on tangents and beating these women up or something? Are they murdering these women?
No, I'm saying like a lot of
Are they just telling these women no?
no, it's not that simple. I think it's like what this manosphere is kind of like really encouraging is it's encouraging verbal abuse. It's normalizing verbal abuse, in my
Verbal
opinion.
abuse.
Correct.
Like what?
Um, just like like I said, I have to think about like ways they're doing this. Like I wasn't thinking about this, but I'm just like, um, when let's talk about single moms.
Hmm.
So, um, single moms aren't didn't do anything, in my opinion, to warrant becoming a content cow for Manosphere men, a content farm, if maybe a better word. Um, but they're choosing to pick on that, and we're not taking into account that like the people who are being picked on, the types of women that are being picked on because of the through the manosphere, we're not they're not they're not taking any into account like what that effect that might have on these people's mental health. They don't really care. This is just about um trying, in my opinion, a lot of different things. It's trying to like make lonely men and disgruntled men feel better about themselves with
Okay, this lonely men, I'm not sure about that. Disgruntled men, why are they disgruntled?
these men are disgruntled. It's disgruntled for a lot of reasons. Like it's disgruntled one
Top two.
because top two. Let me think about that. They are not having the success that they would hope to have be having in dating. One, two, they're not able to get the one. Well, it might be the same thing as one. They're not able to attract. They're not able to attract or keep the woman that they want, and they feel disgruntled because they feel like they're hearing a lot of fables, like you do, about how women are prancing around, playing around, manipulating them all day long, all their life, the entire life. They're doing this, and it's just to sow division between men and women. Specifically, it's detrimental to our community because our community doesn't have
What
has
fables are you referring to?
you said fables?
Yeah, what fables are you referring to?
Fables like, hey, if a woman has um a body count, a woman is ran through after she's like um if she's if she's been intimate with more than like five men, or a woman is ran through if she is over a certain age, and women hit the wall at this and women this that, and these are things that are not true. Um,
What's not true? Like specifically. Okay, so let's say the ran through part. Let's start with that. If a woman has more than five partners, you said
mhm, that's what they
so.
say.
So what would you consider ran through?
I don't consider that.
Okay, what would you consider ran through?
No,
Well, how many is too many for you?
we've talked about this on this platform. I don't. That's not stuff I think about. I think when you're thinking about stuff like that, in my opinion, Sir Him, you're thinking about, like I said earlier on the stream, you don't want to be monogamous to this woman. Just say that you don't want to be in a relationship with
It's
this
it's
woman.
it's
You want
it's,
to
it's not.
out.
I don't think it's
Just say
about that.
that. It's about that because you're, in my opinion, you're looking for reasons to try to back out of a situation, but you're
It's
too.
it's part of vetting.
No, 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 no,
You want
no.
to know if your woman was a loose woman. It's reputation.
No, that on the what people are leading with. But the problem is these same men will say that, like what you're saying, but they'll still mess around with these people and waste their time.
Because that's a different. That's totally different, and
It's
it's
not.
different. Is I'll explain. It's different in this way. Just because you will sleep with a woman doesn't mean you would marry that woman and try to have kids with that woman. One is just momentary pleasure. The other is a lifetime commitment. Totally
I,
different.
yeah, and what I'm saying is I don't move like that. Like I'm not going
Well, it's not.
to.
I'm not necessarily talking about you.
I've said, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Is like that's kind of where the problem lies. Is a lot of these men are disgruntled because they laid up with a woman that they don't want. probably did had no
So have
intentions.
you never had sex with a woman that you didn't plan on getting married to?
No,
No, never,
no,
not
no,
once.
no. Not
I'll
like
take your word for it, but I find that hard to believe.
yeah. What I'm saying is like I've said it on this. I've said it on this platform like um every most women who I've dated, they're different in different types of ways. But I'm saying is like the last thing I want to do is to be tied down, is to have a child with a woman who I didn't find attractive, or find have a child with a woman that I didn't want to be in a committed relationship to. I don't put myself in those. I don't want to put myself in that
So you
position.
never wrapped it up, double strap, and smashed the chick that you had no intentions on being in a relationship with.
No,
Never in your
no.
whole life.
You're new to the content that I've made on this channel, Sir
This is my
Him.
first time ever being on this channel. So
I
yeah,
know. Yeah.
you're
So what I'm
absolutely
saying is,
right.
I was married for 13 years. I got married at 25. I
Hmm.
got divorced at 39. So like most of my life I was married. So like I don't have these stories
Were you a
of like
virgin when you got married?
no, I was not.
So the chicks before, so the women before your wife, you were planning on marrying them?
That's a good point. Maybe you can if you want to say the person who I lost my virginity to when I'm like 17, okay.
Any women? Any? I said it ever. I said ever. You said no.
One.
You never dated, never
Fine.
had sex with a
Fine.
woman, you had no intentions of
Fine.
relationship. Okay.
One,
So
because
all
like I
the
said,
rest, so
it's
all the other women you did plan on having a relationship with and possibly
yeah.
marrying, you just ended up not marrying them.
Yep.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I still find that hard to believe that.
What I'm saying is
Yeah,
like what I'm saying is like I
because
said,
testosterone is a mug when you're young. You know what I mean? So it's like,
no, I get that, but I'm saying like um I had to learn that like you know while I was going through a divorce after my divorce, like I really want to find another. I really want to get remarried. That's my intention. I'm trying. Like when I was going through my divorce, I was looking to get remarried. I was trying to find my person, my person to
hmm
get married, a person to get married to get
for
remarried
sure,
to.
absolutely.
Um,
Dating post 30 is a lot different from dating prior to.
correct.
Dating post 40 is going to be a lot different than dating prior to. Uh, Now your strategy is probably going to be uh, that's what I'm because you said you want to have kids. You don't have kids, right?
Correct.
So you'd have to date younger,
Probably, and I
considerably younger.
yeah. I mean,
Because I'm pretty sure you don't want to pay for that IVF and all that stuff.
yeah. It's a reality that like has not hit me yet, but that might be something I might run into. But like, um,
So the
I'm
woman
at
you're dating now is she what 35 plus
mm-hmm,
and no kids?
correct.
Okay, 35. You're gonna have to rush that. That clock is ticking.
That's what I was saying. Like it might be happening next year. But
But uh, I would say open up a little more.
you said
Open up
what?
those options. Open up your options a little more. You don't
Well,
want to. You don't want to make a. You know, one thing that I did
mhm.
that I wish I didn't was make a permanent decision over a temporary circumstance.
I do
So
have your
I know you.
number.
I know you're older, but that doesn't mean you have to rush it because your clock ain't the same as a woman's clock.
Well, let me get back to that because I have the stats for you.
Sure.
Per ChatGPT, it says by all men all US men overall. Hold on. For black men, it's 1.7 to 1.8 kids per man. Um, hold on. Black women, it's two to 2.1 children per woman. Um,
2 to 2.1.
mhm.
What do you mean?
Meaning like on average, black women have two to 2.1 children.
No, 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 no. I mean, what I was asking was the total amount of kids all black women have together, not the birth rate, but the amount of kids they have in total.
It's too late. I don't know if it's too late for that question. But
No
I mean,
worries. We can revisit it some
we
other
got
time.
yeah we got the rate there. But let me see. You said something. I was trying to answer. Um, I'm trying to think about that. You were saying something about open up my options. Um, yeah, I just for
Yeah,
me.
as far as not rushing.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Yeah, good. So what I was gonna say to that is like, yeah, men can have children at a younger. I mean, sorry, at an older age than women. But the way I'm looking at it, Sir Him, is I'm saying after a certain age, for me as a man, like I've already missed as a 43-year-old man, I've already missed a lot of golden years, a lot of time. Like you, like how old are your children?
19 to 17.
I've already missed that time. Um, so I've already missed 20 at like 19 years. Let me see. Let me do the math for that. It's kind of late. Let me do the math.
Yeah, it's not a comparison, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying roughly that is an opportunity that was missed. 43. That's 19.
The only benefit to having kids younger is that you still have the energy and your body can run around with them and keep up with them. But aside from that, it's really no difference
Uh, well, I'm saying look for me, the reason why it is time sensitive. Um,
because you don't want to be what 50 with a baby.
well, I'm gonna. I mean, I definitely don't want that. I definitely don't want that. But I want to be able to. I'm taking the risk of not being able to really see my child grow up very long because life is not guaranteed. Like the average black man, I think lives to like 65, maybe 67. So like if you mess around and have a kid at my age, like I said, like you never know, and people get taken out in their 40s or 50s. So it's like I I would like to I want to be able to it's not a must that I have to have a kid. Let's just be clear about that. And fatherhood could
Mhm.
mean I adopt, maybe an older kid. Fatherhood could be maybe I'm a stepfather. Fatherhood could mean I have a biological.
Nah,
Yeah, yeah,
man,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
have your own kid, man.
Uh,
Have your own kid.
but fatherhood could mean not having any kids and just being um, a mentor. That's not really fatherhood, but I'm just saying maybe I just be a mentor to other children and stuff like that, which that would be fun to do. But and I have
Yeah, you
two
can do that as in addition to having your own kid.
yeah. So I have to think about it, but
Yeah, it's not one or the other. I mean, you're a dude. I mean, you're thinking way off in the future. Uh, if I were you, I would take the same approach that you have with asking women questions, direct questions, and then apply it to that. So don't think about it. Don't care so much. Whatever happens, happens. But have your kid.
yeah, like I think that's where I struggle with is like the that's why I'm 43 no and no kids because I'm like I don't I'm very strategic about I don't really let there's certain things I live and let God and having kids is not one of them was not one of them. I'm like
I'm not saying be irresponsible, but I'm just saying
no,
don't
I get
worry
it.
about if you're gonna be alive until they turn 18.
Yeah, I mean, I just I wouldn't want to put myself in a position where I that was in jeopardy. I want to be able to spend a significant amount of time with my child. I would like to see a grandchild. I don't know if that's going to be
Okay,
possible.
listen, dude. There's never enough time.
Mm,
So you
Okay.
need to get over that. There's never enough time.
Fair enough.
Like I got one kid in college, one's getting ready to graduate high school this year. Where the hell did the time go?
Yeah.
There's never enough time. Have your kid in a responsible way, of course. But stop worrying about if you're going to be alive or not. That's what life insurance and trust funds and all that stuff is for.
Yeah. No, and I get that. I get that. I get that piece. I'm just saying, like, yes, a man can have children, uh, later in age, but like, it's gonna come at a cost of uh the amount of time he's gonna be able to be in that child's life, and
Says
that
who? Who says you don't live till 80?
you're right. I have a grandfather who's like 102, turning 103, but
Yeah, you're selling
um,
yourself short there.
that it's not it's not a guarantee. But I hear what you're saying. Like, I think what the one of the things that like I said, I struggle with, and I think I've gotten better on, over the last year, is kind of letting go and saying, hey, you know what, everything's gonna be okay. And I think the majority of my life, I thought, this is scary. This is huge. This is a huge life change. I'm
It
gonna
is.
postpone it. I'm gonna postpone this, and I
I
postponed
mean,
it a lot.
what you do is you hope for the best, but you plan for the worst.
Oh shit!
But at the end of the day, it's not going to mean anything if you don't have a kid.
You said it's not gonna what?
Mean anything if you don't have a kid,
Why not? Why is that?
because you got to carry on the generation, man.
No, 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 no. Like I
Your
said, like
prime directive is to reproduce.
let's be clear about this. Like, life is not going to be bad if Seth Rogen, he decided he's rich, he doesn't want to have kids. It's okay. John Cena just came out and said, I'm deciding I'm not going to have kids. I just want to live a nice life. Like,
Hey, that's everybody's decision, but your prime directive is
uh,
to reproduce, and you're not even as old as them. I don't think.
correct. Uh, but
And they're only saying that because probably the woman that they're with.
no, it's like I think it's that not everyone is called to be to really embrace fatherhood, and that's okay. Like,
Well, after 60 years, I probably wouldn't want a kid either because that'll be a life change so late in life.
yeah,
But you're what, 43?
44 in September.
I mean, next year?
Yeah,
Yeah, so you're 43.
yeah. So 43. I'll
So
be 44 in September.
that's a whole year away almost.
9 months. It's gonna be quicker. It'll be here before we know it. Like you said, 19, 20 years. Where's the time going? 9 months will be here in a snap.
Yeah.
Uh, but
Yeah, man, but definitely have your kid, man.
I just
Your kid, your seed, your DNA.
I can
Your,
I can
your
adopt a
dad,
kid.
did your dad raise you for you not to carry on his bloodline?
No, no, but see, the thing is, I
I'm
have
joking with that.
no, I get it. I have an adopted sister.
Hmm.
I'm not against adopting myself. Like, adopting is a
Neither am
beautiful
I.
thing. It's a beautiful thing, and that's still your child. I've saw it when I was married. I got to see my wife. She had a stepfather who was she saw as her father, because her real father biologically had an accident. He wasn't in her life, but yeah, like,
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. That should just only thing I'm saying is that shouldn't be your first choice.
I and I hear you on that, and where I raise you on is sometimes those circumstances.
So if you're
It's,
gonna adopt, you might as well have your own kid, and it's the same thing.
it's actually a lot different, but
It's a says who? Are
it's
you still
different.
not responsible for another human being?
No, I was just being a contrarian. I was saying, like, there's a,
I was about to say, like,
I was
what?
saying I'm saying that there's a process you have to adopt. You have to pay to adopt that child versus it's probably less expensive to just have your own child. So I'm saying it's adopting your own child is
Not
it's
really.
actually
Dating is very expensive. It's the
true.
same.
I agree with that, but But
It's the same.
you're being hit in dating, you can stretch that out versus adopting. They want 80K up front. So that's different.
Go
Um,
to another country and adopt a kid from there.
oh hell no. All right.
Why not?
I mean, I was just saying that in reaction, but
You
like
can change their whole. You can change a kid's whole trajectory in life.
I saw that happen with my baby sister. I understand. I get that.
Yeah. So
Um,
why don't you? If you're gonna do it, then keep that tradition alive.
mm, yeah, I mean, I never thought about it like that, but I mean, I could probably. All I'm saying is, I could probably get it done in the states. Like, what's gonna happen? What I'm trying to say overall, Sir Him, is I don't have to move mountains to become a father in the states. The right way. I'm not saying just period. Like you were saying, doing it responsibly with the right people, with the right person, for the right reasons, or not,
Hmm.
or not. Like if I decide, hey, I don't want to have kids, it's okay. It's okay. Um,
Sure. I mean, if you want to miss out on those experiences, if you don't want to, take your kid to the park and run around and throw the ball and all that stuff, then by all means, don't.
I've had several
You know, if
mothers.
you if you don't want your daughter to play in your hair like she's doing your hair and doing the little makeup stuff,
Right,
yeah. If you want to miss out on stuff like that, then by all means, but
right. I've had several mothers tell me, "Don't have kids. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna regret it." Da, 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 da. But
don't have kids. Oof.
mhm, mhm.
If
Fathers,
anything,
fathers, and mothers actually.
you know what? I think people say that, but I think what they're really saying is be careful who you have kids with.
Mm,
I think that's the real thing that they're saying. Because kids in and of themselves aren't really hard or difficult to raise and to deal with. Yeah, some of them they have attitude problems. You kind of got to go upside the head a little bit to get them back in order. But overall, kids just are just doing kid stuff. If you instill the your morals, your standards, and impose your requirements on them, then there's no problems there.
mm. Okay.
Other people's kids be the problem
What does that
because
mean?
they're not raising their kids like you're raising your kids. So that clash and that outside influence that can be an issue, but they're gonna have to learn how to deal with the world one way or another.
Right.
Yeah, but that's just my opinion as far as when people say don't have kids, it's not about not having the actual kid. It's about the person that they decided to have kids with. It didn't turn out the way they wanted it to for whatever reason, you know.
Yeah.
But you were married for 13 years and didn't have a kid. What's up with that? That doesn't make sense.
Um, that's a good question. There's a lot of factors to it. It's like I think one was time. Like time flew by. We were both consultants traveling. Um, that flew by. I think after a while, and we weren't. I think one of the bigger than that, like bigger than just traveling and time flying by. I think we were we loved each other, but we were struggling to work well together, and I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel like we got to this to the I we never got to a stage where I felt comfortable doing that. Um, and there's other reasons, but I think those are the two main ones. But um,
Hmm. Man, we gotta get too much of your business. This open air.
hmm?
I said this is open air. We gotta go get too deep
Yeah, it's
into that.
just yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to look up your channel. I'll subscribe to this channel.
yeah. Subscribe
Um,
to this one.
that way if I see you up here again, I'll chime in. I've
Most
never seen
definitely.
this channel before. I thought the channel name was kind of funny though.
Yeah, like
Can you explain that to me? Because I know you're stand in.
yeah, I'm a stand in. Zed, the channel owner, created it because she was hoping that
Ah,
uh that the passport bros would stay out of Africa because she's
stay out
Ethiopian.
of Africa.
She's like she sees that the passport bros going to all these Colombia, Brazil, and all these other places, and kind of
I love Colombia.
yeah, seems like you do.
Yeah, you see my picture right there. I love
Yeah.
Colombia. Colombia is awesome. It's really an awesome place.
What's your favorite place of Colombia?
I've only been to Medellin.
Hmm.
I haven't had the opportunity to visit the other cities just yet. Since my son is graduating next year, and I ain't got to be here to make sure he goes to school, and I have a lot more free time.
Okay.
So I do plan on the way I'm trying to plan it is I want to do like 4 different cities, spend like 2 weeks in each city,
Hmm.
or maybe like 1 week in each city. I don't know because I want to go to Panama as well.
Okay.
And then the mother of my kid's mom, she's half Panamanian, so I'm trying to see if I can connect with her father's side of the family over there. Then I can bring my kids down and they can meet that side of the family. I don't know. I gotta figure that out because they're not really all that interested, but I think it's freaking cool. Like, yo, you got family over there? Yo, want to go over there? It's like, yeah.
So wait, you have family in Colombia? I'm sorry. I'm
No, I don't have family in Colombia. I said the mother of my kids is half Panamanian, so I
okay.
do want to visit Panama as well,
Cool.
mainly to try to connect with her her family, my kid's mom's family over there,
Yeah.
before I like take my kids over there and be like try to introduce them.
Okay. Fair enough.
But that's like a pet project of mine that they're not really all that interested in, but I'm gonna try to make them do it anyway.
Hmm.
One, just to get them out the country so they can see a different way of life, and two, you might like them. Y'all might hit it off.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to Colombia. I worry about like is Medellin safe?
Take your girlfriend.
Is it safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about hold on? When you say safe, do you mean like from like violence and danger, or
Correct.
do you mean from the human condition?
Um. Violence.
It is, from my experience, it is safe. Uh, you might have to worry about like pickpockets and stuff like that, but I spent a lot of time there. I never had any problem. Most people don't have a problem,
Okay.
but if you do go with your girlfriend.
Okay.
If you plan on having the girlfriend.
Okay.
My personal saying is you don't bring sand to the beach, but to each his own.
Hmm.
But it's an awesome place. You'll like it because it
Okay.
borders it shares a border with the Amazon. It's a real tropical place. The altitude may mess with you. It may not. It kicked my butt the first time I went.
Hmm.
And if
Okay.
you do go, stay at least 2 weeks.
Hmm.
Me, I like Airbnbs over hotels, especially if you're gonna stay for an extended period of time. You want to be able to wash your clothes and stuff like that. Uh, and it just seems more homey, down to earth. So it's like you're part of the local crowd, and things are cheaper that way too.
Okay. All right.
But
Fair
why
enough.
stay out of Africa? Like, what you
Well,
don't want
yeah,
black people to be with black people?
yeah. Let me get back to that. So the reason why she said that is like the passport bros are a plague. They're looking for cheap sex. They're looking to wherever they go, they're exploiting the women.
What does that
That
mean? Exploiting the women?
meaning like they're saying, "Oh, come here. These women are easy. You can sleep with them. Hey, we're gonna walk around and try to petition women for sex everywhere they go." And it's like she doesn't want them coming and destroying the culture and the places. Yeah,
Okay. Have you ever been to Africa?
I have. I've been to Ghana.
What part?
Ghana.
Ghana? Does
Yeah,
Ghana have a red light district?
I'm not sure. Maybe they do. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'll say everywhere has a red light district. There's no way passport bros could do anything because it's already there. It's already been going on forever, especially among the Europeans, because that's exactly where they go.
Wait, you said the Europeans are going to Africa?
Yes,
Okay.
that's where they go. They go to Africa and they go to Southeast Asia for their sexual escapades.
Hmm. Okay. I went to Ghana. I didn't see any white people, but maybe they're in a different part of.
Well, each country is a little different. Um, I I know what is it? South Africa, Kenya, the Gambia. There's been a whole bunch of like news reports and everything, especially with like white women going down there.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's no. Just consider how many black men are in America. It's like what, maybe 20 million, and what 7% of those have passports,
Hmm.
and even less than that really travel. How are they going to mess up a continent of billions of people?
You'd be surprised what
And
havoc
then
they can
isn't
bring.
Ethiopia going through a civil war right now? How are they going to mess up the culture there?
So these are conversations you need to come back. We need to come back and talk about.
Yeah, because my sister in law's Ethiopian. I've been trying to go there for a while now. But they keep having issues with the war or whatever.
Hmm. All right.
Yeah, but this is
Let,
good. I can see it fading.
yeah. Let's.
And hopefully I catch another live.
Oh
I,
yeah.
I'll subscribe.
Yeah. Definitely subscribe. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate the questions. It's a good chat. Um. Stuff to continue it. But
Absolutely.
yeah.
It's about to
I
be
what
3 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. For me too. So what I would recommend is like go through this channel, watch some of the previous lives, maybe even dating back to like last year or the year before that.
Any specific ones? Because if it's a lot, that's gonna be like overload.
Let me look and see if I can find some good ones. Uh,
And does this channel mainly just talk a lot of crap about black dudes? I'm curious. Before I go
no,
through the information.
well, the Passport Bros, I think, are a majority black group, but there are white people, there are people of other races who are part of the Passport Bros. The people who kind of I think create the or created or influenced the Passport Bro movement, probably not black, but it's not so much about that. Like this is about, it's not so much about like, hey, let's hate on black men. It's, we don't like the fact that these men are objectifying these women, disrespecting the culture where they go. The culture, like you said, hey, there's not a lot of black men who have passports. Why is this such an issue? Well, you got to do your homework, and you got to realize that countries have stood up policies to kind of like prevent the passport bros from coming in and just, inviting sex tourism.
Do you know which country?
I think Colombia was one. I think Colombia was one, and I think Brazil put a visa requirement, heightened the visa requirement financially for them to come in.
Colombia's not one.
I think it is.
It's not. I know Colombia, and I have friends there. They're Venezuelan, but they live there, and they haven't mentioned that even when I brought it up. And besides, it's legal there. so they wouldn't want to mess with their money, their tourist money.
Yeah, it's been
But
a while
aside
since.
from but is this just the sex stuff that's the problem, or is there something else?
It's a couple things. It's like it's the sex tourism. It is also um the kind of the lies that they're saying, hey, we're gonna go find a submissive wife when we know it's not that. They're just there for sex tourism. Um they are also triangulating uh against black women. They're saying, hey, black women, there's better women over here. We're gonna leave. So it's a lot of that.
That sounds like Dad and a Boo Boo.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Well, aside from the okay, last thing on the sex stuff. Do you all protest people from coming to Atlanta in the
Huh?
same way?
Say it again.
Do y'all protest dudes flying to Atlanta for the same reasons, or Houston, or Vegas, or LA?
I haven't heard of a movement. If there's a movement, let me know and I can we'll
Well,
document it here.
you mentioned you mentioned the actual tourism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are big hotspots for that.
Correct. What are you
Do
talking
y'all
about?
protest? Do y'all protest people for coming to those cities for that?
I That's not something I was privy about. Maybe you know more about that. But no, I didn't know.
It's all over YouTube. You ever heard of Figueroa?
Figueroa is somewhere in like Los Angeles, right?
Mm-hmm. Just put it in YouTube.
I know
Just
about
put it in YouTube.
yeah, I know about Figueroa Street or Figueroa Road or whatever. I know
Mm-hmm.
about that, but
And then you know about Atlanta strip club culture, of course, which is the cover.
well, I've gone to a few and it's never been like that for me. But it's like I said, like if there's movements of that kind of
Like
nature,
I'm in Baltimore, and because of the places I have to go, I see a whole bunch of that.
hmm,
I
okay.
know I don't see any protests or any signs out here around it.
um, well, let's just say this. Let me close with this. The content this channel is called Keeping Africa Passport Bro Free.
Hmm.
Zed the channel owner, she talks about when it says like keeping Africa Passport Bro Free, we're really saying we don't want them over here either. We don't like that they're coming back over here and once they fail at being a passport bro and start terrorizing other women domestically. I don't really talk about the passport bros that often. I talk about the manosphere and I protest about that. Now, to your point, do I protest about all the things that men do in all the cities? No. My focus is on the manosphere and how it's terrorizing young boys, how it's brainwashing men of all ages. That's what my focus is.
So you don't think the manosphere is simply informing boys and men of what the real situation is out here?
No, absolutely not. It's fear mongering. It's informing them about with fear mongering. If that's what
Like,
if if that's what you believe to be reality, then maybe it's helping you. But
but
like
if what they're talking about is court cases and actual statistics, how's it an individual person's reality?
because the court statistics that they're using, they're they're not get you're not really going to be privy to all the information of why that happened. Like black men, I've said it on these panels many a time. Black men are wildly and misinformed um about divorce court, but they're very passionate about it. It doesn't happen. It's they're not going to be paying alimony. Like I've said earlier tonight. Um,
Alimony is not the black man's biggest issue.
what is it?
It's child support
Okay, and you know what?
and
Yeah.
and and parental alienation.
What do you mean by parental alienation?
The woman keeping the kid from you
Okay, is that happening to the majority of black fathers that are married,
that are
or
married.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I don't
saying.
know about married, but as far as majority of black fathers in general, I would have to say no, but it
Okay.
happens too much and too often. And the only reason why I'm gonna say no is because of the was it the CDC came out with the study about
Right.
involved fathers. So they say black dudes are the most involved fathers. They can't also be the most absent fathers.
I don't know. I got to look that up. I think there were some nuances to that study, and I don't know if that census did it, but I'll.
It was self-reported
I've
by
yeah,
women.
I've heard it, but
So what nuance which you referring
um,
to?
I, I
It sound like anything good about a black dude. You just can't go with
mm-mm.
it.
No, I'm
You
no,
got to
I'm
look at it sideways.
no,
I
what
wonder
I'm
if you do the
saying.
same thing the opposite way.
No, what I'm saying is this. Um,
You're
um,
funny.
what I'm saying is that in
Hmm.
the stat that you're using, I've heard it being said throughout the manosphere, and a lot of people are misquoting. There's a certain context to this. Fearless, I'm
There's a
not letting you up.
headline. There's a
Fearless,
headline as well.
Fearless. I'm about to get off the panel. We're closing.
I got you.
Um, oh no, there's a guy trying to come up named Fearless.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't see that.
Um, but actually, maybe I'll let him up and let him wreck the show. Um, hey, Fearless, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I just woke up and I heard you guys going. I love this dude, man. I'm actually out of the country myself and packing to my next location. So I think the problem is he doesn't understand your history. So um, that's some of the issues. I heard him say you don't ask any questions, and you also stated you don't ask, and I think that is what gets you in a lot of trouble. So not to bring up any old flames. You said you dated the married woman and you dated her for a year and you didn't ask the right questions. And that's why you got into the situation you were in. Like her having kids or her not leaving, you could have found that out in the first week, the first month, instead of spending a year with someone and wasting that time and not knowing the outcome because you didn't vet them correctly and you didn't ask the right questions.
Let me step in there real quick. Um, the information changed, so we were talking throughout, but yeah, there was. I spent a lot of time when I was distracted with a lot of different things. I was trying to lead a pool team to Vegas, which I did. I was doing YouTube, but I took uh my focus off of trying to figure out where things were at with her. And like I said, you live and you learn. So it's like what I learned from that experience was staying on top of like, figuring out where things are at with, and I learned from that experience. But the bottom line is this. Um I forget what Sirham you were talking about. But he's new to this channel. Um Fearless is kind of a person. I think maybe you are pro passport bro.
Oh man, it doesn't matter to me what they do. They don't manipulate me. I'm in the DR right now, so I don't run into them.
Okay. Um but but anyway, I don't know what I was gonna. I lost my train of thought, but
But here's the thing. I can't see your name. What is your name, sir? I'm sorry,
Sirham.
Sirhan. And this isn't a knock on you, Chris. It's just sometimes people learn from other people's experiences, and they say, I know I'm gonna mess the quote up. It says, "A smart man learns from himself. A wise man learns from others." And sometimes you can watch something and people tell you what the outcome is going to be because they played it before. Like when you were dating a married woman, we told you this is a mistake. It's not going to end well. And you kept saying, I want to touch the fire. And it ended well. We told you maybe I had let's see, did I have my daughter at that time?
No, you
Maybe a
didn't.
year and a half ago, you gonna have to date somebody younger. You're like, I don't want to date younger. You're like, bro, you're 42, you're 43. you're going to have to date younger if you want a family. And you kept saying no. And now you're back around to where we came at. It's like you always come back around to what we've gave you the information about. You just waste a lot of time doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we said that to you previously, like, hey, you know, in this time. I know something else you were saying. So I'm one of the people that I just had my daughter and I'm over 50. Best experience. My daughter got
Congratulations.
four stamps in her passport. She just turned 1. We came to DR to celebrate her birthday. I know you said that, oh, you know, you wait too long. No, I never, what's too long? She has a better experience than, man, like I said, she got 4 stamps in her passport. She got a 529 college fund that's funded. She got Series I bonds. So there's certain things, you know, you keep saying you're waiting too late. In my opinion, this is the perfect time because now I know that I have less years in front of me than behind me. So now, when I was younger, I was like, I'd do it tomorrow. I'd take care of it then. I always felt that I had time. Now I know my time is limited. So every moment counts. I can document the pictures. I can document our times. I work remotely, so I'm actually the stay-at-home dad. She don't go to daycare. She stays with me. I videotape the times. I tell her stories. So I think you keep thinking how much time instead of thinking the quality of time. That's way more important. Because I know people that, you know, they live years with their parents and they don't know who their parents are. They never had those quiet conversations because you always think you have tomorrow. You know, at my age, I don't know how many more tomorrows I have. So I have to make sure that every day counts. So, you know, I think those are some of the things. And I even with I know you said the manosphere, I think the label of this is they don't want people with degrees. I disagree with that. Um, I, I don't think men want dumb women. I think what happens is because I've dated them, when you date women who not intelligent, but they are very corporate minded. I am in leadership and I know the qualities that it takes to be in leadership, the A-type personality. And those personalities work very well at work. They don't work very well at home. And a lot of women take that same attitude of the boss in the bedroom. And that's where the conflict comes at. So it's not a man does not want an educated or a very smart woman. He does. He just does not want a bossy, manipulative, A-type personality in his bedroom.
The conflict.
Correct. So it's never that a man is like, oh, I want a dumb girl, I want this. Never. I'm married to a woman who has a master's degree. I think the other, what you call passport bros, Andre Love Crossing, his wife has a degree. Canal, who does Black Men Travels, his wife has a degree. So all of these gentlemen, what you would call passport bros, are dating women who have degrees. It's just that the type of woman that has that degree can go to work and still understand that she can be feminine to her husband. And that's where the problem comes at, where a lot of times these women think that it's the money that makes them the leader. And so they think, like, the more money I make, the more money my family makes. But that becomes different when it becomes a woman. When she makes more money, she wants to become independent of her man. Where I say I become dependent of my woman. I don't think of me, the more money I make, I think of us. And I think how I can make our life better. Women don't think like that. They think how I've made more money and now I become independent of the person. I don't need them. You never hear, it's weird. You don't hear men saying, I don't need a woman. But you hear the woman saying, "I don't need a man."
I think honestly, Fearless, the Manosphere is saying a whole lot of "I don't need a woman," but
No, not even the slightest.
no, seriously,
They're
No,
saying
no,
what
no.
they're
I
saying
just
is
think
what they're saying
no.
is we can't work with these women.
that's a problem. That's a self problem. There's some hard truths that they need to accept. That's the
So
case.
if every demographic of man is saying it in this country,
They're not. It's a white and a black man thing. This is not every
so
demographic of
you
man.
haven't listened to the Asian guys, you haven't listened to the Africans that are here.
Well, I'm including the Africans in that.
Or I tell you what's trending now? The Indian woman with the comedian Indian man,
Yeah,
where she just
Yeah,
Akash Singh. It's a, in my opinion, you want my eyes take, Fearless. This is staged.
it doesn't matter if it's staged. The thing that she says, "My money's my money. His
I
money
don't
is
think
our
so.
money." Yeah,
They're Indian. I don't think
correct.
so.
They're comedians, and I know how Andrew Schultz got to the
He
top.
Andrew Schultz is white. He's
Yeah,
Indian.
I understand that.
They operate differently. He's a comedian. His wife is not a comedian.
Correct.
I'm not sure if she's not a comedian the way I've seen the content she's been putting out.
No, she's trying to be funny, but you can see that disrespect.
Gosh, we're not doing this, guys. Like I said,
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a problem with men telling you the truth about women?
Yes.
I let Fearless. I didn't interrupt Fearless at all. I let him say his piece. And to my credit, when he does come up here, I let him talk. I don't ban him. I don't silence him. I let him give his piece to his.
That's not what I mean. That's
But
not what I mean. What I mean is like if a guy told you this woman did this to me,
mhm.
are you doubtful what he said is true? Do you think he's lying? Or do you think it's his fault why she did that?
I need to ask other questions to understand more about that. But I'll listen.
But
I'll
from the
listen.
get go, from your initial reaction, what is your initial reaction?
Someone did something to him.
Huh? Well, obviously that because he said that. But what is your initial reaction? Is you like, is this guy lying? Is he telling the truth? Or is he leaving something out? Like, what is your initial reaction when a man
Initial
says
initial
these women
reaction.
do this woman did this?
Initial reaction is, "Hey, I'm sorry that this happened to this guy. I'd like to know more."
Do you
We're
think
not.
that you take what if you heard a story? A man tells a story and a woman tells a story. Who do you tend to believe? I think that would be better.
I have to. I have to learn enough information to be able to make that decision, and it's not necessarily, "Hey, the man is always wrong." It's not always. It's not always that.
Okay, but
Uh,
in this hypothetical, there's two parties. They both tell you their side. Which one are you going to have the tendency to believe?
mm, I
Hypothetical situation, just hypothetical. Which one?
um, like I said, I was saying it's, again, I have to gather enough information. Sometimes most often is probably going to be the person who I know the most. But
You
if
don't
I
know
get
either one of these two people. Who are you giving the benefit of the doubt?
listen, to be honest with you, I might just throw my hands up and say, I just don't have, I don't have enough information to make a judgment on this. Like,
I'll say that's wrong, Chris, because if we talk about the owner of the channel, she said things that are in very much contradiction to what you believe. And your
what?
response is protect her at all costs.
Whoa, wait, hold on.
Wakanda
My
forever.
no, my thing is this, because this is he's talking about Zed, the channel owner.
Mm-hmm.
We don't always have to agree on things, but what I'm saying is, like,
Have you
Zed is.
ever called her out for saying something that was wrong? You've called me out, you've called everyone else out. What woman, yeah, let's just say, what woman have you ever called out that you said was wrong?
I did it earlier on the show. I said I made like a voyage over to TikTok, and I learned that there were some women that were saying, you know what? The problem with the black community is black men. We just need to take pew-pews and put them down. And I said, this is insane. This is wrong. These people are crazy. These people think that the right wingers are crazy, and a lot of them are. But we got some left wingers over here that are like extremely just as crazy, if not crazier.
So when you've heard the channel owner say something absolutely crazy, have you ever said that was crazy?
I haven't heard Zed say something to something.
Do you have an example, Fearless?
Oh man, a whole lot of examples. She doesn't like black guys. She says
is she a swirler or a divester?
More like a divester. She says that black men don't date black men, don't have sex with black men because they give you venereal diseases.
There's a context.
Date white men. She even says have sex for money. But there's nothing wrong with you having sex for money.
Here's the thing. Let's not have this conversation about Zed behind her back. Out of respect. There's a context. There's a context for the reason that she makes those statements, and I said it earlier.
The only one I care about is the divester ones. What's your explanation for the divester ones?
Because you talk about guys, black men. This is you. You say black men, and you just said it. They go to these other countries and they come back and bash black women. Mm-hmm. Isn't that what your friend does? She says, don't date black men, only date white men, leave these black men alone. So she is actually doing the exact same thing that you are disgusted with the passport bros are doing. She's doing the exact same thing, but telling black women don't date black men.
No, what I'm saying is like there's two different things. Like one, there's a different dynamic of when women are giving a critique about black men versus black men, like black men giving a critique on black women. These guys that you're talking about,
what's the difference?
The black men that they're talking about are leaving the country and they're letting everybody, they're doing everything they can to ruin the reputation, spread, racist and sexist propaganda to black women when they claim that, hey, I found some love over here. I'm saying I think you need to do some homework in this space about all the propaganda. There's memes.
Like what? I'm asking you for an example.
Let me see if I can find one. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull one up. Let me find my photos. Where are my photos at?
And sir, I think what you said was why he's looking that up was fantastic, because one of the issues as to why men don't see their children is not because of the children. It's because of having to deal with the mother. And if you look at statistics,
absolutely.
I think
I went through it myself, so I know 100%.
And a lot of times a woman can't get back at you, but the way that she can emotionally get back at you if you've moved on is to stop you from seeing your children, because that's the way she can affect you emotionally. And then a lot of women divorce and they really break to take on all of that. And the statistics, you can look this up, Chris, in Kentucky, divorces dropped in half when they passed a law that said it's 50-50. We're getting rid of the child support.
50-50 across the board. Mm-hmm.
That is correct. So now there's no child support. So the incentive was lost. And because the incentive was lost, the divorce rates fell.
Okay. So this is one of them. Black women aren't doing this to black men. At least maybe they are. I haven't seen it. So
what do you mean? What do you mean by that? How are they not? Because if you look at this is not. If you're looking at this literally, no, you won't really see. Well, yeah, you will. I see black women chasing black dudes all the time, trying to hit them with cars and all kind of stuff. But figuratively, how would you say this? Well, how can I say this? Black women talking trash about black dudes and shaming black dudes for exploring outside options is this. black women going to Colombia trying to date black dudes, going to Thailand trying to date black dudes, going to Japan and all these other places trying to date black dudes is this right here.
No, it's not.
How so?
They're not necessarily the same reasons. Like there are certain people that are eventually exploring dating out of their race because of maybe just location. Maybe they've taken a job and they're moving over there, and they run into somebody in an organic way. This is different. This is saying, and they're lying, saying, "I'm gonna."
How do you know they're lying?
Because they're not, contrary to the people that outside the people that Fearless named, these guys are not really getting married. It's just Fearless himself, who's a passport supporter. He can admit this is majority sex tourism.
How do you know?
You're, like I said, you're not as well versed in this space that Fearless.
I'm not well versed in this channel.
The space,
but I'm well versed in stuff that's happening.
Not
so, like Andre, a guy that he named, he's married, but he's married in Colombia. There's no statistic in America for his marriage.
What do you mean? What are you trying to say?
How would you know if he's married or not unless he told you?
Fair enough.
Do y'all expect every guy to come on here, to come on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and say, "I'm married"?
Yeah. And a lot of the guys that you don't see,
doing this
because you're not in those spaces. Example: some of them are military men that have retired overseas, like here in DR, they have a place, and then they retire and they marry and have children. There's a lot of YouTube channels that do that.
No, but the period point blank is this: Passport Bros really, by and large, are not getting married. Sure, you can bring up the statistic of,
but men in large part are not getting married.
Correct. And that's we discussed that tonight too. Let me just change this. But these memes, like I said, where the intent was to antagonize, which I think we all see that. What I'm saying is,
yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's all part of the game.
Wow. All right.
So do you have that same reaction? Okay, let me ask you this.
Do you
have the same reaction to that Divester video when those girls were on there talking to a white dude, asking him how he and his buddies could kill black dudes? Did you have that same reaction to that?
I never saw that video.
Okay, I'll ask you this. When I stated, because one thing that you accused me of is waiting later in life to have children. You said that's bad, you shouldn't do that. Wrong thing, and you're advising me wrong. Halle Berry, Naomi Campbell. I think Halle Berry had hers at 50. Ebony K. Williams. You never mentioned any black woman who waited till she was over 40, 45, 50 to have children. You never said that was wrong.
Wait, I didn't have the statistics of or the stats on Halle Berry having children at 50. I didn't have that.
Well, I'll give you one better. Ebony K. Williams. She just had a kid, right?
Right.
So she's a mom now, right? Is she married?
42.
Is she married?
No, she's not.
So her kid. So she'll be considered what?
Single mom.
Is her baby a black man's fault?
No.
Because she chose that, right?
Correct.
So what percentage of the single mother rate of black women is black men's fault and not black men's fault? Because you have women doing what Ebony K. Williams did. You have women dating out and having kids by other dudes. Are those our fault and our responsibility as well?
The overwhelming majority. I know you want to use this minority situation and say, "Oh, this is everybody's doing this."
It doesn't matter. They still blame black men because they had to date out because there was no good black men. They still blame us.
No, but Sir Him, but Sir Him, that's a fact. No, but Sir Him, we didn't see any media with Ebony K. Williams blaming black men. She just said, "I have, in my experience, I haven't found people that I haven't found the person for me. I've spent some time in some certain relationships.
She
It
was
didn't work
married to a
out.
black man.
She dated a white man too after that.
Right. So it didn't work out.
So
Well,
she found a man good enough to marry, but not good enough to have a kid with.
it happens, Sir Him.
No, and think about this: the bus driver was not good enough, but the sperm bank was.
Fearless.
You
I
don't even know
know
who that dude was.
exactly.
So wait. Say that again. You said
The bus driver that she said she wouldn't date was not good enough,
right.
but the sperm bank stranger was.
The person that she also vetted at that through that sperm bank. But
She
bottom
can't
line,
pet nobody at the sperm bank. You know what you need to watch, and there's a thing that I just seen. It was really great. It was the lead attorney, and he was questioning just Pearly things.
I saw that. I was going to show that clip tonight.
Yeah, she said something about 50% of black men, or she gave some statistic. And he said, one, where did you get the statistic?
Correct.
She said, I looked it up. And his next question is what you should do. He said, you know very well the statistics for black men. What's the statistics for white men? She's like, I don't know. He said, that's the problem. And when you just said it was bad for black men to have children when they're older, and when I asked you about black women, you said, I don't know. That's the
No.
problem. And that makes me think that you have become biased and only looking at what black men have done wrong, but you can never look at the reverse because that's not even a statistic you look at.
Fearless. The difference is you're a 50-year-old man in front of me. I don't have statistics on 50-year-old men having children. I don't have that. So what I'm saying is, if a
Just
woman,
use your anecdotal experience.
and I did, Fearless is one, and I said, and I know him, and I know his comrade, his amigo, was the other one, Ronan, who's
Ronan is and he's over in the Philippines. He's living there, has a beautiful young woman that he's there with. When y'all said that it wouldn't work, he has like a 26-year-old woman that's absolutely gorgeous. And he's living his best life.
Fearless. If we had 50-year-old women here trying to have children, not only me, but probably women would have questions of like, hey, is that safe?
But you have women telling them that, though. You
do
have
mean?
women schooling other women to try to have kids later in life, to freeze your eggs. You can have a baby at 50.
Let's be clear about that. They're not pushing women to have
You
children at
have
50.
They're
pushing
women
women to
saying
freeze
that.
their eggs.
And that's
And
for
you
good.
and you have women saying you could have, because this one woman over here had a kid at 50, you could also have a kid at 50.
They're not saying that, Sir Him.
Yes, they are.
Stop. You guys are being disingenuous about this.
So you know for a fact that they're not.
From my experience, yes. When women are having, or when women are freezing their eggs, I think what you're maybe, I don't know if you have experience, maybe I don't
And
know.
you know for a fact that passport bros aren't getting married too.
We do know that. We do know that. do we have the stats on that? No, but what I'm saying is, we're going off what we're seeing in social media. We're seeing.
But hold up. You just said you don't believe what happens in social media, and it isn't a reflection of life. Because he asked you that, he said, "So all of these women you see on social media are these things," and you said, "No, social media that's just social media. That's not real life." How can it? See, there we go. How can it be real life when it's the passport bros, but not real life when it's women saying this?
Fearless. The difference is with the passport bros, they're documenting their life. They're saying, "Hey, this is what I'm planning to do," and they're showing you it.
So how do you know it's not scripted?
It's not scripted because we have. It's a good question to ask, but like, it's not scripted because we have multiple different creators, a movement. We have Razor Rays. We have people dialing in and saying, "Hey, I'm going to this. I'm going to this." Fearless should know the Austin Hallman. We got him trying to recruit people into create pipelines to recruit people to come in because there's interest of people doing that. People are traveling for this. This was a thing.
You know, did you seen Austin Holloman's latest videos? He's been with one girl.
I don't watch that.
In a whole nother country, just being with one person.
You know what I think? I think, Chris, I think you should be a passport bro for 6 months. I think you should go out there and find out for yourself what it's really like. And then when you come back, you can give us a report. Are they lying or are they not lying?
We've had actual people in foreign countries say, "We
I
see."
want you to do it.
No. So the difference is, I don't have to do what you want me to do.
You don't have to do it, but I want you to do it because I
I know
want you to
I
have the
know.
experience.
Right.
Because it's
I get
very,
it.
very different when your boots on the ground.
Because I just came. We spent 3 days up in Sasua.
This is gaslighting.
No, we just went to, I got it all documented. We just went to Santa Fe. We just went to, it's a big resort there. And I'm telling you, they never talk about the white people there. I'm not even talking about like white men, sex, anything like that. I'm talking about whole families. They got the Hard Rock Cafe there. All they show you, that's like, I don't know the places in Atlanta. I can't say. But say there's a strip of red light district. If I
He
go
knows.
there
If he in
and
Atlanta,
all I
he know where
show
all that
you,
stuff is.
I'm not that kind of guy.
but if I only
But
show
you
you
still
the
know.
red light district right there, that's what you think all of Atlanta is. And you think every guy who says, hey, I'm in Atlanta and I'm at John Street. And then you start to think everybody that goes to Atlanta is at John Street. Example, my perception that every male in Atlanta is, oh, they on
It's
the
gay.
down low. Yeah, they on the down low. Does that mean that that's true? No. But the perception is all of them on the down low. So if I tell you, Chris, you on the down low because you live in Atlanta and you a single man, no children, you fit the
Over 40.
criteria. Over 40,
Mhm.
you fit the criteria.
Okay.
Or I can say you're what do you call me? You say you're gay adjacent. That would be it.
Okay.
Is that fair?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Come on. Is that fair?
Life isn't fair. You can have that. As, I
So
said that.
so that's fair for me to judge you based on the actions of people you don't even associate with.
Sure. Go ahead.
So I can judge women the same way. She deals with a prostitute. She's a prostitute.
If she's friends with one, yeah. If I gotta send you a deposit to go on
Is
a
that
date
okay?
with you,
Hold up, Chris. Is that
you're a
okay?
pro.
Is that okay?
What I'm saying is, I can't stop you from having that opinion, and that opinion doesn't matter to me. I kind of spoke about that earlier on the show. Is like, we are getting to an age, Fearless, where, and then Sir Ham was kind of asking me different questions about, and I had to kind of come back with, I'm at a certain type of age and I'm a certain type of maturity where I'm not going to put myself in these positions. The reason the passport bros, and like I said, we're not gonna gaslight and be disingenuous, Fearless. You know exactly what
Man, that was a story. Let me think.
Huh?
I'm thinking. Give me 2 seconds. I just covered this. Man, and it's that you don't have to put yourself in the position.
What are you talking about?
Meaning that I just did these 2 stories. Let me think how it went.
Well, anyway, this is my show. The bottom line is this: we're not going to gaslight and do revisionist history about the passport Fearless. I'm talking. The passport bro movement, well documented on this channel. And Sir Ham, you're new to this. You need to read, watch some of the videos that Zed has done. It's been well documented. The bottom
But
line
she's
is
biased.
Correct.
She said she's a divester.
No.
You said she's a divester, so she's biased.
Well, the thing is,
being a divester by default means you're biased.
the thing is this, Sir Ham. I'm a co-contributor to this channel, and what I would tell you is to do is you need to watch the content and make an opinion for yourself.
All right, I will. I'll put it at 1.25 or 1.5 speed. I'll try to go through as much as I can.
And I know what you were saying, so I just remembered the story that I did. You said it doesn't matter the opinion or anything like that. And you said, and I know you were saying, hey, I don't put myself in those situations. So because you don't put yourself in those situations, it doesn't happen. So I'll give you the quick story. 2 teams.
I didn't say it doesn't happen.
2 teams in Ohio were playing a football game for the district championship. One is a rich neighborhood. One is called Taft High School. They're in a poor neighborhood. Taft High School went to Indian Hills to play a football game. They left out. They lost it in the last second. They left, and the the coach said, hey, that was, a day later said, hey, now this is an all black inner city team. They said, we got to discuss something. They tore up the locker room and they showed the locker room. There was holes in the drywall, holes everywhere, big holes. And the team was like, well, we didn't do that. They said, you guys owe us money. All on the news. 2 days later, other teams came out and said, we played you. Those holes were already there. Matter of fact, we played you last year. These are white teams. Those holes were already there. Now, this is after every channel was saying, those inner city guys don't know how to play. They're criminals. They did this. They were upset, butthurt that they lost. We can't believe they lost. And then they tore up this rich white school's locker room. And then the team had to admit, because then they had pictures. The inner city team had pictures before the game that they took. It showed the holes that were in there. So like, why would you destroy it before you play? Other teams had pictures. So then the team had to admit we were incorrect. We were wrong. Now, this is an innocent black dudes. Didn't do anything, but they were put in a position that they were accused of something they had nothing that they did wrong. Mm-hmm. So those accusations, it doesn't matter. You say, oh, I don't put myself in those positions. It doesn't matter what positions you put yourself in. People can accuse you for just being there. They had one story with a guy, he just happened to be driving by and the woman put him in jail, said he raped her because she had seen his car so many times going by and she needed to blame someone. And she blamed him.
Fearless, I get it. But listen, that's a travesty for one. There are, to your point, there are some situations for some unfortunate people that they get falsely accused of things. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm saying the way I'm moving, the people I associate with, I'm doing the best I can to try to put myself in people, build connections with people, treat people the right way. And that's not going to your point, that's not going to prevent me from being in situations like that. But
you know why you should care about it?
I never said
but one day when you have a son and you always want him to be in a position and someone falsely accuses him, you're going to think, man, how could that happen to him? I did all these great things. And if you don't make a change for one, meaning to you, it always says like, what didn't happen to me? It would be like you in 1960 said, well, hey, they didn't sick a dog on me. They didn't spray me with a hose. Everything's good.
Yeah, it's like he thinks he's in control of everything.
No, what I'm trying to say is like, when he gave me a hypothetical, I'm thinking about myself and the hypothetical probability that could happen to me. I'm not thinking, oh my God, like, let me put myself in Fearless's shoes and how this could be.
We're asking you in generality.
No. You asked me a hypothetical about. You asked me. You didn't say like, hey, what if this happened to a man? You said me, and I had said, hey, let me put myself in my shoes. Could this possibly happen? How would this happen? How would this go down? And I gave you an answer from my POV. Like, I think what you guys are doing is really the work of kind of like almost like a lawyer. A lawyer is supposed to help you, or someone else is supposed to help you fight. That's probably like a lawsuit. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, we're trying to understand your worldview.
I gave it.
Because so far, like, this is my first time on this channel, and based on everything that I listened to before I came up, and then everything you said since I've came up and after, you do seem quite bit biased against men, but black men specifically.
Okay.
And I'm kind of curious of how you came to be that way, though. I think I know, but I don't want to assume.
How do you go ahead and assume? What are you thinking?
I think you are heavily influenced by women specifically. I think they've been mostly your teachers, mostly your probably mentors, people that's helped you, throughout either your career or your schooling and all that. So you default to the female's perspective. And I think that you have no idea or don't even think about the dark side of women and what they actually do versus what your perception of them is.
I'm
Like you
sorry.
say, you're observant, but I don't think you've really been observing the women around you.
Yeah, and you know what you do
Especially,
too, Chris? You blame yourself. I just noticed that. When you dated the married woman, she manipulates you. She really wasn't honest. And what you default to is saying, I put myself in that situation. I did wrong. Nothing that she did was wrong. It was all your fault. You never look at the side of what somebody did to you. It's always you blamed yourself.
We addressed that in a whole live, maybe a couple lives. But the bottom line is, I did say, hey, I have to take responsibility. I can't control what other people do. I made mistakes by not seeing things or not, not communicating, under communicating. And what I'm trying to say is this. And I think I said it, earlier on this live stream. I said like, um, a lot of the worldview I have is that I wasn't raised in a misogynistic environment. I wasn't raised in a, I was raised in a particular
who
environment.
is? Who is? We're in
Who is?
America. Where's a misogynistic environment in America?
There are.
Where?
Um,
Well, not. I'm not gonna ask that. What I'm saying is, it seems to me, based on everything that you're saying, you think, do you think criticizing women is misogyny?
no.
So then, why do you think the manosphere in us or whomever hates women?
They do. They do. It's written. You can go on the Wikipedia. You can go on the Wikipedia. You can go on.
Wikipedia, you can't go off that.
Yes, you
Anybody can
can.
put anything on there. All they
No.
got to do is approve it and say this is what we think it means.
Okay. Then
But
what you
why would dudes complain about not being able to date women if they hated women? They would just be gay.
no. Ding 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 ding. That's what the Manosphere is. It's a woman hater club, which you like.
Jesus Christ, you going
It's
back to
got
the Little
it's
Rascals?
no no
So
no.
hold up. Are the
No. Let me
passport
finish.
bros manosphere people?
Let me finish. Let me finish addressing
Sure.
Sir Ham.
Go ahead, my brother.
That's what everybody's kind of questioning, Sir Ham, and I don't think you're very well versed in this space. Is the way
But that's
these
a
guys?
female talking point. Whenever a man says anything that a woman doesn't like, she calls him gay.
No, that's not true. That's not
Yes,
true.
it
You
is.
disagree with a woman, she calls you gay because you disagree with her.
I don't know what women y'all dealing with, but I've never
All
been
of
called that.
them.
I
That's what sassy. That's
I
what
hate.
sassy is. That's what
No,
they
no, no.
started saying. Oh, he's sassy.
Sassy's a whole different thing,
They're
but
calling the dude gay, down low, all that stuff because he's disagreeing, because he's criticizing.
mm-mm.
They're trying to
So
say that because he's man
No,
enough.
no. Let
And
me
but,
let me
but,
s- let me say this because, like I said,
sure.
we've been going on like way too long. Like, the
Uh-huh.
from my experience, sassy is coming out when you have, and it's a little too late for in the morning for this, but like, sassy usually comes out when men are coming into these panels looking to have a fight, or they take things that they're throwing low blows. That's when I'm typically seeing the word sassy being used.
So
I'm not saying
what's so sassy is when they're throwing low blows. Okay, so calling them sassy, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
it's a bad thing.
Okay, so calling a dude sassy is saying they're exhibiting what kind of behavior?
Woman or
feminine,
woman or
feminine.
Is
yeah,
that not a misogynist statement then?
I'm confused. What are you trying to say?
You said if a guy is being sassy, it's a bad thing. And being sassy is exhibiting female behavior.
It is. Hold on, let me think
That's
about
what
that.
you said, right?
Let me think about that.
Isn't that misogyny?
No, like I said, my brain is kind of confused right now. But like, no, I think that's something different. But the bottom line is this: like, um,
Female behavior. It's
like I
not
said,
misogyny though.
like I said, like I think that um, people are in these spaces are using toxic language to attack each other. I don't think it's okay. But that's what happens in these spaces.
I got you. I'm not putting it all on you, dude. I'm
Um,
just trying to understand where you're coming from.
but
I got you though.
yeah, but anyway,
I think you got a good heart, man. I think you honestly have a good heart
um,
for
but
real.
yeah, but anyway, going back to the point, because you said something about like, hey, with the way these men feel about women, you would think they hate women, and that is the whole thing. That the movement is really kind of red pill, manosphere. It's really building
That's not what I said.
I'm paraphrasing.
I know,
But
but that's changing the meaning though. What I'm saying is, if men hated women, then they wouldn't be trying to date them. They would just date men.
and they are
But
doing
because they want to date women, they're complaining about the way the women are acting. How does that make them?
I
How does that
keep
make them
going.
hate women?
I keep going back to you're not very well versed in this space.
Our
You're tr-
passport bros,
but how do you know I'm
red
not well
pill.
versed? Okay,
You're
how do you know I'm
not
not well versed in the space?
because you're showing the way you're speaking about things comes from is revealing the fact that you're not very knowledgeable about the things
Because I'm
that
asking you probing questions because I'm trying to figure out about you.
you don't need to worry about me. We're talking about the
I'm
manosphere.
talking to you.
No, we're all talking to each other about the manosphere. You don't need to be asking me about me. We're
So,
talking.
question then: Are
I'm asking you
passport
your point of
bros?
view, your worldview.
Yeah, are passport bros the manosphere? Are they red pill? I guess is that what you were saying? That's a
Um,
question.
Putting a timer on for like 5 minutes because we don't have time to be trying to get people's worldview at 2 in the fucking morning, Sir Ham. With no disrespect,
It's about
but
to be 4.
yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. It's starting at 2. But what I'm trying to say is like, yes, fearless. The passport bros were birthed from the black manosphere.
So, from what this, I'm just going to repeat what you say. The manosphere hates women. So these men, passport bros, travel to all these countries
Mhm.
because they hate women and they want to have sex with women. So they hate the women they want to have sex with.
What I'm trying to say, fearless, is that I'm not saying that these men know these women and have justification to feel like they're bad people, but they do not treat them as they do not see them as equals. They do not see they objective. They see women as these women as not as equal
When you
human.
say these women, what women are you referring to?
The women that they seek to have relationships with.
My
The only
question
point.
then is this: do you think those women? How do you think they see the men? Do you just think they see them as marks, money, a lick that they can get?
Yeah.
So you never talk about the women. That's what I'm saying. You
So,
kept just
so,
saying, you said
so
the
how are they
men
being
hate these
exploited then?
women. That yeah, if the women are
Set it up
making the
for 'em.
choice to be with the women, to be with these men, why aren't you saying these women hate these men? Because I'm letting you know, I'm in the country. No man, it doesn't matter if that guy approaches that woman and she doesn't want to be with him, she won't be with him. It's just how it is. It doesn't matter how much he likes her,
Mm,
hates her, whatever. No, if she makes the choice in these countries, the
And in
women,
DR,
they're yeah, I'm in DR right now. There is no such there. The only law against prostitution is they cannot have a pimp. That means no one can control them. That means every woman is
it's
basically
freelance.
is a
freelance.
freelance. Correct.
Yeah.
So they make
See,
their
And
own
on
choices.
and on top of that, in DR, if you raise your voice and start yelling at a woman, you could go to jail.
Hmm.
okay. Um, my closing statement is going to be this: fearless. We've
But no, but
documented.
hold up, you didn't answer that, and you
What's the
always
what's
escape.
what's
So the
the
question was, you called the passport bros red pill, and you said they hate women. And I
mhm.
asked, why do they hate women? Because you said they are using these women for certain things, sex. They just use them. And I said, hold up, but the opposite is also true. Those same women are using those men for the money, for time, for a lick. They don't see them as human.
Fierce, I was just about to respond to that.
Okay, fantastic.
So what we've documented on this channel, not just me, not just Zed, a lot of people, we have documented and said we feel bad for we hate everything that's going on in this whole equation. The men that are going over there trying to take advantage of the women that are over there scoping the men. It's a bad situation all around. So we're not saying, we're happy that this is happening. Like, no, I'm literally like, this is dangerous for everybody. It's dangerous for the passport bros. They should not be doing this. I urged your boy Ronan. I said, I don't like him going over there. It could be dangerous. And men have lost their lives. So I'm gonna leave it at that. You have any closing statements? We're ending this.
No, man, but I'm just asking, off subject, off things. You're getting what degree? I heard you say you were working on something. What you going for?
Finishing a data engineering certificate. It's kind of giving me some. Sir Hem, you're not coming up. We're closing this. Well, I'm finishing a data engineering. It's giving me some like Python experience, and I'm looking to kind of get something in some AI experience this year.
AI is good, man. Go with it. I just had to do a whole bunch of things for a hackathon, and I did a whole bunch of AI projects, and most of the things for the hackathon were in AI. So that's where it's going to go. So I would concentrate more on that than a lot of the programming, because with the AI, it can do most of the programming for you. Just a word to the wise, so that you don't get lost in the sauce.
Yeah, I was saying that like the ChatGPT's been helping me a lot with my program or whatever.
And that's where the future is going to go. So programmers won't be needed as much because AI, even with me, I do like tear grunt and things that I code that I hit and it gives me an error. I don't even look at the code anymore. I drop it in some AI and say, tell me where the error is and how to fix it.
Yeah, and I did a lot of that with ChatGPT through my program. It's really capable. I think when I started using it, I was like, I understand why there's a lot of layoffs and like how capable AI is. It's I think the way I kind of said it was the 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 kind of gatekeeping, the technical skill gatekeeping, or the back in the day you had to put like sweat equity in to kind of like gain technical skills or expertise. Not anymore. Um, we don't have that anymore because like the AI kind of like bridges that skill gap. But so that's what I was kind of like. I'm kind of mulling between two different programs. One, a machine learning.
Yep, that's going to be your way to go. I just did that with Azure. I just created a app that we had that. I'll try to sum this up. We have a lot of meetings, a lot of information, and people always ask the same questions 1,000 times. So the AI I created, we have a meeting, we do not chat GPT, Copilot summarizes everything, throws it into the meeting. And so 3 months, 6 months later, you ask the avatar the question, it goes straight to the database and answers all the questions. And so instead of trying to pass on knowledge, and I'm going to tell you how far they're trying to go. They are trying to clone people in this sense, sitting down with someone over the course of a week and asking everything about their job, and then create an AI. And so that when they retire, you don't have to ask the person, you have all of their knowledge there. That's where we're at. So I'm telling you, I would not go with the data engineering. I would spend time on machine learning, bots, things like that, prompting. Just a word to the wise.
Yeah, yeah, and I get it. The like I said, the next thing is like either machine learning or it's going to be like a AI data science machine learning specialization that is maybe like 6 months for a year. The machine learning one is a year, and the
What's the ultimate goal? And I asked that because I asked one of our CIOs something similar. What's your ultimate goal?
yeah, the ultimate goal is to be able to pivot into AI, to be able to work in that space, deliver solutions in that space.
If I was you, I would look up this terminology called PI. I think it's performance, performance, image, and something else. When I sat down with him, he let me know that it's only 10% of what you do. It's 40% of how people, your image, and then the other is, what is it? Man, I can't remember what the E is. Maybe because it's late. But it's basically just your networking. That's how people get promoted. Oh,
Right.
I know you might spend a lot of time doing the grunt work. That doesn't really help. But I mean, it's good to know. Great to have. And if you're going to pivot to that. Because we are getting rid of, I mean, the mundane work that people do. I mean, that's going away. And I just came from San Francisco in the summertime, and I got with Woomoo. I don't know what car it was, but there is no driver in that car.
Waymo.
They pick you up, drop you off. They work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they continually run, fuel up and everything. You don't even need people anymore, not even for Uber.
Uber's coming out with the same thing. They're testing it in Austin already.
But I'm saying the drivers, they're gone. I'm in Dallas. They started doing drone drop-offs for not garbage,
Yeah,
for groceries.
Maybe I got confused. Tesla's got that going on. Uber does not, but yeah, Waymo and Tesla are about to kind of fight it out for the autonomous cabs, cyber cabs.
Mm-hmm. So the people who are the engineers, like I said, I just got groceries delivered via drone. So it's changing up. So the people who do what we thought can never be replaced, the drivers, the people like that, they are very much replaceable.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is I'm just trying to get on the right side of AI. So just trying to figure out, just to get in that space, to be able to deliver solutions in that space.
That's the way to go. Well, good luck with it.
Yeah, thanks. All right, well that's it for the night. Y'all get some rest.
Shout out to Sirhan too, man. If hopefully he listens and comes back up on your show.
Yeah, his name is Sir Him.
Oh, Sir Him. I'm thinking Sirhan. Sir Him. Sorry about that.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night.
All right.
All right.